Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Ребятушки, можно меня в зал сбегать? Сейчас я попрошу. Эдя.
Слушай.
Будь добр, подойди вместо меня Параской, пожалуйста. Мне надо в зал малый отойти. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4. 3. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Алеша, пост сдал, пост принял, сорян, надо убежать.
6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 6, 7. 6, 7, 8, 2, 3, 5, 6, 3, 5, 6, 7. 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6, 7. 3, 6, 7. О, мониторчики были как будто 6, 7.
Сейчас, погоди, Алексей, разверну монитор.
Оу, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 3, 5, 6, 7. 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 7, 6. 6, 2, 3, 5, 7, 3, 5, 7, 6, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 3, 5, 6, 7. 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6, 7. 3, 6, 7. Погоди, я еще мониторчик поверчу, чтобы меньше задувало в микрофоны. Ок? Да он у тебя на первой линии, это первая линия для тебя. Оу, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, как будто можешь теперь разгонять. 6, 7, 7, 2, 3, 5, 6, 3, 5, 6, 7. Что? Можно еще чуть-чуть напни, чуть-чуть. Вот сколько позволяет тебе? 6, 7, 2, 3, 7, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 3, 5. Все, вот так, да? И я приблизился чуть. Или ты добавил? 6, 7, 1, 2, 6. Все, мне комфортно. Мне комфортно. 6, 7, комфортик. 6, 7. 8, 2, 3, 5, 6. 3, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. 3, 5, 6, 7. 3, 6, 3, 6. 3, 7, 1, 2, 8. 3, 5, 6. 3, 5, 6, 7. 3, 6, 3, 6. 3, 7, 1, 8, 2, 3, 5, 6, 3, 5, 6, 7. 3, 6, 6, 7, 2, 3. 1, 2, 8, 3, 5, 6, 1, 2, 6, 2, 7, 3, 5, 1, 8, 3, 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, 1, 2, 8, 3, 5, 6, 7. Оу, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 2, 7, 8, 6, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 3, 5, 6, 7, 1, 8, 2, 5, 3. Чекали ЦЦУху? ЦЦУ 6, 7, 6, 7, ЦЦУ 6, 2, 3. 2, 3, 5, 6, 1, 2, 8, 3, 5, 6, 3, 5, 6, 7. 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 7, 1, 8, 2, 3, 5, 6, 3, 5, 6, 7.
Я здесь не сижу, в смысле 1, 2, 3, раз. Это нормально. Вот так. Раз, два, три. Один, два.
У меня ты есть, да, в мониторчиках есть. Маловато, но есть.
Раз, два, три. Один. Все хорошо. Ой, все хорошо. Раз, два, три. Один, два, три, раз, два. Один, два, три, раз, два. Один, два. Три, раз, два. Один, два. Три, раз, два. Один, два. Три, раз, два. Три, два, шесть, семь. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два. Эдик,
Ау.
достаточно меня?
Мне хватает, да.
Всё.
Я тебя хорошо слышу.
Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Еще. Один, два, три.
6, 7.
Остав. Один, два, три.
ЦЦУ тоже хорошо.
Два, три. Один, два, три.
Шесть, 7, 6, 7. 1, 8, 2, 3, 5, 6, 3, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. Это ЦЦУ.
Один,
Надо?
два, три. Раз, два, три. Все, ехала дальше. Один, два, три.
Всех жду. Это радио, став. Ну, 4. Сейчас еще будет. Я не знаю. Слишком много. Эй. Это у нас идет 7. Раз. Вот, это 2. И вот это, вот это. Эй. Это вот следующий четвертый. Это 5.
Раз, раз, раз. Раз, раз, раз. Раз, 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 раз. Раз, 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 раз.
1, 2, 3, раз, 2, 1, 2, 3, раз, 2, 1, 2, 3, раз, 2, 1, 2, 3, раз, 2. Кто у меня стоит? А? Раз, два, три, 1, 2, 3, раз, 2, 1, 2, 3, раз, 2, 1, 2, 3, раз, 2.
Я сейчас пропустил. Может, скажет, что все нормально у вас или нет?
Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
Kazakhstan has so many incredibly beautiful places to spend your holidays. To find them before, you had to search the internet or ask friends. Now there's a new section in Kaspi Travel, Kazakhstan, where you can choose a place for your vacation at great prices. Choose your holiday destination in Kazakhstan with the Kaspi KZ Super App. Kaspi KZ, made...
1, 2, 3, раз, 2. Могу пойти поговорить. В Бош? 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, раз. 1, 2, 3, раз, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, раз, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, раз, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, раз, 2. 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 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, раз, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, раз, 2, 3, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, раз, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 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 Все? Все? Все. 1, 2, 3.
That's why we build homes, schools, hospitals, bridges, parks, stadiums. We build environments where human potential can grow and flourish together. BI Group, your space for life, comfort, and growth.
Пора купить машину. Eurasian Drive – первый автокредит нового поколения, где все онлайн. Начинаем постановку на первичный учет. Госномера и техпаспорт на изготовлении. Услуга доступна у официальных дилеров «Алюр» по всей территории Республики Казахстан.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, биктек пен жасанды интеллект дәуіріндегі жоғары білім, кадрлар даярлаудың жаңа модельдері атты панельдік талқылау 1 минуттан кейін басталады. Өтінеміз, орындарыңызға отырыңыздар. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion Higher Education in the Era of Big Tech and Artificial Intelligence, New Models for Talent Development will begin in 1 minute. Please, take your seats. Дамы и господа, панельная дискуссия «Высшее образование в эпоху Big Tech и искусственного интеллекта. Новые модели подготовки кадров» начнется через 1 минуту. Просим занять свои места. Туда, хорошо, окей. Стоит пока что. Передаю слово модератору данной панельной сессии.
I would like to pass the floor to the moderator of this session.
Құрметті бүгінгі біздің панельдік сессияға қатысушылар.
I would like to welcome the guests to our panel session. So, Astana is hosting the forum for the 2nd day in a row, and today we are going to discuss the issue of AI from different perspectives. We work and discuss the issues at territorial, regional, central level. Now we are going to talk about higher education in the big tech era and train of specialists. You may know that in the last couple of years, all over the world, AI is developing very dynamically. In the last 3 years, if you look at the work that was conducted in the past 3 years in the US, Japan, Korea, China, AI project is developing in leaps and bounds. We incorporate AI in all of our projects and international projects using AI technologies. So we are going to discuss today how we train specialists, how we teach students in higher education system. So can AI be helpful? And How can we develop the knowledge of our faculty to promote the use of AI? And our scientists, our youth, the specialists and startuppers work together, how they can work together to promote the use of AI. Allow me to make a brief welcoming speech. I would like to welcome all of the participants of today's panel session. Today's topic is among the most relevant, most important in the context of AI. That is the transformation of higher education in view of AI. So, we're living in the time of technological revolution, and everything around us is developing and changing. And in order to support the digitalization, to promote the availability of specialists for this new environment, it's very important to work with the higher education system. And our leading universities are represented here today. And at this event, the startuppers make presentations using the platform of the Digital Bridge 2025. I'm convinced that today's work will be successful. Allow me to introduce our speakers. Altair Akhmetov, the rector, the president of Astana IT University, Laura Karabasova, president of Aktobe Regional University, Asylbek Kojakhmetov, president of Almaty Management University, Nurjan Muslimov, president of Shirkhan Murtazov, Taraz University. So we will have the format of questions and discussion with every panelist. Allow me to start the session. Then so what should we do? Let's start with you, Altair Akhmetov. The floor goes to you. Good morning, dear colleagues. It's my honor to speak here today, and this session is being conducted in the state language. So if the knowledge of Kazakh is not enough, I will switch to English. So in the era of artificial intelligence, AI, in the field of higher education is undergoing serious and deep transformation. For example, yesterday, according to the experts from Harvard, the specialists coined the term AGBG, after and before generative AI, so which divides our time into what was before and after generative AI. So the paradigm of education is undergoing substantial changes in the times of AI, and students, scientists are using AI in their work. I think there is no need to fight AI. It's a given right now. We need to embrace it. And from what I heard the experts yesterday, they said that teachers at this time and Now is the time not to just memorize the facts, memorize information. Right now, information, what comes to the forefront is the right search, giving the right prompts for AI engines. These skills become increasingly important, and AI is becoming a co-teacher, helping giving knowledge to the students. Briefly speaking, when we look at big tech issues, it's an interesting time, and large big tech companies, they do not only generate and use technologies, they start teaching and training people, because these companies, big tech companies, become the centers of excellence, centers of skills. And it's necessary to work, to cooperate with such companies. Thank you. That's briefly it for me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing valuable information, dear participants. Dear participants, so that our panel session could be interesting. At the end of the session, we will have a Q&A session, because in Kazakhstan, remember I said that AI has entered our everyday life everywhere around us, and not only in education, in economy, in the industry. No, but we need to use the Kazakh language. We are purposefully conducting today's session in Kazakh, because look at Korea, Japan, China, everywhere AI speaks their languages. Therefore, it's one of our objectives to also have our Kazakh language speaking AI, and we are today speaking purposefully in Kazakh. But if you want to ask question in Russian, in English, in Kazakh, please do that. Nothing is prohibited, obviously. Now let's give the floor to Laura Karabasova, the president of October Regional University. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends. Despite the noise coming from outside, we will try to work hard. For 2 days in a row, we have heard interesting ideas and deep insights of very intelligent speakers. When we start thinking about the changes that are ongoing in the educational sector, if you look at other corporations, at other sectors, higher education institutions are quite conservative. It takes a lot of time and effort to change them. Imagine how many students there are, the number of the faculty members, so it takes a lot of effort to implement change. The problems of universities in the regions are not very far from the universities in Astana and Almaty. We see that the monopoly for universities are losing the monopoly for knowledge, and this is true, and it looks like we are not ready to face this truth, to accept it. If in the West, in the United States, the so-called student-centered educational approaches, they went far ahead in this direction. We were hit with the pandemic, and we tried to use new approaches, but still we are very inert. And now we see AI entering the educational environment. The students have all the information available to them, and in the auditoriums, not only teacher has all of the knowledge, and we're thinking what to do in these educational institutions. Formally, we are changing a lot. The curricula are changing. We added the relevant modules on AI. It's very important. But the next step would be to have AI in everyday life, in everyday activities. So 2 years ago, for example, we had during summer holidays, we had the summer school where we started teaching AI to the students, how AI could be used and applied for educational purposes. So the rector, the president, and vice presidents of the university were very advanced. They were forward-looking, but we all need to be patient. Yesterday, we heard a lot during the sessions that AI-based teaching. So we are working a lot in this area now, and we are thinking how not to lag behind and how to use AI. And if higher education institutions don't embrace AI, they will miss a lot in terms of creativity, in terms of support to the youth. So I do not have the answer to the question we're posing. We have a lot of things to work on in our everyday life to embrace AI. Thank you, Laura Hanem. You raised a number of issues. Yes, with the use of AI, what achievements could be possible with the use of AI in everyday life? To the audience, maybe I will ask a question to you. Let it stay with you. At the end of the session, at the end of the program, we would like to hear your view. So currently, at the end of 2024, in October, November, in the United States, one big forum took place, and Turkey, representatives from Turkey, several startuppers participated in that event in San Francisco. And at that time, I saw that there were presentations from many Kazakh students. Presentations were made to venture investors, and those startuppers tried to sell their ideas, their insights. So 30% of for example, from Turkey, 30% of participants actually were Kazakh people, interestingly enough. And what I saw last year, they participated in higher educational events. And in Kazakhstan as well, our universities are changing how AI is being implemented. So the situation is quite diverse. And for example, in the auditorium, 25 students have to study, and when 20 of them enter the room, you will see how many students are absent, and that will be the video with the sound. In the past, when attendance was checked in person, now everything is done in a centralized fashion. If, for example, classes start at 9:05, all of the information will be available to the person, to the provost. For example, a teacher could deliver a lecture about Ablai Khan, let's say, a historic figure, and how well the teacher delivers the message, and at the end of the class, it will be known how much information was retained by students. So, of course, it may feel like interference with the rights of the teacher. Here, if teacher delivered only half of the message, then he has to work to increase that number.
Because today, many teachers and schools, colleges, universities, that is a challenge they are raising, that videos should not be used as educational tools. That's not, and CCTV is also violating our rights. Let's discuss that. I would like to provide the floor to Mr. Asylbek from Almaty University. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear participants. I hope that the noise outside is not interrupting our speech. Unfortunately, that is an interruption for me. It's like, how can we work on AI when there is another noise coming from outside? We should be looking directly at the perspective, not aspiring to the rocket and to the outside space, but actually to focus on our priorities here on Earth, in our country. Let's start with our land. There was a person, Mr. Maghjan Jumabayev. He lived 100 years ago. When he wrote a book on teaching and education, he said that all the types of education and bringing about intelligence, about beauty, about physical health, and about habits, that should be the foundation of education and upbringing. Well, back then probably our people did not grasp this whole idea and never thought about it. But we were looking at our neighbors, at Russia, at other countries. We were borrowing a lot. We were learning from them, trying to borrow their experience. Stephen Covey, for example, mentioned with that mental intelligence, emotional intelligence, physical intelligence, and spiritual intelligence. You see, for these 4 items, he actually got a lot of bonuses for that. He earned a lot of money 20 years ago. But if you look very attentively, that's the same thing what mentioned by Mr. Jumabayev. After 100 years, it became clear to people, to other nations, but we are still not understanding, we're not still grasping the whole complexity. As said by a Russian poet, there is no need to put your pants on and rush after Komsomol. And it's also about learning from the past, applying it at present. What we are afraid of. For the mobile phone, it's around already for more than 20 years, and it has never been a problem that much. For e-vehicles, we are learning to deal with them, to live with them. Even though we are driving Chinese cars, electronic vehicles, we are still using them, learning how to operate them. The actual challenge is about our own thoughts, our own intelligence and mentality. And this is another great person, a great people, a great person who actually was one of the nation builders, Alihan Bokhan. He said it's about serving your people, but not only with the intelligence and knowledge, but also with your habits and your character. Well, Martin Luther King, after 30 years, he said, 30 years after Alihan Bokhan, that intelligence is not the only thing. The actual purpose of education is about intelligence plus character. And again, we are not perceiving it as a value, as what we possess. There is no trusted knowledge within the country. We tend to trust outside sources. Abay, Toluk Adam, that was a picture of a person with integrity. Let's look at it. We already have a lot we can use as a foundation. We can use as our focus, and we can look at other examples. We are very enthusiastic in the beginning, and then we forget about the final destination, putting a lot of effort with a lot of enthusiasm, but zero focus. This I believe that this is a code for future. This is about a person with integrity. It's about entrepreneurial knowledge. Entrepreneurial knowledge, it's not only about startups. It's also about the way of thinking. We need to understand that, we need to learn it, we need to apply it. We are saying startups, 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 and we learn after the startups. And still, it's also about our thoughts, our ways of thinking. It is about changing mentality and perception. Of course, we should start with teachers. It is also about starting from the top in the state. And then we can teach our children. Children are learning very quickly. But we need to start with ourselves. It's not about teaching them, it is about showing them on our own example. And students, it is about you start with yourself. It is about opening your own potential, not only by looking at the outside perspective, but looking from the inside perspective. It's not only about knowledge, it's also about culture, national knowledge. It is the foundation to acquire new knowledge. We should start with that. First, we need to understand what are our values, what kind of resources we have, and then we can build on top of that. And also, it's not only about catching up with technology, or otherwise we might be always lagging behind. It's about taking this leap of faith. Leapfrogging is an English term, and that is a pattern we need to use. Of course, the path for future is not only about machinery, it is not only about vehicles, it is about also the way we raise our children. Those are my thoughts. Thank you very much. It's great to hear such deep thoughts. It's not only about the foreign knowledge. It's not only about learning from others, but looking at our legacy, looking at what we have as a nation from the previous generations. Development of Kazakhstan should be looking from a very deep perspective, using the legacy we have. It's like pergament paper coming from the Egypt, and that was thousands of years ago. And when I was working on my PhD thesis, and the golden man is found in Kurgan. It is also there was also a silver plate. It had some Turkic writing on it. About 60% of them were also very close to the Shu writing from Egypt. And this is a great similarity. Looking at that, we can say that yes, our ancestors were actually having relationship and liaison with Egypt, and they were learning from each other. I cannot say that our ancestors borrowed that from Egypt or Egyptians borrowed that from the Turkic people. But overall, the development of the Turkic world has a very deep roots. Thank you very much, Aspek, for your thoughts. Thank you for sharing. And now I would like to provide the floor to Mr. Muslimov Nurjan from Taras. Well, first of all, I would like to thank organizers for this opportunity. It is great pleasure to participate in this forum. Well, I believe it's quite symbolic that today is a professional celebration, a professional holiday of all the people working in education, International Teachers' Day. We are at the we are actually foreseeing a new revolution in technology, and we are standing right at front of it. We have huge challenges to address. In this discussion, I would love to hear all the speakers. What are the areas we should be looking at? And looking at the internet, we are looking at the challenges associated with AI. There are positive and negative opinions. Of course, in positive perspective is prevailing. But again, educational system is transforming. We should not be losing this momentum. We should be building this momentum with academic knowledge. It's also about independence and autonomy. And I believe we should be focusing on that to keep and maintain our sovereignty. Thank you very much for being brief and very to the point. Well, I have so many rectors joining me here, and I believe that they can also share their perspectives in terms of the higher education in the era of big tech and AI. What are the problems you're seeing? What are the mistakes and errors you already see? If you can share your personal experience with that, yes, of course, we are human beings. It's quite natural to have them errors and mistakes, but it is also about fixing them. And what would you like to say about it? Thank you very much for your question. Well, yesterday I was surprised to hear one question, and the question was how many our government is investing so much to AI, but why do we need all of that? All the business processes, all the primary healthcare institutions there, they do not have sufficient number of computers, for example. And well, overall, I would like to share my personal opinion about that perspective. Today, it is about digital sovereignty for our nation and for its future. It is about looking at these perspectives, and if we should be building the momentum and using this high tech in order to use them as a tool, as a ladder, and big tech companies are playing a big role in that. Therefore, universities should also be transforming themselves because overall it is about giving knowledge, and this given knowledge is now being transformed into something else. For example, Harvard, MIT, and universities like that launched a Coursera project years ago. And they were giving the courses online for free. And these courses are taught at their universities for hundreds, thousands, for students who enroll to these universities. But it's also about strategy. It is and now if it's about 25,000 students paying hundreds thousands dollars, but now using this strategy of going online in 10-15 years, if it's billion students paying $1, you can imagine how much is that. Isn't it smart? And you are saying for education, video with the sound, video with the sound, it shouldn't be a topic of discussion at all now. It is about remote learning. It's about online courses. It is what we should be developing and discussing. Also, to add, big tech companies, overall, employers, they're not only looking at the hard skills, because hard skills, it's about they are appreciated when they are complemented by soft skills. Both hard skills and soft skills, they should go hand in hand, and that's what employers are looking for. It's about teamwork. It is about efficient relationship with colleagues, efficient team building. So that's what is important. Therefore, being the university, as a moderator mentioned, in the future, it is about changing values. But as universities, as educational institutions, we should be looking at the capacity building, at the human capital development. And also to mention, today, we should be using this momentum, building on it. Our president keeps saying AI, highlighting technology. And for our nation, it's about our sovereignty. It is about using this chance, not missing our chance. And for Kazakh nation, what will be our future with such a huge territory? What is about protecting this territory with, very low population? And when back in time, Chinese invented innovation, And I believe that new technology is like gunpowder back in time, invented by Chinese. But we should invent our own gunpowder to survive as a nation in the future. And universities should join their efforts, should come together in order to develop our nation and our country. Thank you very much. And it's very challenging to use Shu as a language. I participated in the first meeting of the council. It's also about academic integrity, and it is a non-changing value. Whatever are the changes, academic integrity is a foundation. It is not possible to ignore it. In beginning of 2025, many universities changed their formats. For example, they started pen and pencil format for their exams, and it is difficult for the universities with a big number of students. For example, in our university named after Zhirbanov, we have 14,000, and they are not, like using online courses or remote education. They are present physically at the university, and we have big fitness centers at our university, and we use them, putting tables and additional equipment there in order to run exams. That's we are also switching to the pen and pencil model, and it is about the regulations, about academic integrity. We are adding that to syllabus, and we are explaining that to students. But still, what about the traditional? Sometimes we are also switching back to something we used to have in the past.
What are the challenges? The question was like, what are the challenges? Is keeping the academic integrity. Another big challenge is inertness, especially at the regional level. We feel like the changes do not apply to us. Therefore, the Ministry of Education has an ISANA program for the regional universities not to stay behind. And we need to promote and teach our students using the AI SANA platform. It's an opportunity for them to acquire business skills for startups to reach a new level. So everything we say, I'm convinced that we talk about the same things. When disruption is taking place, whatever problems we had before in the educational sphere, they become even more acute. What can we do? We can strengthen and pass on the values and increase the quality, improve the quality of education. When I talked in the beginning, I try to unpack your question. There are, of course, additional ideas. Yes, we talk a lot about the higher education. I think it's not right. We need to talk about the human capital, because higher education alone cannot give anything by itself. We need to develop the human capital through knowledge, through culture, through healthcare, through cultural links. All of that together brings the quality of human capital up. We're talking about the creative economy, and in Central Asia, such creative economies are already giving the fruits. In the global industry, Kazakhstan went up in creative industry. Kazakhstan went up from 60th to 30th place in the world. As for Kyrgyzstan, in Kyrgyzstan they have a fashion industry. Uzbekistan is working on their car industry. Azerbaijan is hosting various festivals. Tajikistan is promoting its culture in Turkmenistan. Carpet making culture and techniques are being promoted. So what all of these developments show us, we need to take risks freely. We must be proactive. We need to create some ecosystems for talented students. Students can do everything themselves with proper support. I would also like to add that there is such a term, Turkic. Kazakhstan is the cradle of the Turkic nations, and it promotes friendship. So together, when we go hand in hand, together we will all win. One person alone cannot achieve anything. We created an organization, the Rectors Club, with the representatives of 45 universities from all over Central Asia. We have people from Tashkent, Bukhara, Bishkek, Baku, and obviously Almaty. And we had a number of meetings already in this club. The universities we represent are very different, very diverse. They have their own insights. We work together with the rectors of those universities, and we can do a lot together. But some universities, especially from Kazakhstan, feel superior and they ignore this Rectors Club. They think they prefer to go learn from the US. We need competition. Everything begins with competition and ends with cooperation. You can compete, then there will be no result. Therefore, we need to cooperate, we need to look at each other, help each other, find shared values, and all reach a new level. Thank you. So, colleagues, if we look at this issue from the application side, the programs, the software gets outdated very quickly. They need to be updated continuously. The change of authority, so the shift of authority, right now all of the information is coming from internet and AI. And of course, AI can be viewed as a black box, where information is generated by AI and the algorithm itself will influence teaching and education. But we shouldn't lose sight of the educational values. We shouldn't ignore the problem of brain drain. Many young specialists, young scientists are very smart, and we lose them to large centers, big cities. Another relevant, important issue is the changing role of the faculty. They used to be the source of information. Now they have to be the mentors, the curators, technological issues and aspects. Not all universities are competitive in terms of their hardware and infrastructure. We need to find opportunities to develop the infrastructure, improve the digital infrastructure, upgrade hardware. And there is there is a problem of digital inequality. Big universities have big funds, and all universities have to be pulled up to the same level. Okay, thank you. My microphone works. We have very little time left. In a couple of minutes, we will wrap up our panel session. I would like to pose a short question to all of the speakers. Please try to be brief. How do you see Kazakhstan in 10 years? Just short. Excellent question. Thank you. In 10 years, Kazakhstan will be known to the world and will be a place for all of the world to come visit, to study. It will be the global center of global industries. That's my vision. Thank you. Laura Hanım. If we look at 10-year horizon, I'm sure there will be serious changes. So my hopes are high, and looking at our students, our hopes go even higher. They are very creative, they are open to the world, and looking at them, we should not stay behind our students. We try to keep up with them, and I'm sure there are lots of opportunities to work with, and I'm convinced and believe that our country will become among the leading nations of the world. So in 10 years, how do you see Kazakhstan or higher education? So first of all, in 10 years, Kazakhstan in Kazakhstan in 10 years, it will be Chinese language. We need to understand that. We speak English. Now we need to switch to Chinese. However, we have to say that we will not reach the new level if we don't cooperate with each other, if we don't find new tools, and if we don't trust our ancestors. We will lag behind. I would like to call all universities to work together. We have to not only look at the government, but together with all the universities, we need to work together. Nurjan Mirza, everything's clear, of course. We're very pressed for time. Now is the time for the next panel session. We heard a lot of questions, a lot of proposals. I think this will influence the development of AI in Kazakhstan. Thank you for your attention.
Мысалы, көлікті бір күнде сатып алу, және оны жақын адамыңызға беру. Немесе жаңа пәтерге көшу. Мұнда әркімнің өз бөлмесі болады. Немесе өз ісіңізді ашу, және басқа адамдардың өмірін өзгерту. Freedom Bank. Өзгеретін уақыт келді. Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
You can change the world around you starting now.
For example, buy a car in a day and give it to a closed one.
Для чего? Да, я слышу.
We didn't arrive here by accident. Our brand builds on heritage. Knowing where we came from and where we headed. For us, influencing is not enough. We need the whole world.
Welcome to Silco Accelerator.
This is where the best startups of the region come together. When you put a bunch of passionate people in the same room, it's amazing things that can happen.
Business with pleasure.
Join another workshop by Google for Startups.
We offer a variety of practice-oriented workshops for founders and their team, with the goal of acquiring new skills and expanding their capabilities. Get your product promoted and having access to the strongest and core community.
Do you think that's coffee? It's networking.
Under the watchful guidance of our trackers, startups were pushed to their limit and showed remarkable progress that they themselves did not expect as a result.
My journey to Silco Accelerator was definitely worth it.
The world is moving fast, and we help you move faster. Silco Accelerator, your unicorn story starts here.
Yo, you want to see something cool? No? Well, I'm gonna do it anyway.
No, nobody can do it like me. Zoom house plate with the kick was I was the black drum king. 360s in my green machine. I was a kid and I was breaking down doors. Listening to Tribe, now we on a world tour. We gave 'em
Yeah.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, жасанды интеллект жана технологиялар телеком секторының дамуына
So, in 1 minute, we will start the next session. Please proceed to your seats.
Discussion, AI and other emerging technologies. How they can drive business growth in telecom will begin in 1 minute. Please, take your seats. Дамы и господа, панельная дискуссия ИИ и другие новые технологии. Как они могут способствовать росту бизнеса в телеком-секторе, начнется через 1 минуту. Просим вас занять свои места.
Добрый день. Добро пожаловать на сессию, посвященную новым технологиям в телеком.
Good morning. I would like to welcome you at this session devoted to AI in telecom sector. So we will talk about edge computing, AI, and other aspects. You may have seen yesterday another session with a similar topic. So they were the representatives of telecom and the Ministry of AI and Digital Development. We have an interesting group of speakers. Nabil bin Susi, the commercial director of IC Telecom Group, Farukh Farajullayev, commercial director of Azin Telecom, Abdullah Jumagaliyev, he represents Kazakh Telecom, Tatiana Sayfarova, a founder of the Kazakhstan Association of Customer Service Experts. She has the greatest support group in the audience, and Bayan Konyarbayev, deputy chairman of the Alem AI Council. Welcome, greetings to all. Let's start the discussion, since in the topic the title of the session is AI. My first question will be to Abdullah. Everybody knows Kazakh Telecom company, and AI is being applied by telecom industry more and more, by mobile operators and other operators. Yesterday it was discussed that about 50% of the global operators use AI for commercial services, not for commercial services, but for customer relations services, about 20% for network optimization, and in commercial services about 20% use AI, and 80% is about cost reduction. Ablai, how does your company apply AI? How do you see the development of the technologies in the industry? How will it influence the cost cutting and revenue generation? Greetings to all of the participants. Thank you. I would like to answer this question the following way. We agree with the statistics. And if we talk about the golden rush about AI, each operator is facing a question whether to be a gold miner, i.e. seller of AI, or be the seller of the shovels, so to say, by selling infrastructure for all startups, for all of the companies that will generate AI-related services. As for Kazakh Telecom, we focus on both these areas and we work in both of these directions, and time will show which domain will generate more interest in the market and more revenue. But as an infrastructural service operator, we provide our GPU services as a service so that all startup companies, all companies could have access to computing capacities and do what they work with. And the second area of our work, the second dimension, is that in the commercial sector, we'll look for startups, we'll look for companies that we can work together, which we can collaborate with on the path to commercialization. Besides that, if we focus on specific cases, we as a company are actively selling AI in the form of business intelligence. It is in high demand in the market, and the customers allocate budgets for that. A number of projects we have in the field of education, everything about AI in schools, AI in educational processes. All of that is being introduced and is working now. Speaking about the internal services of the company, we actively are implementing AI in our call center. We also see that a number of foreign operators use AI in the services of network optimization, in automation of technical support. We also have a technical block that launched this service in the internal perimeter, and a number of problem tickets can be closed either in semi-automatic or automatic regime without human involvement. So our approach is multifaceted, and I think the time will tell what is most pragmatic, what is most revenue efficient, either structural approach and optimization of OPEXs or commercialization. Time will tell. Thank you. AI is the new gold. Previously, the saying was data is the new gold. Now AI is the new gold. My next question is to Bayan. Bayan, you represent Alem AI, and we talked a lot about Alem on this platform. I would like to hear your opinion, how AI can now change business operators. And a lot is being said that the modern infrastructure is AI native. There are technologies, edge AI. Many may have heard this term. Maybe you could tell us what awaits us. Good morning. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Indeed, the infrastructure of telecom industry is one of the conservative blocks that, on one hand, has to be in the stream. It has to go along with the new technologies. On the other hand, the format of conservative technologies has to be close-looped on it. So in the development of the new AI areas and dimensions, the changes are about the new quality standard, SLA, LED MCA, some computing capacities. They change the structure of developments significantly. There used to be data centers that in one center collected the flows. Now, to provide better quality material in the services, it's important to create data processing centers in close proximity to the points of data generation. So this is about what smart city is about. For each smart city, you need smart data processing centers. Plus, the telecom infrastructure has to change. The edge structure, the distributed computing capacities. There is an NSM, Network Service Management, in telecom block. It radically changes the structure of orchestration of computing technologies, of server equipment. Our goal, from the perspective of Alem AI, to properly build this methodological dimension with the clear rules of the game. The telecom itself is not only about connectivity. It's not only about communications. It's more about support with peripheral support to new services. And the second thing is cloud computing development on the basis of large-scale computer cloud providers. We used to have a primitive scheme of co-location. Now it's WPoint as Azure, Tencent Cloud, GT Cloud, Ali Cloud. Developing in this one stream, in one flow, they're raising their unique services relating to real-time communication. And our objective now, being in the territory of Kazakhstan, is to well use this two-edge architecture of telecom network to balance what's coming from China by using Chinese services and adapting well what comes from the Western world, from WS and other places. Our objective technically now in Alem AI is to build the methodological side properly so that within the telecom architecture we could properly direct the telecom market in the next 3 to 5 years so that it would not just play the role of connectivity block, but we need to make sure that it orchestrates the computing capacities well in the future. So for example, we purchase 15, 20, 60 GPUs, and using those codes you can get some cheat code. It's not possible. We need to update the codes and create new additional services. In my understanding, there will be thousands and millions of new services that will radically change the rules of the game. And it's an incredibly huge challenge to all mobile operators. Thank you, Bayan. For new services, yes, indeed, many ask what 5G will bring about. Is the standard meeting the expectations? And now we outlined the perspective for the operators, what new is gonna emerge. So because with the previous generations of communications, there were questions, why do we do it? And then streaming appeared, delivery services, taxi services appeared. Thank you. Bayan, you talked about infrastructure and positioning of Kazakhstan as a hub between Europe and Asia. We have the representatives of Azin Telecom, a company from Azerbaijan, Farukh. You know, there is a big infrastructure project in the Caspian. Walls is ongoing. The countries are very well interconnected, also have position between East and West. So what Azin Telecom is doing, what technologies are transforming the country, what is happening? Yes, good morning, dear friends. Thank you very much for inviting me here to Kazakhstan. It's our brother nation. I'm very pleased to be here today. I love Astana, I love Almaty. Unfortunately, I'm not visiting too often, but thank you for the invitation. About Azin Telecom, it's a company under the Ministry of Digital Development, and starting from this year, we belong to Ascon Holding. And we started providing services as a telecom company, international voice track.
Connection between countries by voice. It was in the beginning of 90s, but when the digitalization process in our countries, the first demand came from the infrastructure part. And in 2010s, we built 2 data centers. We provided classic cloud services, and since sovereignty of data and sovereignty in IT is very important for our country, and of course we use international hyperscale companies as Google, for example, but some data should be kept in the country. These data centers were at their full capacity just in a couple of years. We are building new data centers, but digitalization is also something which started at the beginning of 21st century. It is digitalization of documents and everything, but digital transformation also assumes automation of processes. For example, if we look at the financial sector, for the moment being in Kazakhstan, all services, banking, financial sector can provide remote services, no need to come in person. And in this moment, we understand that there is a problem with identification of people. And as a second business stream, we decided to create a SIMA brand, or SIMA, which uses KYC system for verification using the e-signature, also biometric payments using the Face ID. From 2022, we are at the market. For the moment being, it's about 80% of population uses e-signature for private sector, for state services. Apologies, this is a little bit more about SIMA. From 2022, it's e-signature. 2024, e-pay. This year, we launched Access, which enables analysis and provision of some insights for the organizations for security. If there are any chips or anything, if there are any violations for cloud services, a little bit more about that. We are also the government cloud and also the private cloud. This year we've provided one cloud. This is the only one in the region with the certified data centers. For the private cloud, we look at the infrastructure services, platform, and the software services. For the digitalization of the country, as I mentioned, the most important part is about infrastructure, verification, and of course cybersecurity. And we are very focused on providing services for any companies, starting from security operation centers and going to the trainings and government certification of the companies. In a nutshell, that's all about us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Farukh. A very interesting overview about us in telecom in Azerbaijan. Now we will go into space. We have representative of the IC Telecom, Mr. Nabil. Nabil, the question is for you. The space industry for a very long time was something not really easily accessible, but in our daily life we use a lot of services provided by the satellite companies, GPS for example being one of them. And now more and more companies, satellite companies, are trying to go directly to the end users. What are the changes in the industry? What are the new technology used? And very briefly to tell what the IC Telecom is involved in. A lot of people probably heard about this company in association with Starlink. IC Telecom company is a group of companies with the HQ in France. For 30 years we are already working in satellite connectivity. And from 2013, we have Davitel, a company, as a part of our group, and this company is based in Kazakhstan. For 12 years, we are already here in Kazakhstan, working on the satellite connectivity here in Kazakhstan. The first changes occurred with, let's put it this way, not stationary, but with Leo, they got bankrupt, came back, and the big shift happened with the Starlink coming into the market. For the first time, companies having millions of users, not thousands but millions. It's very impressive what they do, and I visited many manufacturer plants, and what they do is another scale, completely different scale, and huge plans about D2D and everything. Today in the battle between onerous infrastructure and satellite, it goes narrower and narrower. And I believe that there will be new realities where not necessarily it will be just competition, but it will be about complementing each other. Today we have places where it's not justified to bring inland infrastructure. Before that, it was some kind of disparity between development of cities and rural areas. Cities and urban areas were developing a lot faster rather than the remote locations. With AI, this disparity will be only increased because AI will go to the smart cities, and the smart city will be leader compared and dominating compared to a place located 1,000 kilometers away. It will be, but with the Starlink, with good connection, with good price, it will decrease this disparity. It will be equalizing opportunities for all people in Kazakhstan, independently of the place of their residence, and it will be also expanding portfolios and thousands, millions of new applications. But infrastructure is needed for everybody, especially for end users, to be able to use these new applications. And if these new applications are only meant for a big city residents, it will not be profitable. In Kazakhstan, we should think that we should not be limiting ourselves only to Kazakhstan. Re-export is a possibility, and AI re-export is another big opportunity. Thank you very much. We will discuss these technologies in more details later. Tatiana, the question is to you. I believe, know demands of the users very well from the inside, and especially also for B2B and the new opportunities for the clients. This technology is already disrupting some activities. is efficiency increasing with these new services, with the AI, and how is the market affected? Well, thank you very much for the question. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends. It's a great pleasure to be here discussing this topic. I represent the team which is currently implementing a project on transformation of the contact center in Kazakh Telecom. Well, we approach this task more from a perspective of a changing philosophy, changing approaches to our client communications and liaison in our CRM. We are digitalizing clients' pathway from the first request coming to the company. What we've started from, we started looking at the leads. We looked at the lead generation approach using AI. What we are going to, what we are planning to achieve. Now we more comprehensively understand what our clients need in post-COVID era, in the era of AI, and our clients first and foremost want personalization, simplification, transparency of services, and where we started from is from understanding our clients, narrow segmentation, understanding what the demands are, what the inquiries are, and what is the emotion, what is the need of our client when our client is looking for our services. Then we went deeper. We are implementing CVM. It's a smart approach in terms of the increasing service life and our client's life, not by adding price, but adding value. Again, via the understanding of our clients, understanding what a client expects as from a company represented by the services. We are building an ecosystem around our clients, which enables us to transparently and quickly resolve our problems. Bringing together channels, it's also about hygiene. We are looking from the perspective of AI. We listen to the demands of our clients. We use AI to analyze this information, and if before all this analysis was based on the quality control of the operators work, but now we also listen to our clients, and for us it is very important to understand what the client's need is, what is the inquiry, how often our clients come, how often they come back, and to minimize that in order to resolve any issue from with the first go. And that is being built on the AI basis. What we see right now, we already have achievements. Of course, this is a team effort. And first of all, we established the knowledge base, considering the tagging, and we also have achievements. We decrease the number of the comebacks and recurring calls by 20%, trying to resolve issues of our clients from the first attempt. So you're using AI for analytics, liaison of the service provider with the clients. But our models implemented with AI is directly communicating with clients, and how much the clients are satisfied, or if clients are trying to use the keywords to get a human operator. Well, that's what we are looking at. Before we implement assistance, we need to clearly understand what our clients are coming with, what their pains are, in order to understand their demands, for the AI responses to be addressing the issues and not bringing more negative reactions. Therefore, first and foremost, we should be building the the base, preparing our knowledge base, and also understanding our client for our AI assistant to be very helpful and to be emotionally friendly and resolving issues without, like trying to get the human operator within less time. Yes, of course, this is a final destination that we would like to get. Thank you very much. Very promising from the client's perspective. Well, Ablai, we touched upon interaction of AI and human intelligence. With the implementation of such technologies, what are the risks for the corporate segment, for the companies, in particular for Kazakh Telecom, and also for the final users? And that was the question I was waiting for. And I would like to really discuss this topic with the clients. When we discuss AI, we always understand that it's a great tool for a human, for a business, for private individuals to achieve better results in less time, increasing KPI. And Steve Jobs shared an example that in line with the studies among all the animals, walking of a human is a less efficient but very energy consuming, but everything changing when we compare that to riding a bike. And that's very similarly to using AI. We have a bigger scale and it expands. We're smart and not only just the tasks people handle on a daily basis, that might be done efficiently and quicker. For me, AI is not replacing us. It is about making us more efficient. Probably we will see less basic level experts, but with a higher specialization, with the more narrow exercises, it is about more demand of such subject matter experts. Well, and just for a second, let's think about the startups, about AIs. They brought together their efforts. They hacked military systems, were behaving unethically. They created deepfakes and monetized money and financed some illegal groups. They built a Terminator scenario. We all were raised on Hollywood movies, but the question to everybody is how to prevent that, how to mitigate that. That's the question. What are the actions to take for all of us for AI to become a positive tool rather than a threat for such risky scenarios? As a telecom, it's like a switchgear for all the engineers also who work in electricity transmission. We can switch the gear and all the actions will be turned off. But in real life, how are we going to combat such risks? Very philosophical question. Farukh has something to add. Well, we went through that as a human race with the computers. Farukh, can you go closer to the mic? Well, also to mention that, yes, some low-skilled professions can disappear, but in analogy with 20th century, mathematicians who were actually calculating manually all these launches of rockets, IBM came up, and these mathematicians became data scientists, computer scientists. And in Azerbaijan, we also feel that some professions are afraid of being completely replaced by AI, but this is just a tool. It's a utility. We need to to re-educate ourselves, retrain. As for security, it's very similar to internet. When internet came up, there were a lot of challenges in terms of cyber security. It's virus, antivirus. If there is a virus, it should be associated with a native antivirus. And it's about very, very quick development. That's the focus. And also we should be looking at AI security, fraud detection. Because if AI is developing, also the set of people who are using that are also increasing, but some people which are using AI not for good purposes. It is about AI development in line with the security precautions development and safeguards development. Well, if the question is what to do with this scenario, it is also about starting from the basic items, whether it is to allow or disallow development, and it's about protecting the families, and it starts with legal and educational. And this policy on how to preserve different values with different countries. And that's just a tool. Previously, it was one kind of a weapon for both good and bad purposes. And now it will be just more powerful, but very similar to the previous experience. It is about preserving our values. It's about good legal human resources, very good in law. And, yesterday there were just viruses created by the computer scientists. Today they can be already created by or generated by AI. It's about protecting against AI. There are good people and bad people. The same with AI, good AI, bad AI. But as operators, we already see increased number of cyber attacks, and we see that they are AI generated. But we need to get prepared. We need to get ready, and there is a switch here with the operator. If we turn down the connection, well, it's not only about connection, it's about control and discipline of people as well. And Farouk mentioned that with the technology evolution in 20th century, beginning of 20th century, we were changing. And if you look at the philosophers, and that with the improvement of the writing and publishing, that people will stop learning things by heart. But a teacher of mine was knew Evgeny Onegin by heart.
I actually like it until even now. Here, the specifics of AI development, in my understanding, is completely undervalued. The structure of communication itself and delivery of data started to transform all the way back from telegraph. What is it? What was telegraph about? It's small packages of data, and you receive some amount of information. But comparing telegraph infrastructure for this flow of data and comparing it to the 1950s telecom sector, the difference is huge. What's happening now, GBU, what happened 10 years before, that was a completely different format. Routing of the networks and everything, this SSM structure was more hardware-based. When technically you connect to telecom and infrastructure, you were looking for the communications person who could build the telecom logic. Right now, with implementation, with introduction of AI, the machines do not connect as some container. The machines themselves, the new architecture, new technical architecture for the development of telecom and AI envisages the full transformation. In my understanding, in 20-30 years, the telecom infrastructure that is currently available in operators in the form of 5G or everything else, it will change completely. There won't be 6G or something else. We are having the huge volume of data from IoT, and all of that will not be just managed by DevOps. It enters a completely different paradigm of engineering, of operating systems management. So software comes with hardware, was packaged. So it's a completely new format of training specialists. I'll go back to my telegraph idea. As a telegraph specialist, in that period was an incredible specialist. It was very difficult in the beginning of the last century. It was very difficult to find such a person. Technically now, not a single person with telegraph education and training is not even needed now. Completely. And any issue that a telegraph engineer would work for 2 or 3 years on laying cables and design, etc. Right now, going back to AI, in 15 minutes, the specialist will design how everything should look like. And in the next 20, 30 years, the entire structure of today's communication specialists will undergo complete transformation, and people understanding their unique dimension. They will be lost. Our number one objective right now is going along, walking towards this bright future. We need to understand that we as telecom operator, where we should be in this format. If you don't catch up, if you don't come up with the right service, you will be behind the market. So, and the market in telecom area, with all of the support of the government, it will be globalized more and more. So not only for us, but for Azerbaijan, for the rest of the former Soviet Union, this analogy with telegraph is extremely important. Thank you. Hopefully the operators will be ready. Tatiana, who else but you could comment this potential risks of using AI, and what safeguards should be taken into account from legal perspective and other perspectives in introduction of AI? Yes, that's a very important question. Going back a little bit, we are very actively discussing the topic how people will lose their jobs because of AI implementation. But I think we are in the very beginning of this path. And the fact right now is that to implement one AI-based assistant, we need the work of at least 10 people. Yes, we free up one person on the incoming line, but at the back, in the back office, for AI to work properly, at least 10 employees are working. Therefore, the loss of jobs, I see it will be a natural evolutionary process. We will come to a different understanding. We will reach a different level of interaction with the data. And those employees who performed routine tasks, they will be growing to a different level because the routine tasks will be performed by the AI. We have a real case that we already see now. If previously, if we heard 1 to 3% of the sound files, and it was considered to be enough. Now we hear 100%. In the time frame that is 100%, 100 times less than we used to spend before. It's not only the speed that is going up, not only the amount of the voice data heard, no, but the quality of data obtained is going up. Now we are receiving huge information on trends, on the needs, on emotions. It's a quantum leap in terms of business intelligence. I think it's about how fast we will shift from the routine tasks into the business intelligence. I think human intellect cannot be replaced in business analytics. I agree here with Bayan that we need to move faster in this. And there is a very good saying that it's actually not a saying, it's a phrase from Alice in Wonderland. I love this book very much. In order to stand in place, you have to run as fast as you can. So Now is the time that to be in one spot, you have to actually run as fast as you can, because the change is so happening at such high speed due to AI. Speaking about data security, this is the number one issue for us in implementation of our platform. Personal data is the value of the company, and it's the value of the customer who is at the forefront for us, is the top priority for us. What I think is important to do, first of all, you have to ensure compliance with the Kazakhstan's legislation on protecting personal data. Here we see the solution that the data has to stay in the contour. Now we do not use the cloud services to when we work with personal data. For us, it's important and it's a priority. All of the data remains in the company's contour. So that's the top priority for us. And first of all, algorithm transparency, that the transparency of algorithms that we use in AI introduction. Methodology, what Bayan was said was I was very pleased to hear what he said. The methodology should be built correctly from the outset. The approach to keeping the data, we shouldn't store the unnecessary data. We have to approach the issue of storage capacity from the perspective of its environmental friendliness. So we need to have the sufficient resources to store that data. Thank you. Other than studying, analyzing the legislation, there are codes that companies use to ensure appropriate, responsible tackling of data, a responsible approach to AI, that the algorithms are used in non-discriminatory fashion. Do you see such trends that AI-engaged companies are adopting codes of ethics or in some shape or form? Yes, I think the trends, and we ourselves should set the trend. We should be the trendsetters, the large companies that are introducing and are working on large-scale projects. It is our responsibility to set those trends in the market. And we speak about it openly. Personal data is the top priority for us. I can see the answer to that issue, I think, is keeping the data in the contour. My question is to Nabil. Our session is around telecom, and satellite operators have a lot of cooperation with backhaul, the transport satellites. There is broadband access through satellite when you use the satellite dish, and you can have access to internet in remote areas or in the cities. Now D2D is discussed actively, when subscribers can receive calls from the satellite directly. Those could be advanced iPhone, Samsung phones and gadgets, but also older gadgets can allow clients and customers. If, for example, I'm in the mountains, I can always call and send and message. Could you describe this technology, how you cooperate with the communications operators? What are the prospects of the development of this? The technology is there. The technology does exist, and with the emergence of low orbital satellites, it became even better. But now, if we limit ourselves to the myth that with your mobile phone you can send an SMS that we will decipher in 30 minutes, knowing that it's only one of three options, it's a very low level of signal that telephone receives. We cannot use those frequencies to send anything. If we want to talk about D2D, it's Marsat, Turaya, they all have this. It's a different telephone with different frequencies, with different modules. There are various phones that work both with GSM and the satellite, but those are different technology. They exist, those devices exist. Now people talk about D2D. Yes, okay, I see a number of issues around this. Frequencies have to be different. Those will be different receiving gadgets and telephones, and there are telephones that do that. Possibly with the mass emergence of this technology, well, those telephones might be cheaper, might become cheaper, but I see a lot of barriers. Frequencies are not enough. We see now SpaceX company purchased 17 billion on purchasing a non-existent company just to have access to the frequencies. But it's not only the issue of frequencies. There are not enough frequencies. You can't do much with low frequencies. It's just laws of physics. Those 200, 300 megabit that Starlink offers for the large antennas, we will return to the level of 3G, possibly 4G, depending on where we are. Legally, it will be very difficult to support legislatively, where national, in every country, a national operator is a national superpower, and the guarantee of sovereignty and security. No state will give up this domain. And today I see more reliable ways, less conflict-prone ways where operators of satellite and GSM can cooperate, and where satellite can become a backhaul for the GSM network. We can reduce the costs and time so that cellular operators can have 100% coverage of Kazakhstan. Nobody needs 100% coverage of Kazakhstan, but there are certain spots where it makes sense to connect the cable to, or when fiber reaches those locations. Where it makes no economic sense, we could use satellite. And this way, everybody will be in the game, and most importantly, the government keeps its sovereignty. Now D2D, we hear about it, that it's a super thing, that it's done. It will be done in America, in Canada, because everything will be under control there. If local operators do not do D2D, I doubt that it will go in the right direction. So if we all lose our currencies and we all start just doing crypto, we can imagine the world where everyone does D2D. Each nation has to keep its own sovereignty. Farukh, thank you. We have some time for another question. You talked about the technologies that Azin Telecom is implementing, the cloud services, biometrics, identification services, how those technologies influences the company's development strategies and the country at large. Yes, of course, this company's strategy changes depending on the country's economy, and we know how digitalization influences the economy. But speaking about AI, I would like to agree with Tatiana about the value that we provide to the final customer. In the area of AI, personalization of services is extremely important. And not only there, why personalization matters, because if you don't know your end user and customer, you won't be able to provide your service correctly. And for that to make economic sense, AI-related costs are very high. It's not just standard ROI for 1 year or 2 years. No, it's at least 5 to 10 years. The investments of Microsoft into OpenAI have not paid off yet. But we see the potential, and we all make investments. And sooner or later, we will get the payback from those investments. Speaking about the companies that use our services, change their strategies. We have a case of a bank that had about 70. In one city, it had 70 front offices in one region. Right now, they do not have a single front office. Everything is digitalized. Their profit went 10 times. And they have fully rewritten their strategy and transformed from a standard bank or conventional bank into a digital bank. We see that in healthcare, in insurance, even the provision of The delivery of medical services online is developing in leaps and bounds in our country, and a big part of that is verification of a citizen, verification of a doctor, the delivery of online services other than medical services. There are also financial services in the commercial sector, in public services. 60% of all public services are delivered only online, purely online. Of course, this pushes you to change the strategy. Those companies that provide and use those services, they all rewrite their strategies, they change. We have 1.5 minutes. Maybe somebody has some final comments, some final insights to share. If not, then we had an excellent discussion and we touched upon all of the issues. We set the boundaries of where the technologies are moving, where the industry is moving. It's a pleasure to see that even on the second day, our room is full, at least half full. It's a pleasure to see so many interested people. It's a great pleasure to see you all. Thank you. And see you again. Thank you.
A signal pulses across the land from the the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs, we connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Осында ғашық болып шабыттанады. Жаңа дәуір бастайды. Осы жерде өз түкпірің, жақын адамың бар, алғашқы қадам басқан жер. Осындай жерлер көп болғанын қалаймыз. Сондықтан біз үйлер, мектептер, ауруханалар, көпірлер, саябақ пен стадиондар саламыз. Бірге өсіп өркендеу үшін адам әлеуеті дамитын орта құрамыз. BI Group, жайлы өмір сүріп, дамуға арналған ортаңыз. Машина сатып алатын уақыт келді ме? Eurasian Drive. Барлығы онлайн болатын жаңа буынның алғашқы автокредиті. Бастапқы есепке қоюды бастаймыз. Мемлекеттік нөмірлер мен техникалық паспорт жасалуда. Қызмет Қазақстан Республикасының бүкіл аумағындағы Allure ресми дилерлерінде қолжетімді.
Managed Connectivity by IEC Telecom. Whether at sea or in remote areas, for first response or long-term deployment, to empower enterprises and SMEs, to manage welfare programs and offer advanced hospitality. Get the most out of your satellite experience. Intuitive, agile, future-ready. Explore OptiView, your ultimate gateway to network management. Full visibility of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and path tracking. Comprehensive bandwidth insights. Gain a deeper understanding of bandwidth usage with advanced analytics. Advanced filtration management. Adjust access in real time. With OptiView, you can control filters remotely, applying restrictive or open profiles as the situation demands. Segregating operating environments. Differentiate between corporate and welfare consumption for precise resource management. Detailed usage reports. Access in-depth data about visited websites and applications. Dynamic alert system. Stay alert with in-depth insight into vulnerabilities, including threat monitoring and malware identification. Flexible credit limit management. Set usage thresholds to optimize cost efficiency. Once the limit is reached, OptiView triggers an email alert notifying you of the automated service suspension. Real-time voucher monitoring. Keep track of voucher consumption and validity. OptiView makes it easy to forecast usage and manage provisioning for comprehensive welfare programs. Dependable 24/7 support. We'll got you covered via multiple channels. For regular inquiries, please submit your requests via the ticketing system or send an email. In case of emergency, please contact us via hotline or WhatsApp. Go even further with our value-added services. Open the Value Add store from the side menu, browse through multiple options, and activate a new service in few clicks. And more. Wherever your journey or mission takes you, stay in control with IEC Telecom.
Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
В Казахстане так много невероятно красивых мест, где можно отдохнуть. Раньше для этого нужно было искать информацию в интернете, спрашивать у знакомых. Теперь в Каспи Travel появился новый раздел «Казахстан», где можно быстро и просто выбрать место для отдыха по выгодным ценам. Выбирайте отдых в Казахстане в приложении Каспи KZ. Каспи KZ сделано в Казахстане.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology every connection, we empower business. We strengthen partnerships. We shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Здесь влюбляются, вдохновляются, начинают новый этап. Здесь свой уголок,
Құрметті
свои
ханымдар мен
люди
мырзалар.
и первые
AI Big Tech Bank
Dear participants, welcome to our next panel session. We will be starting in a few minutes. Please proceed to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, AI, Big Tech and Banking Transformation of the Financial Landscape will be starting in a few minutes. Can you please proceed to your seats?
The panel discussion, AI, Big Tech and Banking Transforming the Financial Landscape, will begin in a moment. Please, take your seats.
Пора купить машину. Eurasian Drive – первый автокредит нового поколения, где все онлайн. Начинаем постановку на первичный учет. Госномера и техпаспорт на изготовлении. Услуга доступна у официальных дилеров «Алюр» по всей территории Республики Казахстан.
across the land, from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Europe.
Дорогие дамы и господа,
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we have a small technical hiccup. We will start in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
People fall. We build environments where human potential can grow and flourish together. BI Group, your space for life, comfort, and growth.
Пора купить машину. Eurasian Drive – первый автокредит нового поколения, где все онлайн. Начинаем постановку на первичный учет. Госномера и техпаспорт на изготовлении. Услуга доступна у официальных дилеров «Алюр» по всей территории Республики Казахстан.
Managed connectivity by IEC Telecom. Whether at sea or in remote areas. For first response or long-term deployment. To empower enterprises and SMEs. To manage welfare programs and offer advanced hospitality. Get the most out of your satellite experience. Intuitive, agile, future-ready. Explore OptiView, your ultimate gateway to network management. Full visibility of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and
Нет, это здесь все понятно. Приветствую вас на нашей сессии до обеда.
Welcome to our before noon sessions. If organizers are going to allow us, we will be staying a little longer. Well, we have great speakers, great topic, AI, big tech, and banking transforming the financial landscape. Today is a panel session. We have these big names of people who are meant to promote AI and technology and actually present them at the market. We have Hussein Galim from Byterek, Vyacheslav Kim from Freedom Super App and Startups, Danyar Uspan of Tayab, Dulat Betikbay from McKinsey and Company, and also Askar Namazbay from EBRD. Those are institutional people, banks, creative class represented by startups. Well, I would suggest to go ahead and start this session. My name is Alexandra Doroshenko. We pay from Silicon Valley. And Oskar, the first question is for you. What are the projects funded by EBRD on digitalization and AI? And what are the such flagman projects in Kazakhstan for the AI sector in Kazakhstan? Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear friends. It's a great pleasure to be here today. I represent European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. Well, to start with, EBRD is the biggest foreign investor to the economy of Kazakhstan outside of the oil and gas sector, with a volume of investment of more than $10 billion to 10 billion euro from such a flagman projects and well-known projects as a conversion of Almaty CHP from coal to gas, passenger terminal in airport of Almaty City, international terminal, big Almaty ring road, Bakat, and those are the projects where EBRD participated, how we became popular in Kazakhstan. But today it's a little bit different topic. It's about AI, big tech in Kazakhstan, and how our financial institute participates in this process. Well, let me put it this way. It's not a secret that digitalization and digital transformation is a key factor of growth, increasing competitiveness and enriching inclusiveness of economy. First of all, the BRD is promoting this digital solutions and their implementation in different sectors of economy as transport, energy, healthcare, and for the municipal administrations. In Kokshetau, we have a construction of a hospital financed by EBRD last year. So it has such a component as a pilot on digitalization for the administration of medical information and medical records in line with the modern standards of cybersecurity for our data not to be leaked into the network, in simple words. And also we actively support human capital development via our programs Women in Business and Youth in Business, providing financing through our partner banks for SMEs, online credits, mentorship, digital skills. It's not only entrepreneurship and digitalization development, it's also investment into the digital future of the country. And number 3, we are launching initiatives directed towards digitalization of cities digital initiative. And this helps cities to assess their level of maturity in terms of digitalization and to prioritize their projects. One of the pilots successfully implemented in the city of Aktobe last year. And number 4 area is the most relevant one probably, since we are at the digital bridge here today. This is a support for the startup Star Venture, initially launched in Central Asia in 2022. In Kazakhstan provides technical assistance, international mentors and coaches, and supports young companies to go to the market to attract investment. And using this opportunity, I would like to highlight that end of October we are launching new wave of attracting companies into the Star Venture program. Therefore, all the interested companies, please do participate and stay tuned. Well, and last but not least, digitalization is not possible without cybersecurity. We cooperate with national companies such as Kegok in order to make it safer, especially for critical energy infrastructure. Being the development institution, we invest in technology, we create ecosystem where digitalization, AI, and the financial innovations are becoming drivers of success. So-called enabling factors. With that, I will probably pass the floor back to you. Well, great, thank you. Just to clarify, I've heard about EBRD being an entrepreneur and startupper. I've heard that it's possible to get a partial payment of the contracts using EBRD project. You, of course, invested a huge amount of money, but to briefly focus 2 blocks on AI development in Kazakhstan, it's human capital infrastructure. What are the most relevant steps taken by EBRD in as a close proximity, since you said that you focus on startups and special programs just about the infrastructures? There are data centers, there are companies building all the necessary infrastructure. Can they have access to your grants or cheap money? If you can elaborate a little bit about that. Yes, for sure. One of the priorities for the bank, for EBRD, is financing infrastructure, financing of climate transition to provide cheap electricity for potentially green data centers. And that's where the bank sees a huge potential in Central Asia. And that's where we are planning to continue investment, to give priority to the investments or to the human factor. Well, with Dulat, we've discussed that before the session, that it should go hand in hand, in a nutshell. Well, thank you very much. And next question is to Golem, Byterek Holding. Byterek is actually a huge structure, and being people from the market, we are not completely well educated about Byterek. We know that it's huge budgets, huge power, and huge influence on the economy. How do you get services in the group of companies? And what is the role of AI in terms of transformation, in terms of changes, but not only about improving bureaucracy slightly? Well, thank you very much. It's the second session in a row. I am being blamed that Byterek is not a well-known institution, and people are not well educated about it. Let me a little bit share the information on Byterek. Probably that's because we mostly work with legal entities. If you're not an entrepreneur, you probably haven't directly contacted, you probably did not have direct contacts with Byterek, except Odbasa Bank probably. But it does not mean that, at least indirectly, we are playing some role in your lives. Let me indicatively say that for the assets of Byterek Holding, 14 trillion tenge. This is the second largest financial holding in the country, more than 10% of GDP. And we have 9 subsidiaries, all financial institutions such as Odbasa Bank, DBK Development Bank of Kazakhstan, Industry Development Fund, Agrocredit Corporation, and others. And what does it mean? In a simple words, any agricultural campaigns with the planting, with the harvesting, does not happen without help and assistance provided from Byterek Group. Agrocredit Corporation provides finance to farmers. Kazagrofinance provides leasing for agricultural equipment. If you are driving a bus, is a big chance is that this bus was leased from the Industry Development Fund. If you have a car manufactured in Kazakhstan, probably it was assembled in a plant which was financed by the Development Bank of Kazakhstan. Well, but still, there is a very it's a dominant opinion that those are the budget money, but it's not actually true. This year, we are planning to finance processing industry, and we will be investing 8 trillion tenge, almost 15 billion tenge, and that dollars, and a huge portion of this money will be coming from the market. Using our good sovereign ranking, we will be going to international markets. We issue bonds, and then this money are being blended with small proportion of the government money will be assisting entrepreneurs, will be used to assist entrepreneurs to provide loans at a lower rate compared to the market interest rate. And as for the topic of the bridge, sorry for taking a little bit longer than expected. Yes, we have a lot of projects. We are trying to catch up with the market, to stay tuned with the banks. Well, to make it more interesting for the audience, particularly for the entrepreneurs, I would like to say that for financial institutions, big number of tools of financing, more than 70, and it's quite a challenge to understand all of these tools. Therefore, we have a unified web portal, gov.kz. You can filter it by any topic using your sector, types of financial tools, and then choose a leasing or credit, a warranty, an insurance. And at the same time, if you do not understand the tool, there you can use AI. you can actually ask our virtual assistant present at all the information resources, more than 15 websites of Byteriak Holding, and ask in simple words, I would like to write a business plan, I need subsidies from DAMO, and so on and so forth.
And in simple terms, in simple language, you will receive an answer. What instruments could be a match for you? We use it, an anthropic instrument, 3.7, and we also use the infrastructure of Amazon for that. So you describe the pilot projects and technologies that you use for human capital development and for the employees themselves. What are the exact steps that you take? How do you search for people? How do you pump up the skills of the people you already have? Yes, here we're actively introducing AI, and first of all, we created one career portal where the vacancies of all our subsidiaries are reflected, the job.gov.kz. If you are searching for a job, please use this portal. We, as a quasi-public institution, we have a moratorium on the number of employees, and our recruiters are experiencing a lot of pressure. Here we use AI as well. Those resumes that a recruiter receives can be processed through AI that will rank those candidates on the basis of them being a good match for certain vacancies. Top 5 resumes are selected, and the work is done closely with those candidates. So thank you. It was interesting for me to know what you do and how important it is for the economy. My next question is to Vyacheslav. Vyacheslav, could you please tell us, are you a catching up bank? You are turning from an underdog into you're joining the pack of the leaders. What do you do in AI? You are responsible for Super App. Please tell us what you are doing, what you are implementing. Thank you. Greetings to all. Thank you very much for the invitation. I will start with the question first. Please raise your hand if you have a Freedom Super App. Well, not bad, not bad. I would like to congratulate all of us. Very recently, there are more than 3 million of us, 3,200,000 to be precise, in just a year and a half. So we do all this thanks to our clients. If we talk about AI and our bank, we actively use AI. We simplify complex processes. AI is deeply intertwined in our banking processes. We use it in security, in compliance, in fraud identification, in our scoring models, in all of the interface and campaigning as well. We use it in call center and tech support. In call center, we have an interesting anecdote. We use AI in 2 different processes. In the first process, AI helps us to expedite requests processing, where AI helps us to deliver the queries and forward them to the right specialists. And the second is the quality service control, and an interesting case of AI compliance. We've been talking about it for the last year. AI bot supports our customer through the entire process. He can have documents in Chinese and in English, can do all of the checks, Dow Jones, and provide information to the compliance controller who makes the decision, the entire customer dossier. It reduces the time needed for processing from hours into minutes. We are seeing the trend of going away from bot agents towards AI agents. We work actively in this area, and we see that AI assistants and AI agents can become an alternative interface for the applications and can replace the conventional screen in the future. Allow me to introduce or present the MVP AI Super Lab that we plan to launch in 2 months. I would like to ask you to demonstrate the Super App screen. So on the main screen, we enter Freedom AI. That's our AI assistant. Here we're greeted with the conventional interface of the agent. We can ask the multi-select tool what it can do. Let's ask a question. Tell me what you can do. And here we connected our AI agent to the bank services and to our lifestyle services in the ecosystem. What can it do? It can perform banking, wires, payments, can upload certificates, banking details, upload digital documents, make orders in Arbuz app, and so on and so forth. What's important about Freedom AI, here we connected the top language models such as GPT and Gemini and Higgsfield to generate images and videos. You can ask not only about Freedom, but on the market in general. The first transaction, I would like to transfer money from Aidos Jumagulov, the member of the board of the bank. So transfer 1,000 to Aidos. In my contacts, we see 2 Aidoses. We choose Aidos Jumagulov, who is the member of the board of the bank. In this account, I have only one card with Dumashku Kudaibergen, and we need to confirm either manually or set the limit for transactions without accept. So we confirm the money wire, that's the closed buoy. Everything is done. So you can see, Aidos, please confirm that you received my money wire. Yes, it reached the banking account. Please show my documents. I can repeat that in Kazakh. Show my documents. And so let's repeat the question. Show my documents in Kazakh. The speaker is using Kazakh language to ask this, to make this request. Of course, we can look at the higher education diploma. In this account, we can have access to ID. And the previous request was misunderstood. If we wish to prepare, for example, we want to cook bishbarmak, let's ask the recipe. So my request will be, I'm cooking bishbarmak today, please give me the recipe. Once again, bugün I'm cooking meat, give me the recipe. So we received the recipe with breakdown of products, and let's ask those products to be delivered to Expo. So we see that the basket of products will cost 24,000 plus 7,000 cashback because I have the platinum status, so we confirm that order. We see the confirmation, and we need to make a payment. We pay, confirm, see the cashback. My limits are reached, so I will receive a bit less of the cashback. So the payment was made, accepted. We go back and verification of the payment. This MVP, we plan to further develop this MVP to the full functionalities. 11 services are connected now. We are convinced that this will be the key personalization story. We are also going to the perspective models and super app. We are very interested in enriching our single DVC. Data is our fuel. Therefore, it's important for us to make offers of products and services at the right time. In general, for the services, for the application, and for the ecosystems, it's very important to build the infrastructure, build up the customer base, and it's also very important to strengthen the gravity. What our shareholder mentioned yesterday, what we do is we need to strengthen the gravity, that's the frequency and retention of the product. We are convinced that AI is a key instrument that could help in keeping the relevance of products and making them useful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vyacheslav. After this, we would like to hear Daniyar. Daniyar, what are your thoughts? How to compete with this crowd who already have the base of 3 million customers, Kaspi, Halik? How can you compete in this environment? Preferably with AI. What instruments, what tools can help you and your application? Thank you, Sasha. Excellent question. Competing in Kazakhstan with banks is not an easy task. The banks have all the features characteristic of fintech. Our solution is collaboration rather than competition. In Tayyap card, what we see, that was the first large-scale collaboration with the approach of bank as a service, when the third party, we as a fintech startup company, we implemented more than 300 services with our partner bank so that clients could use Sharia-compliant transactional products. There is also great support from the development institutions. Askar mentioned his Star Venture program. I would like to assure you that these initiatives are extremely valuable. We are the graduates of the first cohort of that program. It was a great honor for us. We received the digital Oscar from EBRD. Such programs allow to gain access to a great spectrum and variety of grant programs of EBRD. The solution is to collaborate. We collaborate with many brokers, with Freedom Finance, with Halik Finance. They help us to reach and enter the Islamic securities market. 2 weeks ago at Astana Financial Days, we presented our first Islamic bond, Sukuk. And here, the issue of survival boils down to collaboration and search for some win-win platforms where it is beneficial both for startups and for fintech and big tech. And the main beneficiary is our clients and customers. And Sasha, also for quite some time now, we use AI in the context of, in Sharia, AI is not prohibited, is it not? Is it? It's okay. It's a support instrument that helps with big data processing, etc. The key question here is how knowledgeable the specialist is about Sharia and Sharia ethics. And any company that calls itself an Islamic company has a Sharia committee, a body that checks the compliance and verifies each product's compliance with Sharia, be it a manual product or AI-generated service or product. How do you see the using the AI instruments, using collaboration? Do you plan to focus more on Kazakhstan in the near future, or do you plan to look for new audiences and take Islamic Bank into new countries? It's a very good question. Once again, thanks to such platforms like Here Today and participating in fora, participating in Star Venture, as Askar said, it's a huge link to the global agenda, to global presence. Now we are invited to MENA region, to Great Britain. Together with EBRD, we collaborate with banks in Uzbekistan to enter that market. However, in the near 1-2 years, couple of years, 90% of our efforts will be made to grow in Kazakhstan. There is a niche. In that niche distribution, we want to get stronger, and niche distribution with the clients of our category gives us an advantage compared to larger banks that generate universal type products. So niche distribution is our strength. The banks have their own strengths, and at the overlapping, at the cross-border area between the big banks and us, new great products are created. My question to you is, currently there is a huge trend for cryptocurrencies, stable coins. Do you look, as a fintech company, do you look at this area now, or do you focus more on traditional fiat things? We look more into blockchain history, where at the level of smart contracts we could create history in securities markets easier and better. It's an over-bureaucratized market traditionally. It could look easier for such startups as us if blockchain platform could be used there. In terms of Islamic coin issue, it's not the case for the next 2 years, but in backlog, at the back of our mind, we do have such thoughts, but it's not for the near future. Not for the next year. Thank you very much. It was very interesting for me to hear. Dulatbek, now my question is to you. Kazakhstan, if we look at the neighbors and international ratings, Kazakhstan fares really well in fintech, and there are several billion-dollar worth companies. There are government services, GovTech, everything is developing. So I hope that there will be a leapfrog due to the presidential instructions. And if I may, I would like to hear some mini express SWOT analysis about the prospects of Kazakhstan in terms of transition to AI. And I would like to hear more about the negative side. What are the weaknesses? What are the possible future limitations and risks? Thank you very much, Sasha. I think about AI, we are talking a lot about AI for a long time. In McKinsey, we do a lot of research and analysis. In our company, there was a revolution recently thanks to AI agents, and data analytics existed for a long time, but there was a big leap with quantum. You used to use it, and AI generated information for you, but you had to do the job yourself. But now AI agents are being, when we talk about the generative AI, it's a foundation, it's like brain. It can give you advice, but it doesn't do the work for you. AI agents turned into true agents. They have legs, arms that can be introduced in all of the processes. And what I want to say is that AI agents can increase the productivity of certain employers 20 times. For example, in writing codes, there are already cases where banks that lag behind and technologically architecture and infrastructure is outdated. To rewrite everything, you need years and years of work and hundreds of people. Now, with the help of AI agents, a small group of people who become the owners of AI agents in very limited amount of time with smaller budgets can do that. Even Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, says that very soon the majority of our engineers will be replaced by AI agents. Technological companies disrupt themselves first because they understand that technology is moving forward. It's either you disrupt someone or somebody disrupts you. So I believe the government is creating huge opportunities. What our problem has always been, we always try to catch up with someone. We see some technology, we aren't always the first. We see that something is developing. We try to copy, and we do not always do that technology better than everybody else? What do we need to rethink? If we talk about the SWOT analysis, everybody understands the strengths. Though there's a huge potential. What is the potential and the promise of AI? It is about greater productivity. The main thing you can do is, in terms of economics, if we want to be a competitive country, if we want the revenues to grow, we need to increase the labor productivity throughout the economy. We are competing globally, not locally, especially our traditional sectors such as agriculture, oil and gas, etc., mining sector. We are not isolated, we are global. And when our companies introduce this technology, that will determine our future. We see huge prospects in e-gov, in cooperation, interaction between government and citizens. I see a huge potential. We always talk about corruption, how it's difficult to eliminate it by imprisoning people. We just need to remove human factor from the equation, and AI allows that. AI agent allows that. We can reduce the number of civil servants 5 times. Even the Nobel laureate, Nobel Prize winner last year said that for routine intellectual work, AI can replace everyone.
It makes it it's actually better. He does not know mistakes. He works 24/7. He does not eat. He does not need any rest. Does not create any barriers or obstacles. Working in the online with the algorithm and with this is counter. It has more potential to make the civil service more compact, to increase the payroll for the other remaining civil servants. We want to make it as in Singapore, and everything starts with human capital. It has a big opportunity and strengths. In business, in all the sectors, there is a big potential to increase productivity in banks, in fintech. Well, probably they are the most advanced globally. In McKinsey, we're looking at the global progress, and we see that it's really advanced. AI tools in back office are using for a very long time already, but in front office as AI assistants. Competition promotes innovation. In B2C, we see a huge competition, and that brings a lot of progress. What can set us back? That if we implement that using old methods. Old methods, what are they? It is also about some programs and some assignments, and that can be drawn in implementation. We need to change the mindset, corporate culture. It's not about one person, it's about everybody. The biggest bottleneck. Technology is already here. It can increase productivity 20 times, but the survey with the companies is only about 5 to 7% of global companies see actual results. Why? Because it actually is it depends on people. Yeah, a lot of companies miss data or architecture, that it's not ready yet, not enough investment, but human factor is always a very big factor. It's human resources are both a driver and a bottleneck. We need to change mindset, we need to change corporate culture at the highest level with the head of state, with the people at the higher level. They understand it. But it's not about catching up, but it's taking a leapfrog. But in order to make this leapfrog, it's not about using old methods. It's about a totally new challenge. When we talk to business people, what's the key difference with AI? It's not just you can assign to anything. Is that your chief of AI office or chief AI officer? It's not like that. It's about the total disruption of the mindset, and that about bringing this disrupted mindset to the company level. It's about transforming and 180 turn. If you don't do it yourself, somebody else will come to disrupt you. Well, it will be bringing democratization to technology. If these tools, subsystems before, they were bringing opportunity to improve performance, but they were available only to the biggest companies. Why? Because they have money, because and small businesses were not able to afford that. And now AI, we see that it's very accessible. ChatGPT's price is a lot cheaper now, and these startups go into the narrow segment, narrow specialization. They provide service by subscription to anybody, and it might turn that a small number of people can build huge companies. Like a stock exchange, for example. 11 people in 3 years made 1.3 billion in profit. 3 years ago, this company was non-existent. Just a small amount of people with idea, with technology can disrupt the whole sector. We need to disrupt our own mindset. Using old methods, programs, assignments, orders, and decrees, it's not really feasible to be implemented. As we discussed, it's not just one element is being developed and the evolution is there. It should be working in ecosystem, because AI needs people, needs talents. We need to invest a lot in education, starting from schools and students, and retraining existing human resources. As Jung Han said, AI will not replace you. You will be replaced by a person who is using AI. So if you are not using AI actively, a lot of people see it as a threat. Because I will be replaced tomorrow by AI. But it should be perceived as an opportunity to increase your performance. Or otherwise, person using AI will probably replace you. It should be transforming our mindset. It is investment into a data center, supercomputer. Now we already have a supercomputer. That's great. People are saying we don't need such a need, but we should be forward-looking, investing in the future, because it will be it will be an enabler, developing our banks, our startups, or otherwise it might be an obstacle and a bottleneck. And the key thing is to improve mindset. Corporate culture should be transformed. Well, thank you. That was great. Question is, your company you are a big name, you are on the market for decades already, but are you foreseeing a principal change in the consulting approaches, whether ChatGPT or any similar AI can replace consultants from the top 3? Well, just as I said, you disrupt yourself or you will be disrupted. Consultants are such people, such a profession. In McKinsey, for example, next year we will be celebrating our 100th anniversary. And when we started, it was completely different compared to what we are doing today. Marvin Bauer, McKinsey, when they started, those were 40, 50 years old guys. They were top-notch subject matter experts. They were working with the owners and CEOs of the companies. With time, we understood that strategy is not the only factor, because implementation sometimes might be lacking behind. We have digital practice, we have operations. For example, I build digital businesses where we develop a business from the scratch with AI transformations and everything. All we do with the clients is changing, and the huge area now is AI. And we are helping our clients, and we are implementing these elements, and we are disrupting ourselves. And we have AI internal assistant Lily. What it does, it improves performance of our consultants. When I joined McKinsey, a huge portion of my time was working on my computer, making slides, making it handsome, looking for some diagrams, working in the model. Now all of that can be delegated, and you have time to spend more time with your client, to go somewhere, to discuss with the client. Now it is a huge opportunity actually to get more time and to spend less time with this manual work, and as your intellectual work can be spent more efficiently. It's about work and life balance now, not to get overstretched. It's about total revision of the labor market, about how much time people spend at their desks, how much time people spend with their loved ones, with their families. People who have more time who have more free time, they tend to spend more. So we don't need to be concerned about the economy. More free time, more money spent. Well, the same question to all of you, just for 1 minute, and I believe then we can finish the session and to give you some time for lunch break. Well, it requires to digest not only our food but also this. Things we learned, the things we've heard from you, practitioners, such strong experts. I would like to hear where to start if company wants to launch its AI department. There are people, there are processes, there is data. In your opinion, where such a campaign should start? With what? As Doletbek said, it's about starting of changing a mindset. It's changing thinking patterns. Without that, nothing is going to happen. Thank you. Well, I would advise to understand the technology deeper. AI agents, for example, what an AI agent can do and what it can't do. What are the horizons? We actually decided to rewrite an application and use vibe coding through AI agents, and we understood where is the horizon of this technology. It's not a panacea, it will not do everything for you, but now we better understand how to use it to be more efficient in performance. So, like it's learning by doing in some way. Well, I don't have anything to add with on top of what Vyacheslav said. Mine said Doletbek draw a very good picture of what is that. People will not be replaced by AI, but by other people who use AI. I cannot agree more. It's a changing mindset. So it means the will and actually being candid with yourself that it's happening and that it's here, and that's a key thing to start with. Well, I believe I will reiterate, other speakers completely agree with all the previous speakers. When we talk to our clients, well, very often they ask what shall I do to hire someone, to open a department. That's not a primary thing. The first thing is to change yourself, to dedicate time. Sometimes we are always in a rush, like running in this dead loop. It's about retraining yourself, dedicating time. You start with yourself, you start using these elements. It is about disrupting yourself. Or otherwise you won't be able to implement that. It's going to die in the organization with millions of elements. First of all, it is about disrupting yourself and then going and disrupting an organization. But it should be done in parallel, because people keep rushing, no time to sit for years and disrupt yourself. It's a huge challenge. It's underestimate. It's not hype. It's reality now. Therefore, my piece of advice, start with yourselves. Start thinking at least about using this technology. Spend some time, like dedicate hours within your business day to look at the elements. There are hundreds of them already. In our professions, many professions are already being disrupted. But if you do it late, it's better to start earlier rather than later. Well, good question to finish with. Welcome to our routine. Startups do not have any choice whether to disrupt or not. If big tech or big corporations, they have more options to hire a group of people to address some problems. We don't have such opportunities. We never think about disrupting or not. We go to sleep and we wake up with this thought. Yes, well, what to start with? Mindset. Of course, I agree with that. And in any corporation, in And it's about understanding for people who are there about these AI opportunities. And it's about chief officers, or it's about communicating these opportunities to everybody. And it's about looking at our portfolio from one perspective to another. Accounting office would spend 2 weeks at least with huge number of mistakes and everything. Now we use AI agents, and that happens in hours, very quickly. While here, I would agree with everybody. It's about the mindset. It should be a cross-cutting change at all levels. Thank you very much. Thank you, our distinguished speakers. Yes, that's the way we live.
Әлемді қазір өзгерте аласыз. Мысалы, көлікті бір күнде сатып алу, және оны жақын адамыңызға беру. Немесе жаңа пәтерге көшу. Мұнда әркімнің өз бөлмесі болады. Немесе өз ісіңізді ашу, және басқа адамдардың өмірін өзгерту. Freedom Bank. Өзгеретін уақыт келді. Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
You can change the world around you starting now. For example, buy a car in a day and give it to a close one. Or move into a new apartment where everyone will have their own room. Or start your own business and change other people's lives. Freedom Bank. Time to change.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, стейблкоиндер және цифрлық қаржының болашағы атты панельдік талқылау 1 минут ішінде басталады. Өтінеміз, орындарыңызға өтіңіздер. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion on stablecoins and the future of digital finance will begin in a minute. Please, take your seats. Дамы и господа, панельная дискуссия «Стейблкоины и будущее цифровых финансов» начнется через 1 минуту. Просим занять свои места.
раз. Дорогие гости, давайте присядем, чтобы мы могли начать свою...
Dear guests, please proceed to your seats. I would like to invite the panelists onto the stage. Dear guests of the Digital Bridge, let's take our seats so that we could start our panel session. A round of applause for our guests to signify that we are all ready. And I'll switch to English.
Bridge. This is one of the few panel sessions dedicated to the Web3. And it's an honor for me to have such a great lineup of speakers today. I think Talking 2049 would be jealous of this lineup. So thank you for having the stage with me. Great to see everyone in Kazakhstan. And welcome back to those who were there before, and welcome to those who are in first time in Kazakhstan. Today we will be diving into the stablecoins topic. So let's give a round of applause to our esteemed guests, and also let me know if you're interested in learning more about stablecoins. My name is Aydana Kaskarbeck, and I'm a CEO of Blockchain and AI Technology Center, and let me do the quick introductions for our esteemed guests. So it's Pavel Kristolubov, Chief Operating Officer of Top Wallet, Tamar, Head of Stablecoins in Solana Foundation, Kirill Hamyakov, Regional Head of Central and Eastern Europe, Central Asia and Africa in Binance, Mazurka Zeng, Chief Operating Officer of Bybit Global, and Gani Uzbekov, CEO of SilkPay. Stablecoins have gone from niche tool part to the global digital economy, pillar of the global digital economy today. So in Kazakhstan and Central Asia, beyond trading, what do you think that would be the real life use cases for stablecoins in a foreseen future? We will start from our guest Mazurka Zeng, and we can go further on.
Yeah, I think in Kazakhstan, I really look forward to it because currently we are also collaborating with a national QR code. I think the first step we can step into people's life directly with crypto. And for us, because we implemented a lot of products combined with crypto and people's daily life, like Bybit Card and Bybit Pay. Now it's already become a part of crypto holders' life. We spend crypto, we make investment, swap, enjoy the cash back. So I think it's very easy for us to, get used to this kind of model. Even for me, I travel a lot. I travel a lot all over the world. So I'm not just holding a traditional card. I always use my own card. I really love it.
Terrific, terrific. What do you think, Tamar? What could be the other use cases other than the cross-border trading for stablecoins?
I think for us, can you hear me? Okay. For us, I don't know if you guys heard, but literally 2-3 days ago,
Yeah, it's...
Слышно или не слышно?
Не слышно.
Не слышно?
It works, yeah.
No?
Чуть-чуть поближе.
Just sit a bit closer to the microphone.
Literally 2 days ago, with local players, including Interbix, including in collaboration with National Bank, we launched the first tenge-backed stablecoin. And I think what our main idea is with the stablecoin is to make sure that within the country, all kinds of payments, including B2B payments or small scale payments, are going through this stablecoin. And the first applications can start with cities like Almatau City, where you can have a very kind of measured sandbox-alike approach to things like stablecoin, where tourists can come in Astana and go to different places, including Almatau City, and be able to actually really use this stablecoin when they are coming to your country. And also, what Mazurka also mentioned, pretty much crypto card is a big application for the stablecoin as well. We actually launched the stablecoin in collaboration with MasterCard as well. So part of the idea was the attachment to the card of the stablecoin. And then, of course, we do think that the biggest application is cross-border for stablecoins, especially now we see a lot of interest towards USD stables with all US regulations. But I think next year we will see a lot more local stablecoins and FX trade between those. So I think we want to make sure that Kazakhstan is one of the key players in that cross-border payment side as well. So thank you for being so innovative with regards to stablecoins.
Thank you, Tamar. I think I can hear you from here, but I have a quick question for the audience. Can you hear us well? Is there any people, organizing committee, do you have other microphones to hold so we can pass through to the speakers? Because I'm not sure it's...
Maybe they can, but I couldn't.
One second.
Try this microphone.
All right.
Do you think this one is better? Here we go.
Can you hear us better now? Nice, nice. So you should give me a round of applause. I just solved this issue. So, all right, I'll be passing this mic to other speakers. So next is Kirill, right? So I have a specific question for Kirill. What role do stablecoins play in institutional crypto adoption today?
Is it on? Can you hear me good? Shall I speak in English or Russian?
Well, we were instructed to speak in English.
So yeah, stablecoin is super important, especially here in Kazakhstan, right? Similarly to every country that protects the national currency, the USD-backed stablecoin is a big threat for any economy. And actually, the National Bank is being quite serious about it. So Kazakhstan is strictly against dollarization of the economy, right? And they want to continue making sure that the KZT remains the sole and the only payment method in Kazakhstan. So actually, National Bank is a super supportive of the KZT-backed stablecoins. I met the head of the central bank yesterday, and there already in the sandbox there is 3 stable coins. So one is KZTX, that's ours, that's issued on the BNB chain. Another one is Solana's, and the third is something else. But I'm sure there is going to be much more. And the National Bank is preparing a separate law for the stablecoin licensing, so the process is faster, quicker, more transparent, and support much more stablecoins. So I think it's great what's happening here with the stablecoins. Instead of preventing, blocking blockchain, actually regulator and the National Bank, they are enabling it and supporting this innovation. And there is going to be a huge competition in the stablecoin space. And we hope that every country will eventually have their own stablecoin, right? And there's going to be a good competition between the different stablecoins. And in these competitions, users win, so you guys win. So what's the use case and what's the business model for the stablecoin? It's very simple. It's very hard to compete with USDT, right? Because they have such a huge liquidity and they have whole world. So for the KZT stablecoins, most probably the Kazakhstan will be the limit. Maybe a little bit of the cross-border, but not too much. So the stablecoins has to create a value for you. And a couple of things, the most important one is yields, right? So this stablecoin need to share the profits, not only to the issuer of the stable coins, like in the Tether example, but the provider, the issuer, has to share the yields with you so that you are motivated to use this stable coin. Second of all is adoption. So it has to be listed on the biggest number of the exchanges and has to have the biggest number of the trading pairs, right? To be traded KZTX or whatever the name is, with BTC, Ethereum, BNB, etc., any coin. And the third one, it has to have the easy rails to buy and sell the stable coins through the banks. So these are, I think, the three key pillars for the stable coin success, and I'm sure we will see a lot of the great example of it in the Kazakhstan very soon.
Great, thank you so much. Do you have something to add, Pavel, on the stablecoin use cases? Or I have a specific question for you. What kind of UX barriers still stop people in this region from using stablecoins at scale? And how exactly wallets can tackle this issue?
Yeah, so the answer is pretty simple. Like today, with the advance of technology, there is almost nothing in the UX which stops user stablecoin adoption for the user base. Like the approach that we have in Telegram and Wallet is pretty simple. The payments is a very social thing, and we already have the interface which allows you to use stablecoins as easy as sending a message to a friend, to like your barber, to like anybody around, as long as they have their registrations within the ecosystem. And it's easy right now, and the complexities of the usage of stable coins have been pretty much hidden in the past couple of years by all the players in the space. So I would say the most important problem with the stablecoin adoption in the user interface is this small field which is called like commissions. And commissions is actually what Kirill just said about. This is infrastructure. How many players are actually working in this space? Who are the main liquidity providers? What are the rails, and what is the position of the regulator? And it's very important, like the position of the government here in Kazakhstan is very welcoming. We're working really closely to enable this thing, and working with the local stablecoin providers, finding the right partners is the thing that would enable a lot of like real life use cases. Because as we said, the use cases for stablecoins are kind of on many different levels. The wholesale, the cross-border payments, and the retail adoption is just coming. It's not the use case which is fully resolved yet. People are still to find the ways to use the blockchain rails for their kind of day-to-day transactions. It's not yet there, and we're working there for that kind of really hard. And infrastructure is really important, and the concerted play from the regulator, from the financial system, and from the exchanges and different players in the payment field is really important for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Gani, your project, SilkPay, is one of the like Kazakhstani origin project that is now scaling globally. And from your point of view, cross-border still is the biggest use case anyways. And it is huge in Central Asia, taking into account how Central Asia is located. And what is stopping stablecoins from replacing, for example, global trade infrastructures at the moment?
Could you please repeat the last question? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
The question.
What do you think stops stablecoins from replacing existing trading infrastructures?
Хорошо. Айдана, если вы позволите, давайте я на русском, да?
Aidana, if I may, I'd rather speak Russian. The audience, the entire audience is Russian speakers. I didn't hear the previous speakers, but I agree with what they said. Briefly, I will share my thoughts. We are a company that is registered in International Finance Center. We are licensed. Our second company is accredited with the National Bank. So the question is, can stable coin replace fiat transactions? It partially does it already in terms of payments by cardholders. But when we say that can traders accept stablecoins? That's more of a political issue in terms of the sovereign law of the state, because every for a government to allow traders to accept this payment, foreign currency first of all, and second of all, digital currency that works for some other blockchains where the government has zero control. I think it's the issue of time and issue of synchronization like SWIFT. Stablecoin is replacing, but it's only replacing one side of the issue on the part of cardholders. And we see a huge demand. We are the only one in the region who has partnership with Circle. Circle is a licensed American stablecoin issuer that has exclusive partnership with MasterCard that allows us to do direct transactions in USDC that saves us time, energy, and nerves and time.
Pretty much. So, to Mazurka now. Sorry for the technical inconveniences.
No worries.
Tamar, you lead stablecoins in Solana Foundation. So I have a little bit of a technical question. Why is Solana becoming such an attractive infrastructure platform for stablecoin emittents?
Yeah, I think if you think about the utility of stablecoins, being an infra which is very cheap, which is very fast, is really important. But even that is not enough anymore because you need to have also a very kind of wide ecosystem around your technology to be able to support different kinds of stablecoins and the use cases in your ecosystem. And I think over the course of the last 4 years, we have been slowly and surely building that up. And that is why I almost see it as like a single shared layer of liquidity, which is pretty much hosting all kinds of utilities on top of it. And if we are thinking about the future of money, I think this programmability and scalability is always the concepts that are relevant. And I think Solana is definitely able to provide that. I think also the more time it passes, people trust your tech more. So I think blockchains who have been out there in mainnet working and having a very global ecosystem and different founders, including in Kazakhstan, right, who are building on top of your infra, I think this battle-tested infra is really important as well for a lot of people. And there's one more perspective which is very important to keep in mind is also this regulatory side of things. I think our ecosystem has been very careful with making sure that in US or in any other different jurisdictions, we are able to come up with the features that regulators are looking for in terms of making sure that if you are an issuer, you can programmably on that level enable features that once the regulators look into your stablecoin, for example, they are able to say that, okay, because of those features, actually your stablecoin is able to comply with the existing regulations. So I think this specific concept really becomes more and more relevant, especially now when we see a lot of like statutory law coming in play in US and in many other jurisdictions, including Kazakhstan. So yeah, I think a lot of combination of things, but those are, I think, the main elements for Solana ecosystem to be very successful on the stablecoin side.
Thank you so much. So if you can, pass the microphone. So Mazurka, how do exchanges work on stablecoin liquidity and stability at this current strategy? I mean, at the current state of market?
Regarding stablecoin liquidity, I think it's a very interesting topic because currently we have a different type of stablecoin, and that's exactly happened on our EU side. Because once you can only limit it with a licensed stablecoin, that means the choices is limited. Basically, when we improve the liquidity of our licensed players, we almost need to work together with institutions, market makers, also with some of the big volume traders on it. In that case, contribute together to make the liquidity more comparable compared with other stablecoin. And on another side, I think lacking of is infrastructure support. Currently, I can see a lot of banking or financial institution actually started work on this. Why they enable this? I think on one side, they have license. On another side, they have existing business that they can empower the liquidity to the liquidity pool. In that case, I think liquidity is improving with like a professional players' involvement. On stability, from our side, we try to use a different way to support. On one hand, like a risk measure, trading risk measure, make sure that the stablecoin is not depegged. I mean, from our exchange-wise, that is also important because we need to make a commitment, be responsible for our clients. On another side, I think it's like a liquidity support. For some of the traders, actually they want to trade on it, they want to make sure that they get profits, it's not lose. So keep in adequate liquidity on the order book is very important for us. So we always make sure that we can achieve certain liquidity criteria based on our by be global or by be the compliance local side. I just implement this kind of case in different angles. And I think in the future, another interesting direction will be involved, that is payment. When payment involved, actually the traditional traders, when keep it on one side, on another side, a stable volume come from export, import, they will come. And combined with local currency liquidity, actually we can involve the traditional payment world to our central exchange, also combined with DeFi trading. Because once you want to keep the balance of liquidity, you need to find a balance in different relationship. In that case, I think it gradually makes the situation more interesting, like a regional situation.
I see. Thank you so much. I have a general question for all the speakers. It's one of the hottest topics in globally in terms of like CBDC, VC, stable coins. So Kazakhstan already piloted digital tenge. Will CBDCs compete with stable coins, or can they actually work together, and how?
That's my PhD topic, which was 360 pages long, and I'm not even joking, it's the actual topic that I wrote about. I think, to be honest, in my personal view, from the blockchain perspective, right, we are pretty much asset neutral, mechanism neutral. We just want to make sure that we are building the infra which can host different kinds of assets, and that's our focus. But now we do see a lot of governments, I think in US it's very clear, they are very much deciding against CBDC. They're actually working on the bill as well, which will like officially kind of forbid US from issuing CBDC. They consider it as an opportunity for the government to place their citizens in a very controlled environment, and they want to kind of avoid that. In the rest of the world, I see a lot of interesting conversations happening where a lot of governments are thinking, first of all, their first reaction is, let's launch a CBDC, right? And if you see the spectrum, I think on one side of it is CBDC, and on the other side is pretty much privately issued money by likes of Circle and Tether. So I think government wants to make sure that they have a lot more visibility and tools to adjust the new form of money to their own monetary policy and their own needs. But where the world is moving, I think, is pretty much what we see now, which is private issuers coming with their own stablecoins and being able to attach that to different kinds of financial products, and pretty much that becomes then the game of mechanisms and how they want to either distribute the yield to their users, or some of them actually, the biggest one of those right now who exist, decide not to actually share those benefits with their users. We'll see how it develops, but I think down the line we'll end up in an environment where probably both of them in some form will exist, and I think some kind of merger will happen in between where different currencies have the opportunities to kind of on and off ramp to each other, and it's more like global layer of liquidity which you can interact with different local currencies as well. Right now, interesting enough, we see that biggest stablecoins are USD backed. 99% of the stablecoins are USD backed right now. But I do think that maybe starting from next year, once the regulatory approaches in different countries in the world also keep up, we'll see a lot more this commercial stablecoin launches where private issuers are able to pretty much leverage their distribution channels and offer their users very interesting, unique yield opportunities based on their stablecoins.
Я тоже буду.
Well, I will also use Russian language as Gani did. So basically, we are doing that for our audience, and in the audience we have more Russian speakers. Conflict between CBDC. CBDC is a central bank digital currency. It's a stable coin issued by central bank, and they are regulated by the central bank compared to the private issuers and the exchanges. Well, whether there is a conflict or a support. First of all, I believe that there is no conflict at all. On the contrary, if more products are built on the blockchain, independently, whether it's central bank or if it's some kind of government services, commercial companies or independent issuers, that will bring more positive to the case of blockchain and Web3 ecosystem. Well, it's another use case, and it's really great. And by its idea, CBDC with stable coins and with any other cryptocurrency is not competing. It's a completely different topic on how quickly and how transparently distribute money, control citizens from the regulator's side. But it's very important to highlight, even though all central banks globally for the 3 times tried to implement some kind of pilots, tested CBDC, nobody was successful. And I think that the CBDC topic, if it's not already that, it was, I believe, born that. In the nearest future, it will be that. There is no risk of competing with CBDC. The 2 key challenges with CBDC are, first of all, the whole country infrastructure should be switching to CBDC in 1 day. It has to be digitalized regulator, digitalized all sales points in the whole country, and it's also digitalization of all the users, including grandmas, grandpas, and students. It's about opening their wallets, and from this wallet they should be paying and using that for using CBDC digitalized local currency. But this is not feasible. And all these pilots did not fly because of that, and I think in the future we are not going to discuss CBDC, but we will be very much discussing stable coins in local currencies as a feasible case as well. I will also add in Russian. From the perspective of the end user, the use of stable coins should be as boring as possible. Even the balance in tenge, what is in the engine, you know what is the balance, what banks keep money in. Those are the different tools, and a similar thing will happen. And it will be the working infrastructure, and in the engine there will be different types of stable coin, and it was currency in different options, stablecoins issued by central bank, how it will look like. We are all working on that collectively. The key thing is to make it more profitable for all the users. And for every grandma you have her own wallet, that's an issue we're trying to address together. It's ubiquitous technology that is the task we are currently tackling with. Well, all speakers already said everything. Let me ask you a separate question then. What do you think will be the key regulatory agenda, considering that in the sandbox of the National Bank we have 3 projects on stablecoins? What is the task we are foreseeing with the regulator? And since it's extensive governmental experience,
Do you think what kind of regulatory topics are going to emerge, seeing how the market is evolving right now?
Well, unfortunately, the chairman of central bank doesn't share what he's doing and he's planning. Но я честно не знаю.
well, I don't really think what the agenda is. It's a hot topic we need to promote. And as for the sandbox, this is a testing ground where we are testing different ideas. At the end, both regulator and the government would like to see very popular solution as USDC, USDT. We are one of the success factors. The local issuer of stablecoins can be certified by MasterCard, where the similar payments can be accepted as a payment organization. That will simplify this case on a big run. Well, we private stablecoins against government stablecoins. That's number one. Number two is that tenge has a lot of challenges. In fiat world, we are losing to USD as any other currency. In the digital, nothing will be actually happening because at the other end, the nature of the currency is very similar. Government will have a lot of challenges, even if stablecoin is in tenge, how to make it popular compared to other currencies. Of course, government has a lot of administrative resources where traders will be accepting, but we need to understand ESDT, why USDC, Venezuela, Turkey, with a high level of devaluation and inflation, people were trying to have some savings at least, and they had no access to banking services. In Kazakhstan, about 2-3 million people, due to different reasons, do not have access to banking services. And those are currently electronic money, and if it's KZT compared to USDT, USDT will win. The challenge and the task of our government and our state is that those are the big systematic reforms to make tenge popular. Digital tenge is just one of the forms. It does not change the nature and the letter of the internal economic relationships. Thank you very much. Well, to add this topic to this, stable coins is a challenge for regulators and for the market players.
The regulators, we need to make sure that KZT stablecoins will become popular in Mathis. So I want to, my last question to our esteemed question is, many here are founders, builders, and investors. So what opportunities do stablecoins open up for new ventures in Kazakhstan and Central Asia? And if you were launching a fintech startup today, since you're from the industry and you have a better and bigger picture, so if you would launch, what is one stablecoin use case would you bet on as a business model to make it popular?
Actually, I want to combine these two topics because you just mentioned about CBDC stablecoin, also about commercial implement. From my understanding, I'd like to describe in two aspects. The first one is like a CBDC or like a KZT Pact. This kind of project is more like government-led, central bank-led, this kind of project, and it more focus on adoption, local adoption rate. If that's the case, how to implement in different scenarios in your life or business scenarios, that's very important. But when we talk about stablecoin, usually it's about the liquidity issue because how you can encourage more users to use it on user base. Another one is how you can boost the volume and engage like professional institutions to use it. I don't think this kind of topics is conflict. And actually, we need to combine like life scenarios, also like business scenario together. What we are trying to build up for now, on one hand, we implement this kind of stablecoin, also localize the stablecoin, also CBDC project together in daily life, even combined with our products. It's easy to use and make your life easier. Also, we combine with like a cashback, this kind of program, make you feel like investment actually is not conflict with like a crypto holding, crypto investment. On another side, we also pay much attention to professional side, commercial side. Usually we will do it from liquidity building up or how to solve the real time, like a real world pain point, like a settlement risk. Let me give you an example. KZT and in Kazakhstan, actually very big opportunity is like import-export business. I know for a long time, this kind of big volume business stuck on the overseas conversion, overseas settlement, or cross-border money transferring on high fees or settlement risk. But now if we use the stablecoin, this kind of project combined together with a KZT-oriented stablecoin or whatever CBDC project, it's easier to make instant settlement that solve a lot of traditional settlement risk, and even though you don't need to buy like a high-cost insurance. That's very good for all the merchants. On another side, in Kazakhstan also we have opportunity like RWA, this kind of project. If we build up stablecoin with RWA, keep the liquidity, also keep the Omni-One solution for listing and trading investments, I think we can convert the traditional financial instrument on crypto exchange and make it two of the different customers or traders more convenient to trade. I think that's something we can really contribute for the financial system.
Thank you so much. I have a question. So Kirill has mentioned that Solana-backed stablecoin is in the sandbox now, and there's a project that supported by the Binance partners as well in the sandbox now. So how do you think the competition will evolve? Will be a competition for the users? What kind of user designs you're overseeing that? And you said there's a third project in the sandbox as well, and I've heard that there's another sandbox would be launching another batch of this, and we see that there's other stablecoins are applying there, local stablecoins. So we already find out that the dominance of the USDT is unbeatable, but we have several players soon. So how it will be? Will it be a bottom-out approach?
I think asset class stablecoins are interesting because they are the asset class that needs to be, for it to be successful, needs to be very much integrated in like distribution channels. I think one of the challenges for all those stablecoins that are issuing on different blockchains is actually not the tech behind it, because as some of the speakers mentioned, for the end user, it really doesn't matter on what blockchain you're building or what are the exact kind of technological features that are backing the stablecoin, but rather how accessible the stablecoin for them is. And on top of that, probably what do they get if they actually hold it. So I think some of the stablecoins that we see right now launching in our ecosystem, and this is probably relevant in the conversations that your regulatory authorities are having here, is this concept of whether the issuer is able to pass down the yield that they are generating from the reserve assets to the end user, or whether they are not. So on the Solana ecosystem, we see the emergence of the stablecoins which believe that actually you have to pass down to the users some of the yield portion. And that, of course, attracts a lot more interest for holding that stablecoin over the long period of time, because you also have an appreciation of the asset attached to it. I am not sure how that will evolve in Kazakhstan, if that would be allowed or not. But in any other ways, I think different issuers have different strategies to make sure that the distribution channels are as widely kind of covered as possible, and then what are the interesting add-on utility that they can pass down to the users. And those two will be kind of defining, I think, a lot of the winners on the asset issuer side.
Тот же вопрос.
Same question in Russian. Yes, I can. So it's a very good question, because indeed in Kazakhstan there is no place for many stable coins just due to the market capacity. Even for USD-backed stable coins, for them, no more than for 5 or 10, let's say, issuers, there is no space for that. And the second 5, under 1 billion total volume of issuance. Only those stable coins will survive that have some strategic advantages compared to others. With us in Binance, we have a historic advantage, because the biggest liquidity in the world globally is in Binance. 3/4 of all USDTs are found on Binance. The distribution channel for USDT, more than 75% is Binance, because we have the greatest number of users in the world. Therefore, number one for stablecoins is liquidity, and and how many exchanges it will be registered, and how many users will have access to that stablecoin. For example, we have a requirement that to open any pair, KZTX BTC, the minimum trade volume should be $400,000 a day in that pair, equivalent to that. If it's under, we do not open up those pairs, because there is a high risk of depegging. So in opening the pairs, market makers can help to fill the glass with liquidity, but the model is that users independently should have their use cases and sell that stable coin. So liquidity will be a priority, number one. And the second is the use case, what the users will be getting from that, what will be the utility, what number of pairs with that stable coin will be open to users.
So one about the use cases. So like anyone who can figure out right now the easy and compliant way for the businesses like small and medium size to accept stablecoin payments, just figure it out, come to us, we'll find a way for the partnerships and, creating that thing, creating the distribution for you. And second thing about the stable coins, I think that's like, it's a typical network effect economy for stable coins. The winner takes it all, and the use cases are important. One use case here, which we're talking about, the support of trading. So like, get into the proper pairs, get on the proper exchanges, this is one. And another one is, will we have enabled the real life usage of blockchain-based currencies in the world? And this is, I think this is the play for not for the immediate but for the next 3 to 5 years, along with the evolving regulatory landscape in this country and in other countries of the world.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, I want to use this opportunity and express my sincere gratitude to Bybit, because basically thanks to Bybit partnership, we get international exposure. Thank you to Grigory, who helped us, and we actually learned a lot. And that kind of, as a first client, usually joke as a first night. You will never forget that. So Bybit is our first client, and I just wanted to use this opportunity, and then thanks to Binance, Bybit team. As for the use case, I think the most, I would say, popular case right now is P2P. Because basically it's one thing when you say transfer like crypto assets versus vis-a-vis to stablecoin, and what we see actually it's great dynamics and actually exponential growth where people actually transfer stablecoin among each other. And of course the next challenge is how to provide so-called off-ramp services where people can use that stablecoin in order to pay for coffee. And as for our plan, actually, we, within maybe a couple of months, will introduce so-called non-custodial Web3 cards. And actually, I think we'll be the first one who we will allow people to top up in USDC and then have direct settlement with MasterCard in USDC. So basically, companies like us who will not do any custodial services and we will not do any exchange conversion. So in this case, actually, like in terms of fee level, we believe that we will provide maybe like more competitive services as compared with ordinary traditional players.
Thank you. As a wrap-up for this panel session, I would like to express my gratitude for all the speakers, and as a closing remark for stablecoins, as a bystander for the industry. We are not a wallet, or we are not the crypto exchange or layer 1 platform. We help to people know more about Web3 and AI, and from this standpoint of view, I know that this industry of Web3 is very aventuristic. We all start from a very hot topics. We just go into this dark cave with a very small source of light and explore. And another thing that Web3 has that I believe AI does not is the community power. So we believe that this hot topics that starting from NFT and now we come to stable coins, it all starts with curiosity. It all starts with this community pumping this topic up, and then the industry players trying to figure that out on the flight. So, and I wish a great luck to all the industry players in this topic to figure out this game, and make sure you bet on the community, because community is the one who will help you to make sure that the stable coins is not gonna limit itself to USDT or USDC only, and local market will have the opportunity to get the dominance of the local stable coins and actually expand the crypto adoption further. Thank you so much. Family photo?
Yes, let's do it. Worried about the microphone?
Один, два, три. Раз, два. Эй. Один, два. Один, два.
Yo, you want to see something cool? No?
Раз,
well, I'm
два.
gonna do it anyway.
Один, два.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, Яндекс ұйымдастырған бизнесті дамыту құралдары Big Tech-тің жасанды интеллектте көзқарасы атты панельдік талқылау 1 минуттан кейін басталады. Өтінеміз, орындарыңызға өтіңіздер. Ladies and gentlemen, the Yandex panel discussion toolset for business growth, Big Tech's take on AI adoption will begin in a minute. Please, take your seats. Дамы и господа, панельная дискуссия Яндекса «Инструменты роста бизнеса, как Big Tech видит применение ИИ» начнется через 1 минуту. Просим занять свои места.
Раз. Да, отлично. Коллеги, всем добрый день. Давайте поаплодируем, чтобы мы понимали, что...
Colleagues, a round of applause, please, to show that we are all awake and alert. My name is Sergey Sorokin. I'm responsible for Yandex Cloud development in Kazakhstan. We're one of the companies that transforms local businesses. We provide all the services, technologies of AI. Allow me to introduce the participants of today's discussion from left to right. Alexander Barishevich, ML and AI business, Yandex business development, Alexander Skipina Sanchez, Yandex CBDO CIS, and Alexander Nakorny, CDPO Kalosa Group, and Kairat Aitbayev, Chief Data Officer, Globe Force Capital. We're quite a diverse crowd. I would like to set the framework first of all and share my personal opinion. I think that generative AI is at the turning point of its use by big corporations and big businesses. Some may remember the Gartner curve. It's called hype side, where there is the productivity plateau, the failure and dissatisfaction. If you look at AI that started with machine learning, big data, computer vision, now we know the point of each of those services, where they are on that curve. Speaking about generative AI, I think it's in the position. It's everywhere and nowhere, not in one single place at the time. So everybody wants to earn with it, but something prevents us. In June this year, I read another study by McKinsey that was devoted to stand-up story of increasing the efficiency of AI agents, and I think McKinsey is one of the beneficiaries of all this hype. I wouldn't be surprised if they generate all of the GPT reports. But there was one chapter in that report that was entitled "Generative AI is everywhere today except for P&A companies." That resonated with me because in a year after communication with 200 plus companies, we see the same picture. We have it, but what its influence and implications and how to evaluate it, it's very difficult. So it was said that more than 80% of interviewed companies do not acknowledge that their initiatives today do not make a significant impact on the company's revenues. And only 1% of those companies generate some profit generated by AI. And we would like to discuss this problem from different perspectives. I think all of our speakers are very diverse. We have representative vendors, product owners, data owners. We would like to see where are the white spots, those blind spots, and what we can do about it. I would like to start a discussion with trends. I'm less interested in international trends. Everybody talks about them. I would like to understand what's happening here in Kazakhstan and Central Asia. Alexander Borishevich, first question to you. How do you see the situation locally in Kazakhstan? What are the requests that you receive from what companies, from what sectors and industries? Do they have some high expectations? Why are they formed? Thank you, Sergey. I'm happy to greet all of you here. First of all, I would like to thank the audience and everyone here. It's a great honor for me to be present at this stage and talk about AI with you. Answering your question, what's happening now in Kazakhstan and Central Asian region at large, I would add a little bit I would add a bit of the global context to understand the picture fully. It's not a secret for anyone here that AI and its introduction into business processes is on the rise. The market is becoming more and more competitive, and in essence, each company tries to achieve two things: to minimize its costs, and second, to improve its efficiency. And in this regard, AI as a tool helps us very much. Kazakhstan, as a driving engine in Central Asia in terms of digitalization, is not behind the global trends. Businesses are actively using and introducing AI in their operations. I would like to highlight two relevant cases that are most commonly seen here from the perspective of AI introduction. The first case will concern cost minimization, and the second will concern revenue optimization. Let's imagine an average or medium or large company from finance or telecom or insurance company or retail companies. Practically all of them have contact centers, call centers. Those call centers statistically up to 80% loaded with repetitive routine requests that one after another overburden the employees. And we use the help of chat and voice assistants that are AI trained, and they trained on the basis of the company documents. They provide answers without mistakes to all of the questions. Previously, we used the algorithms of pre-recorded scenarios, and robots could fail to understand humans. Now, they learn to recognize the context, and surprisingly, they can even show empathy to people. They can express emotions. It's striking. Moreover, the voice of robots is comparable to the human voice. I myself test those solutions personally myself, and I don't understand whether I speak to a human or a robot. As a result of this introduction, we see the freeing the resources of our valuable contact centers employees for more complex and non-trivial cases that require human interface. And on the basis of Morgan Stanley latest data, it can save us up to 30% of the cost of having call centers. The second case that I would like to highlight is about increased efficiency. Let's imagine again some trading company, telecom company, or a banking office. Each of those has employees, salespeople, whose KPI is promotion and sales of the company's products. And businesses have a question: how can they effectively influence the sales by their employees? To understand, are they empathic enough? Are they polite enough? Do they offer the company's products enough or not? In this situation, again, AI comes to the rescue. It's enough to analyze the incoming communications from our employees, and AI helps us do that. To do the evaluation, we can analyze more than 1,000 various communications. We can identify the speech patterns of our employees, identify the best and the worst practices. At the same time, we can efficiently influence them, highlighting our growth points for us and identifying inefficiencies. The effect of such introduction will be will vary on case-by-case basis, but even a certain percent of growth will be beneficial for our company. So that's all I wanted to say about this. One clarifying question regarding two cases that you described. In your opinion, is this a story more about enterprise businesses? Because I heard that this in enterprise story you can actually do the evaluation, but for regular businesses, how applicable is that? This story applies to medium-sized businesses for sure. We have quite a lot of cases relating to medium-sized businesses and small businesses. And it's applicable in exceptional cases. It all depends on the economic benefit of introduction. If we, for example, evaluate the speech analyst where we want to improve the efficiency of our employees, it's enough to have an employee of quality control that can highlight. That's the story for this medium and large businesses.
Well, going to Alexander, as far as I know, in Yandex we have a retail sec. I myself learned just recently. It was news for me. I hope you can share more details. And as far as I know, retail sector is actually going as an integrator business, machine learning, AI, and not only. And here I would like to ask and to discuss why companies are coming and why do they want this out-of-box solutions? Why are they not taking open source products which are very available and don't do their own products? Can you please share? Sergey, thank you very much for this question. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be in the company of thinking people, people who are interested in AI. I will start a little bit from the background. We have led of a school in Moscow, and it's top 10 international schools in terms of the ranking in IB. Why is that happening? It's not only because of the exclusive academic program, but also because this school takes the most talented brains from the whole country and able to absorb this academic program. And when we are speaking about this selection and choice between your in-house solution and going to a strong player, well, I believe the choice is obvious here. And now we have a fight for talents. And if we look at Central study, 50% of the current demand on data scientists and the smartest guy who can implement AI, write AI strategies. Unfortunately, this demand is still there. 50% is available. The rest 50%, we are to get them. We are to find them. And this is a growing trend because the speed of implementation of technology should be very quick. It has to be happen faster, and companies are optimizing their processes. And therefore, if we are speaking about the structuring data, about strategy, because data for AI is the fuel for the ship, for the whole ship. And unfortunately, without data, models will not be working and efficient. Companies should be actually fighting for these talents, attracting specialists. I work, it's my 11th year in Yandex, and for this 11 years I am seeing the same picture. I'm among young, brilliant people who are creating advanced technology and projects. It's not only about data science engineers, machine learning engineers, it's also about PMs, analysts, all these people and guys who are actually creating this technology. If it's about comprehensively about the value of the existing solutions for majority of the companies, it probably is about speed, time to market. When we are speaking about in-house, it means that we are losing time. We need more time, and infrastructure is needed. And if it's about the SaaS approach, it has advantage of testing hypothesis faster. And this is one of the aspects. Another, it's about tested algorithms with big companies. They have a lot of process data, good practices, and that can be used. That can be found with us, especially about the retail tech. Specifically about that, our platform is built on a KA-AI algorithm because it brings some efficiency for retailers. It's not only about online platforms, it's also about offline. Today at our booth, you can see how computer vision technology operates, and this technology already has proven impact. We conducted different experiments. This is also control using the cameras of the products on the shelf. It's also about how well it's merchandised, and it is affecting profit. And this technology can be good not only for retail, it's also about agro industry. It can be used in oil and gas sector and in heavy industry and so on and so forth. It's not only about retail tech. And we are seeing more companies approaching us interested in implementing this technology. And of course, we start with phase one. It's consulting. We look how their processes look like. We build hypotheses. We help them to collect data. And then we start testing this hypothesis. I hope I answered your question. Yes, sure. Thank you very much. Well, yes, probably we continue the story about the data. We can now move to our next speaker, Kairat. You probably has a huge experience in your work with data. Yes, of course, there is opinion that many companies are facing huge problems with the data. We also see the story with the data platforms. Those are the key projects in order to bring everything into shape. We would like to learn more about your experience. How often do you face a situation where there were problems with data? What are the steps companies should take in order to prepare data for the AI? What can be done to adjust quicker and to go into the better future with generative AI? Thank you very much for the question. Well, my name is Kairat. Let me introduce myself again. I represent company Bloggers Capital. In this capital, I am responsible for the data. I also have experience of working with data in other companies as well. Thank you very much for inviting. It's great to see so many familiar faces between yourselves. Well, not to move away from Alexander's examples, in terms of the support services, well, it should be probably diversified between data, because we are all used to collecting popular data, but actually those are more hourly data. Again, about the call centers, that might be data related to the speed of response, processing time, CSI. But now it is the era of AI, and we need text data. It's based on the conversation. AI are the big linguistic models. An example about my own companies where we were launching a support service 3 years ago with the first versions of GPT coming to the market. And we were collecting types of inquiries from the clients. We can aggregate. We were making. It is about AI in our case. It's also about what is being performing well, what is not. And then it's not only about 5%, but also about 10% later. And guys put the front line to the AI completely. Just to comment what should be done, it's about new format of data, text data. And this is about the call center, and it is about the conversation recordings. And at the initial phases, it's about adjusting data to AI, because it is about collecting data, and it might not be proper collection. It would be, like such a loss if you have been doing that for a year and then you need to reiterate that collection again. If it's about new legislation in Kazakhstan on AI, which was launched recently, it does not have anything like peculiar. Be responsible, protect your infrastructure, store your data responsibly, and it's about the law. It is about not managing human behavior with AI using psychology and emotions. Be careful with that. So probably it's no longer will be it will no longer will be possible to use very friendly and very interesting AI assistants with attractive voices. Well, thank you very much, Alexander Nagorny. Kolesa Group is a great company, one of the biggest product companies. I very often use Krysha.kz. I hope that Almaty prices for rent will be going down. It's not happening, and just to mention that about the not product, but the strategy in products in the Kolesa. What are you particularly focusing on in terms of AI functionality? About that it gives an impact for your clients, for your company, and what are the blocks you are facing? Well, thank you very much for your question. I believe that everybody who is present here at least once used the Kolesa KZ, Krysha KZ products. This is a products helping you with your real estate operation, selling or buying. And if it is about maximum simplification of the user experience and improving it. AI is not always a chatbot, which actually is as ChatGPT, where you send you prompts and it gives you responses. AI is used everywhere. If you want to find an apartment, you need to know what prices to expect. And this is very deep analytics. In Krysha KZ, we have a service for the real estate assessment and evaluation. That's done by AI. We actually provide recommendations to our clients how much that might cost to rent an apartment or to buy an apartment or to sell an apartment. Previously, it took hours if you want to publish an advertisement about selling your apartment, actually to get that in the application. That took hours. Now it's just 15 seconds. This is a service one. We implement AI from 2018, from 2017, we started aggregating data. From 2018, we are implementing AI. People are using our AI without even noticing it, without even thinking about it. And this is a good flow about selling a car or buying an apartment of your dreams in minutes and finding it in minutes. We are helping our clients with the AI assistance to actually assist them with their demands and needs. I would build an AI for it to help the client as fast as possible, as efficiently as possible, and to give the added value which is in need. And currently, the situation is that AI is overestimated at the short run and underestimated in the long run. And from this perspective, it would be great to have online consultants everywhere for ChatGPT to provide consultations, to have robots everywhere. But when you buy an apartment, you don't want to buy this apartment from a robot. You want to buy it from a human being. You want to shake hands. You would like to give, like some kind of a small gift to previous owners. But human relationship, they're still here. It's not about implementing AI everywhere. If AI can help you to find the apartment of your dream, this AI will be in our product. Well, very inspiring story. Thank you very much, Alex. Well, AI is a co-pilot of an employee. Whether you are a lawyer or if you're in finance or in sales, it's about making a choice on a website, how search engine works when you're trying to find your meal at Yandex Еда, Yandex Food. And such engines are also using AI for simplicity, for better speed. The thing is not to be afraid. And at the same time, it's also about using it where business should be aspiring to the best impact and effect. Therefore, the sphere of the use of AI, that is a task number one within the companies, with the employees who are responsible for the performance and efficiency. Well, thank you very much for your comment. Well, before we go to general questions, Alexandra, I have a question. In terms of the recruitment, when you recruit product owners, analytics, and do you test their AI skills? Or probably you're already filtering all the candidates if they don't use AI or lovable, I don't know. Well, I used to be a designer. And I remember an era where all the website designs were done in Photoshop. People were looking for the expert who can use Photoshop, and then it was Sketch, and then it was about retraining, and then Figma. It was about retraining, and I believe that using AI today is the same tool as Photoshop, as Sketch, as Figma now. And that people can use it. That's very difficult to test it actually. How well are you with ChatGPT? Whether you use it or you don't. Probably everybody in IT uses ChatGPT. Well, from this perspective, we always give people a chance and a total flexibility in use of AI. If you are a developer, if you're in the team and you can actually speed the process up of using Cloud or Vault, or if you can increase your performance, well, please do use all these tools. We have some external services. We do not allow these services to get access to the personal data of our users, because that's not ethical. But if, for example, you can use design tools to improve your screen, why not? Use generative AI to generate such a picture. If you need assistance with the code, use Copilot and GitHub. If you are product manager, you can use AI as a brainstorming tool. For example, I develop GPTs for my guys. I have GPTs for strategy, or even cleaning my calendar, for training, even to smartly put our thoughts. We develop such GPTs, we share it with our guys, and with that they know how to use AI to increase their performance. And using such tools, we can increase quality of work for every employee, increase his or her efficiency, or their efficiency. In Silicon Valley, they are increasing their performance 10 times per one developer. Well, but I believe that I am responsible for the product managers who use AI. They gain grades quicker. Time to release time is also being shortened, and they have more consistency in their work. In this regard, AI is an important skill. well, it's not really clear yet how to test it and how to check the skills. But when this is being used and used efficiently, you will actually see that the person is using AI. Well, Alexandra, I believe we can also start with you, and then we can go to our next speaker. Measuring success from all the AI initiatives, how is that built? What are the KPIs, conversion, people months or people hours saved? Well, since we do not have centralized system of management using our, we're not measuring how our employees are using AI, but we're not trying to get into that, but we have basic KPIs. Number of tasks performed by our employee within a week. And with such basic KPIs, that's how we measure. If we look from the perspective of the client journey, well, we have CSI, customer satisfaction index, how much our clients are satisfied with our product, and that's we measure all the features. And when we see that people come across such products which are AI-based, when your ad is published in 15 seconds, it's wow effect. Well, if you look in terms of the other business indicators, well, those are the funnels. If you got some kind of selection as per your indicators, well, the higher conversion of the clients who got some notification from AI-based selection for some products. It's also about the chatbots, about the satisfaction of people. And one of such moments, we look at the customer effort score, how difficult it was to achieve a specific result. And CIS is showing how difficult it was to go through the process of evaluating the apartment. Before, it took something like 10 hours in the product in order to run the market analytics. Now it is done instantaneously.
And we also try not to overpay. We will not invest into data center $5,000 million just to create generative AI, because we understand we can go to vendors and use them. Economically, we count everything. We count the money. I would add to two questions speaking about at interviews, checking the knowledge of AI. For me, since I hire tech people, for me it's a big criterion, because AI speeds up the work and the quality of work. I stopped leading, I'm only using iPodding. So, and for me, it's very important for the employee to deliver the result. But there is the reverse side of the coin. There's the flip side of the coin. For employee, it's important that the employer is in the trend and the quality of questions that the employer asks about AI and AI developments. It also sets the trend in HR and other areas. Speaking about introduction of AI into products, sometimes it becomes absurd when AI is used for the sake of AI. Instead of improving the processes, it complicates them. I had such cases in my practice. So here we need to start from businesses and business metrics. We need to build a two-layer matrix of metrics. The top layer is businesses, conversion, retention, standard business metrics, and the second layer is the parameters of the quality of work of AI itself. If we talk about machine learning, in the past it was precision or F-score, but for LLMs, those metrics are different. Those are, for example, the errors in word definition. So these metrics needs to be studied. This is a milestone for developers to estimate the quality of AI work. I would like to say that AI is helping us incredibly, and I'm pleased that employees started to use it very actively. And it's not only about the developers. There is a bottleneck when you have a huge number of projects launching at the same time and you need to speed up the development. In such situations, AI helps a lot. Not 8x, but 2-3-fold for sure. You can achieve that result. It works pretty well in project management. A simple story, I can name 3 top instruments that we use every day now. Those are Fireflies, deciphering Zoom calls or any other Zoom calls when you, for example, have a CASDEV meeting. After that, it's very important to send the minutes of what you discussed and minutes for the work with partners. We spent a huge amount of time for that, to analyze, to hear out the entire call and identify the milestones. Now it's done in seconds. AI analyzes the meeting, extracts the important milestones, and you only need to share this information with all the participants. The second story is the Neuro Expert of Yandex. We are creating our own internal Wikipedia of projects. In essence, it's a database, it's a knowledge base of all projects that we have, and in split seconds we can obtain information on any project. If, for example, I need to know what's happening in Kazakhstan right now, what projects we have, what deals we are working on, and our Neuro Expert in split seconds, based on my prompt, provides all of the information with links to CRM systems, as an example. And GPT, a standard GPT story. Who didn't prepare presentations with the help of GPT? I think everyone did. Everyone used, and everyone uses this instrument on daily basis. Even when I prepared for today's panel session, I obviously used GPT to analyze the new law that was published in Kazakhstan in September. So AI is in our life for good. Remember when internet just appeared, that was the point. Now is the breakthrough point again. We will see where it takes us, but I'm sure it will be more intense, much better. We can't even imagine how internet and interaction and interface with products will change. Well, I will concur with the previous speakers in this issue. What I would like to point out, first of all, we need to understand that AI is a tool in the hands of a person, and it can help increase the efficiency. But any efficiency gain has to be justified and founded. If we are considering the introduction cases and those KPIs that we look at to do the evaluation of efficiency, I think here project scenario works best when in pre-pilot stage with businesses we work out a hypothesis and identify the metrics that we want to look at, and on the basis of A/B test we do measurements prior and post introduction. We evaluate the metrics. If the result is positive and efficient, then application makes sense. Then we can implement this project and use it efficiently. Separately, I would like to add a moment that on the use of AI at the user level, many colleagues cited several Yandex products on the basis of which they automate their own processes. I would also like to highlight one of the cases. The global trend is currently towards AI agents that target certain objectives and problems. So on the basis of our platform, I created AI agent which helps to do the testing in math. So we teach neurons on the basis of 7th grade math book. We give the basic assignment or prompt what it has to ask. As a result, we receive an individual tutor with individual lesson per student. It's one of the scenarios, and there are multiple scenarios. These agents are everywhere. I think this area could be quite interesting from the perspective of automation of all of our processes. Thank you. Moving on to the next question, I would like to discuss the topic of what is AI introduction for each and every one of you, because obviously AI is LLM, France, that's the top of the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg. But what is under the water? What is hiding under the water? So what those are processes around people, because in practice we see that people come to us and tell us, give us AI, but there is very limited understanding of what the client wishes to have. And we have to explain to the customers that this is not AI, you don't need AI, you need a big statistical model, you don't need to introduce any LLM. And it's a painful process to the customers, because they need to, but based on some legislation, they have to introduce some LLM, which they do not need, in fact. So how do you see the situation? Share your vision. I think it's not a rocket science, and I'm not gonna open up some special feature. AI is, first of all, infrastructure. It's a mass of GPUs that use computing capacities to create the magic in form of text, presentations, agents, etc. It's a huge investment into the computing capacities. The second thing, as I already highlighted earlier, it's about investments and email DevOps teams that stand behind these solutions. That is why one of the global trends is to transition to the platform-based solutions. Those are solutions on the basis of some platforms from hyperscalers known to everyone. Let's not name them here, but the idea is that a person or a company wants to achieve simplicity. They want to touch the output right now. The market is developing very rapidly, and each company cannot invest into all GPUs and to test hypotheses. And in this way, cloud-based GPT infrastructure and cloud-based AI tools lower the barrier to enter, the entrance barrier for people to check their hypotheses. I think AI is looking in that direction, and the latest trends and the research proves it. It's very difficult to add to what you just said. I agree fully with on all counts. I think creating your own platform is like building a spaceship that needs to deliver you to the neighboring city. Why do it if you can use the existing shuttle that will bring you to the point where you need to be faster, safer, and efficiently? I think this is an answer to the question whether platform is everything for us. So yes, with this platform you can build whatever you wish by attracting specialists, experts, attracting people like us, or independently. Let us add a little bit of spice into our discussion. I might agree with my colleagues in some regard. Yandex colleagues are thinking from the platform mindset. I think with Alexander we need to share mindsets. For me, AI introduction is first of all about changing the thinking of people, changing people's approaches to processes. Earlier, we were expedited and pushed by Microsoft Office, by Word, Excel, PowerPoint. In resume, people used to write, I have the skills of using Microsoft Office package. Now, teaching personnel working in marketing, programming, sales, teaching them what is AI about, how they can improve their work and efficiency with AI. I think this is the integration into infrastructure using open LLM and setting the IPs or billings of corporate chat GPT. But first of all, it's about the mindset change and management change. The culture, AI first, could be launched as it was mobile first in the past. If people are taught and if people if you show people what AI is, they will integrate themselves into their work, because a person in his or her position understands better how to use, what AI to use to be as efficient as possible. I will support that. For me, AI introduction is about leadership goal. AI in your company will be implemented in your company to the extent that it is in the brain, is on the mind of your company's leadership. If it is in the head of your company's leadership, it will be promoted. But even people at the entrance, like the security people, they will also be introducing AI. Maybe it's not right. Here, what matters is the common sense and leadership approach. If the leader understands that AI is an instrument to improve the client pathway, the leaders will introduce AI to improve client experience, and the entire company will copy that. If the leader believes that AI is a way to increase the company's profit, then the entire company will be crazy about earning using AI. And there is no correct answer. What's the red button that will make everything good? You can ask the question to ChatGPT, how to introduce, do I have the AI of my brain or not yet? And from this perspective, only the leadership, only the CEOs will determine how everything will evolve. Because even the most wonderful initiative designed to the best, but coming bottom up, if it's not bought in by leadership, the initiative will be lost. It's the matter of leadership. If a leader decided to introduce AI, it will be introduced. The issue of the technology, platforms and non-platforms, when we only started thinking about, imagine, moderation of advertisements, for example, we have thousands ads per day, photos, is there a person or not? In the text, people were writing obscene words, etc., etc. So back in 2017, we understood that for a human, this work is terrible. We need to optimize it. We found vendors somewhere in Malaysia, in that region. We found people for half a year. They worked with us, but they couldn't create auto moderation on the base of AI that we needed. But I think ChatGPT will not handle this work better than us, because our expertise in checking advertisements is much higher. And after this technology was introduced, those moderators retained their jobs, because it's the human in the loop approach. Because we have people who train AI, who remain there. So in the past, you looked at ads and checked for obscene language. Now you check and train AI, and no other vendor will be able to do that for us better than us. So helping our clients, if a client, let's say, is facing a problem that his ad was deleted, so here we maybe can take a set of rules, we can take the history of that ad and feed it into some GPT model that on the base of analysis will give you the result. And we don't have to spend millions and billions on developing infrastructure and creating our own LLM models. From this perspective, it's like a shovel. With shovel, you can either dig or hit the nails, but it's not very efficient. So if AI is considered as a tool, is viewed as a tool, each model will have its sense. Therefore, if you are the best in something, if you're a bank, then your scoring will be the best for you. It makes no sense to go to the vendors, for some vendors to supply the scoring to you. It's most likely you will be using your own data, you will be teaching AI yourself. If, for example, face recognition in car title, for example, people go to National Bank, take data and recognize that person, and in essence, you save on the development of such product. So that's my vision. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 more minutes left. I had more difficult questions. I have some brief questions. I visited some of the plenary sessions yesterday, and one idea they discussed. So we introduced AI in our department, and we freed 30% of the time. Now we want employees to be creative and do something for the company. But I think it's important to understand that the line worker will not be doing anything creative in the company. They would just wish to go home early. So 30 seconds for each of you. You own a huge IT company. You have the department of 100 people. You cut their time requirement by 30%. What will you do? Will you give additional rest day, or what would you do? Or will you give additional tasks to those employees? What would you do? Or let them go home early? Thank you, Serежа. Very interesting question. In fact, the freeing up the time of employees is a positive factor that can, I think, in general, can positively influence the atmosphere in the company. The businesses, every business doesn't have the objective to load the person with work morning till night. No, at that time, workers can do something creative or what they like more. I wouldn't be limiting people too much, and I wouldn't try to use that time to burden the employee more. If something needs attention, then the employee would work that himself. AI is about automation, increased productivity and efficiency, so that people could enjoy and live the joyful life. Why not?
Correctly understood your question. It's about how to efficiently spend time which is currently available for our employees with automation and AI. Our hope and our aspiration is to make it less routine for our employees, to exclude any paper processes. Well, very often this is the case. It looks like we're living in 2025. We have big, modern, amazing companies, but when we go deep into the processes, we see that people spend a lot of money on paperwork. Still, pipeline is not moving, huge amount of tasks, no way of reaching target profits. Whatever can optimize your process should be done. How to actually use this time which is currently available to put more tasks, more challenging tasks, redirect them towards different projects, increase your funnel and everything like that. That's how to stop doing things which can be delegated to AI or just automation or the built analytics. It's about improving yourselves and about building your own capacity. Yes, very briefly. Well. To fire everybody, no, it's just a joke. Not firing anybody, it's about scaling up in businesses, and scaling is about people. If we will be replacing routine work with AI, we will be redistributing people. Front line will be covered by AI, but second and third line will be people, and we can scale up, keeping only the most talented employees. Well, as I see it, it's about motivation of your team. In my team, I actually a strong believer that when my guys have some free time, they will be deeper thinker. They will be improving product and making more benefits for our clients. And if it's about programming 30% more efficiently, that's probably that we have 30% more value to our clients. That's great. Thank you very much, everybody. And with that, we are finishing our session.
the land, from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology, no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Осында ғашық болып шабыттанады. Жаңа дәуір бастайды. Осы жерде өз түкпірің, жақын адамың бар, алғашқы қадам басқан жер. Осындай жерлер көп болғанын қалаймыз. Сондықтан біз үйлер, мектептер, ауруханалар, көпірлер, саябақ пен стадиондар саламыз. Бірге өсіп өркендеу үшін адам әлеуеті дамитын орта құрамыз. BI Group, жайлы өмір сүріп, дамуға арналған ортаңыз.
Машина сатып алатын уақыт келді ме? Eurasian Drive. Барлығы онлайн болатын жаңа буынның алғашқы автокредиті. Бастапқы есепке қоюды бастаймыз. Мемлекеттік нөмірлер мен техникалық паспорт жасалуда. Қызмет Қазақстан Республикасының бүкіл аумағындағы Allure ресми дилерлерінде қолжетімді.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, инновацияның іргетасы генеративті ұлт дәуірінде чиптен бастап роботтарға дейін атты панельдік талқылау 1 минуттан кейін басталады. Өтінеміз, орындарыңызды алыңыздар. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion, the hardware backbone of innovation, from chips to robots in a generative nation, will begin in 1 minute. Please, take your seats. Дамы и господа, Панельная дискуссия «Аппаратный каркас инновации. От чипов до роботов в эпоху генеративной нации» начнется через 1 минуту. Просим занять свои места.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, let's start our panel session. So very glad to have all of you here. Thank you for being with us. And I'm welcoming our dear panelists. The panel title of today's discussion will be the hardware backbone of innovation, from chips to robots in a generative nation. My name is Lezat Borankulova. I am the CEO and founder of Hantengri Innovation Hub in Shanghai. We're supporting the technology startups to scale up to the China market, and thus know very well the Chinese market and know our current status, how we will scale to China. And today we would like to talk more about the hardware part. Currently, all the discussions about the AI was around the software and AI, what kind of application is will be applied, and many other questions related to the software side. But not many people understand that the development of the innovation and the AI speed, in many cases, in most of the cases, depend on the hardware part. So today we're going to talk about the hardware, the role of the hardware in the innovation speed and its efficiency. So before going directly to the questions, I would like to provide our audience some statistics about the hardware, what's going on in the market, so you fully understand what type of the hardware we're talking about. And before that, let me introduce you our dear panelists. Our first panel speaker is Hawk Xu. He is the CTO and global supply chain of Lenovo and CEO of Li Science. Lenovo is a global technology company with a 70 billion USD revenue stream across three groups, which is the intelligence device group. It's PCs, tablets, and smartphones. Infrastructure solutions like the servers, storage, and edge to cloud, and the solutions as a service direction. While the Lishines is the Lenovo's global supply chain strategic empowerment platform that provides intelligence supply as a service stream. Irving Chen, he is the director of overseas market of Unitary Robotics. Unitary Robotics is a China-based legged robotics leader building quadruped robots, simply saying the robodogs, and humanoids with up to 140 million revenue stream that currently under the process of preparation for the IPO process. Next speaker is the Suzanne Lo. She's the overseas sales director of Deep Robotics. Deep Robotics is a China-based embodied AI robotics company which is founded in 2017 and focused on quadrupeds and an emerging humanoid platform for industrial inspection, utilities, emergency response, and infrastructure. Company just recently raised 70 million investments in Series B. And our last speaker is Yerlan Isimsiyedov. He's an executive director of Freedom Lifestyle Group of the Freedom Holding. Freedom Lifestyle is a consumer digital division in Kazakhstan, building an ecosystem of e-commerce and lifestyle services, including marketplaces, food and grocery delivery, and online booking of flights and events. You know them as a Freedom Travel or Arbuz. It also develops logistics innovations like Freedom X for drone delivery, integrated through the Freedom Super App. So today in our discussion, we have actually the hardware providers and the users of this hardware in their real-life applications. So let's start our discussion. And before, as I promised, I would like to drop some of the statistics about the hardware. And we know that according to the latest statistics, world has 11,800 data centers, with the US leading the charts. While the number of AI servers shipped reached 1.8 million units. And to meet the current computer power needs, the world needs to invest up to $7 trillion until 2030. Out of them, $5.2 trillion, it only goes to ensure the AI capacity. And as we're having the robotics companies among our speakers, I'd like to share that according to the International Federation of Robotics, there are 944 companies who actually produces the robots right now, and almost 200,000 professional service robots were sold. So this is their key statistics, and currently these robotics top 5 applications is within this service robots are the transportation and logistics, hospitality, agriculture, professional cleaning, search and rescue and security services. So this is the key statistics that you should know before we start the discussion in terms of the hardware and the robotics industries. So let's now go to the discussion of our topics about the challenges, about the opportunities that the hardware market offering to the world and to the Kazakhstan in particular. So I would like to start our discussion with Hawk. Hawk represents the Lenovo and the Lishines group of companies. So I would like to clarify what kind of changes does the Lenovo group take place in terms of the corporate strategy to incorporate these AI dynamics that happening right now all over the world.
Okay, thank you, Lazat. So maybe let me quickly share some of the, I think, background information about Lenovo and also the Lishines, and then I will quickly go to maybe the question you have asked. I think this is really a unique experience for me to join this, forum, because I think not only the people sitting in this hall, but also I think maybe the audience around is really making the environment very hot. So let me be very, very focused. So first, I think Lenovo, when I think check in the hotel last night, I see the people are using the computer for check-in. And I really feel honored and also proud they are using our product, Lenovo ThinkPad. So Lenovo is a Chinese company established by 1984. Right now it is this year is it is 41st anniversary. So Lenovo is around $57 billion Fortune 500 companies, and we are the leading provider in hardware, in infrastructure, and also in the digital solutions. With the past 41 years of growth, we start from a Chinese domestic company until we acquire IBM PCD, Motorola Mobility, and also IBM 60X as the server base. We are becoming the #1 PC provider in this market. What's more, entering to the 41st anniversary, which is from this year, we are entering to the 5th decade of this company's growth. We call it the AI decade. So we are committed to delivering, the technology for improving the human outcomes. Because right now the AI and also the technology is really hot, but we are not developing a technology, for the tech's sake. But we want to propose in delivering, the human-centered, technology and also innovation. So this is, about Lenovo. We have over 60,000 employees staying all over the world. We provide over 150 million units, hardwares and also PCs and also smart devices for our customers in 180 countries. And during the past 4 decades growth, Lenovo have defined 2 core competencies. One is definitely for the innovation, which I believe we'll discuss very soon. But I'm working in Lenovo Global Supply Chain for 25 years, so I'm staying in these areas. So the second core competency for Lenovo, it is really the global supply chain. Lenovo Global Supply Chain is recognized globally as the #8 supply chain for all the companies in this world. So Gartner has ranking all the companies with over $10 billion income every year, with quantified and also non-quantified indicators. So Lenovo was ranked as #8 for 2025. And what's more, we are #1 in APAC. So you can see all these kind of famous companies actually are behind of Lenovo's. Why is that? Because Lenovo invests heavily in the digitalizations and also innovations. When I'm working as the CTO for Global Supply Chain, actually we invest over $200 million in the past 5 years, trying to improve the digitalization and bring the leading technology in global supply chain scenarios. I will introduce that in later. And Loshan's actually have the footprint in all of the nations for APAC, Europe, and also American and also Latin American. Besides, we provide the one-stop solutions, for smart supply chain, smart logistics, and also smart manufacturing. And I want to just use one single case to demonstrate, what are the difference for Lenovo, talking about the technology and also innovation. This is just one single case, we have done in Tianjin, which is in the central of China. We built the first net zero smart warehouse in Tianjin campus. We have embedded the leading technology for AI, for digital twins, for autonomous machines, and what's more, we bring a lot of recycling economy solutions, which are making our plant really use recycling and energies for this plant. There are a couple of the outcomes I will not emphasize. Then come to the questions that you have asked. We believe the future for AI rely on really 3 things: the computing, the data, and also the algorithm. So with Lenovo, we are really focusing on the computing because we provide over 150 million units for the smart devices and also infrastructures, which we believe will be the fundamental infrastructure for the AI and also technology, just like we did in Lenovo Global Supply Chains. Without this kind of infrastructures, how we conduct those kind of computing, how we really can transform the physical world to a digital world. So this is what we believe will bring the essential benefits to the customers and also to our industry. Okay.
Thank you, Hawk. you mentioned that you are mostly the hardware company, but taking into account all of these AI movements, do you consider to have the software as also the mainstream of your business, especially related to the AI, like the model as a service or the AI as a service things? So what's your point on that?
So definitely, for today's world, we want to bridge the physical with the digital. Definitely, I think the software is this bridge between that two worlds. But what Lenovo, actually, we are not, I think, software centralized, or maybe, I think, intensive companies. We are trying to customize the software, which will be, I think, more tailored to our business scenarios. For example, like the global logistics, global manufacturing, and also maybe the solutions based on different, I think, industry. For example, like the agriculture, the smart city, and also maybe the smart energy. So this is, what we have done. We invest on the agent. We invest on the digital twins. We invest on the, I think, the applications to control the devices and, really to make our performance even better. This is, I think, the positioning, value propositioning for Lenovo and also for the shares.
Okay, so when we were visiting your headquarters in Beijing, we noticed that there is also some initiatives regarding the robotics. So robodogs, some other coffee machine doing machine arms, etc. So how serious are you about entering the robotics industry, or this is something like the in-house initiative that you're testing within the Lenovo?
Lenovo has, I think, very unique, strategy for, I think, our technology development and innovation. We call it as the hybrid model. For example, even for our, I think, dominant market, for the PC market, actually we use both the in-house plus the ODM. That means, for, I think, when we enter to a new industry, firstly, we hope we can master the key technologies in this industry, so we will invest on the technology and also development. This is what we call the in-house. But to really keep our stay in the edge of the leading technology, we also partner with the, I think, the industry leaders. For example, like no matter for, I think, those autonomous company, I believe our, I think, R&D teams have some collaborations with Unitree and also like, DeepSeek, et cetera, et cetera. So with this hybrid model, actually, will not only help us to grasp, those opportunities very quickly, but also we want to provide our unique value. We don't want to really dominate the market. We hope to share with the ecosystem. But if we don't know this, we don't know what is the value. So that is, no matter for the auto, I think, industry, for the, I think, even for some of the smart solutions, like smart energy industry, et cetera, et cetera. We learn something by ourselves, but we partner with the leading providers in this, I think, world.
Okay, got it. Regarding the Lishan strategy and Lenovo's presence in the Central Asia, so you've been in Kazakhstan. I think this is your second time here. What do you think about the Kazakhstan as a potential region for the Lenovo Group to be present here? And what's the strategy in terms of the Lishans to have a presence in this market?
Okay. So I believe there are some very unique advantages for this country, this nation. The first is definitely, I think, the nation is really ambitious for digitalization and also AI. Just like I think the president just kicked off, the digital bridge yesterday. So for sure, I think the AI and also the technology, as I said, still relies on the infrastructure. The infrastructure actually relies on two things. What I believe is firstly the physical infrastructure. Second is digital infrastructure. For Lenovo, as we are the leading providers for the PCs, smart devices, and also for the hyperscales, I believe there should be, I think, opportunities we can really discuss with, I think, the nations, with the key players in this country, how to really help this country to build a more strong digital infrastructure to booming your AI strategy in this nation. This is the first thing. At the meantime, as Kazakhstan and also China are really, I think, we are the neighborhood. I believe that the trade during these two nations are growing very significantly. And besides, with the China-Europe railway, I think that like the Silk Road strategy for the different nations, the global logistics will also play a key role here. That is actually Loshan's key advantage. We also hope to partner with the local, leaders to build a more strong infrastructure for the warehousing, for the digital hub, and also, for the global expansions from the Middle East, from the Middle Asia to Middle East, and even to the Europe. So these are the two areas we hope we can do more. Firstly, build a more strong digital infrastructure here. Secondly, work with the industry leaders, to really build a physical global ecosystem here.
Okay, thank you very much, Hawk. So now we're moving to the interesting topic of the robotics. And you saw just right this Singularity hall. There is a huge display of the robots, the capabilities, what kind of stuff they can do. And now we are discussing the robotics type of the things. So Irving, can you tell more about the Unitary Robotics company? Where are you now in terms of the development of the humanoid robots and these robodogs? What generation of the robots are you producing right now? What kind of use cases you see the most payable or most paid customers usually buying your dogs or the humanoids? So what's the use case applications of the humanoids that you are currently producing?
Okay, so thank you for having me, first of all, Mr. Lazard, and also thank you for all of your support. Please allow me quickly introduce about the Unitary Robots. We are one of the the leading robotics for the humanoid and the quadruped robot dog company in the worldwide, mainly for the civilians applications to using the robot to have the beneficiary with the human lives. So to answering your question, in my opinion, right now the marketing is going to become more diverse. We have been seeing in the past decades the air drone, for example, like the DJI, how they growing, the DJIs, not only DJI, but many different air companies, how they growing from the air domains. What we see is right now, the ground and the underground mobility robotics products are growing right now, same like the air mobility, but 10 years behind. So we see the very diverse situation coming for the consumer, education, research, lightly industry, heavy industry, the dirty, difficult, dangerous, duplicated environments. So it's not easy to sharing the opinion for that question in the temporary, but I think with our conversation, we definitely will have more exchange with our opinions. So roughly for that.
Okay, Irving, the robotics is very popular right now. Yeah, it's hyping. Everyone is very interested in the robotics, etc. But the real application is really challenging. So why it's not speeding up in the application in real life? Because of the several key root causes that actually stops the real businesses to apply in an everyday life. So one of them is it is costly. So the price of the robots is comparably high, and there need to be some unit economics and some business cases to be calculated before buying these robots. This is the first one. Secondly, there is not so many use cases applied for the robotics, mostly in the logistics side, some the service, surveillance or the security guidance. How do you think how their companies who buy the Unitary humanoid robot should apply these robots? do you see any specific areas, or what's your clients who usually buy these robots, humanoid robots especially?
I think there are multiple different domains, different type of the guests or organizations are interested with the humanoid robots. The most biggest part is still the developers. They are thinking for the various different applications. Let's say for the logistics or for the lightly industry, trying to replace or assist the human beings from the factory jobs. But for that segment, it might be take decades for development. And the challenge only we can say there are 2 points. The one is data. The second is model. We have been saying the data for the robotics is really insufficient. It's quite not enough. And the model, the enough efficient and smart model for the robotics still not happening. So in the recent few years, the most top researchers and the developers, most people, they are trying to seeking how to create the robotics data, to feed in the robots, to create the models. So that is one of the way, and I think this will be the most challengeable in the next decade. And for the rest of the many questions, for the cost, for the material, for the price, for the production capability, is a small challenge. And if there can be one more, manipulation with the grippers, with a decorous hand, with manipulations. So currently, none of any grippers can do like this movement. They only can be grabbed, but not really like this. So like the human fingers with the robotics product, still a big challenge in the world. But considering for the navigation, mostly is soft, like the Tesla, like the FSD. It can be drive more than 99%. You don't need to take the charge. Like the locomotion, right now people is using the reinforcement learning to train the robotics locomotion quite good. Even can be camping, even can be running. Mostly we think is from the data and the model for the robotics is a challenge for the next decade.
Okay. So you mentioned about the secondary developments of the robots. How far you can go with the secondary development and allow your clients to redesign the software of the robots that you're selling to them? Because we understand that there is some IP issues and others, but to be honest, there is not so many, use cases distributed worldwide, so every customer should customize its features and its software by their own needs. So how far you can go with the opening this SDK and opening for the secondary development?
First of all, our position, one of the position is targeting to become the robotics angel system. Our product is fully opening the DIY for all of the users. We are opening for all the SDK, APIs, and support the ROS2. The user can be fully have access to DIY the robot by their technology, by their capabilities. But the second point, as you mentioned, right now the application is still not maturity enough. I think we still need to pay the patient while in this industry game growing. It's still like the 10 years behind from the air mobility. But compared with the air mobility, we see right now the agricultures, the scanners, the industry, even the police, they have multiple different use cases. And we already say as a ground and underground mobility application, it will have the huge space, same like air. If we can say one sample, in the Kazakhstan, we have a very huge business called the mining business. And the mining business, most of part, if I understand correctly, is under the ground. That is a young generation people not willing to go to there. It's dirty, difficult, challenging, and duplicated. If we have the ground and underground mobility solution can be replace the people jobs. Maybe much more young generation no need to go to such kind of environment for working. However, we have been very happy to see it will be coming in the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay. Irving, I know that Unitary Robotics is preparing for the IPO.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you've done the market analysis. And I know that there is many new robotics companies established just in recent year. So how do you think, will be there any business consolidation in the market? Or the number of the robotic companies in China will keep growing?
It's not easy question, but all the newest marketing will be have the many different players, but it's also will be clean the room, maybe several rounds. So right now we're still at the early stage. Is a marathon game. Unitary is leading the game right now, but honestly speaking, no one can guarantee we can leading the game forever.
Yeah.
So what we are targeting to stay is to keep the 1 to 2 years advantage compared with the marketing other players. And another point is we are very happy to see more players join the game. The more players join the game, the more economics that we can build together. To jumping out of the business competition, we need to see how to make the further step, even the big further step, for the robot product as applications, as a service for the human being's life. 20 years ago, the Asimo humanoid robot from the Japanese is quite famous. They are leading the worldwide, but it's almost 20 years ago. Right now, the humanoid robot rising again. We are saying and hoping not only for the marketing and the competition, we are hoping how to improvement the technology go to the next step. That's, I think, is our final goal.
Okay, thank you. We will back to the question about how do you see the future of the robotics as the last question, okay? You can think about it, how do you see the robotic in the future within the next 5 and 10 years, okay? And we will be back with this question later on. So Susanna, I would like to shift the turn to you. Your company is quite long in the market, starting from 2017, and you've done a lot of research, etc., in terms of these robodogs. Can you say us the key advantages that your product has over the other robotic manufacturing companies in China or outside of the China? What is your strong point?
Okay, thank you. And well, first of all, our company was one of the leading companies engaged.
Just closer.
Sorry. Okay, our company is one of the leading companies engaged in embodied AI and robotics. And the biggest difference of our company from other robotic companies is that we actually started our business from industrial applications. The second year, after our company established, we started to do inspection project in power inspection substations. And till now, in the industry applications in China, we have more than 80% market share. And this is not easy because in industry application, reliability and stability kills most. And the second advantage of our company, I think it concerns the origin intention of the company's establishment, because when our CEO started the company, his intention is to let robots go out of labs and to solve real problems. And till now, every time when we are thinking about a new model of no matter humanoid robot or quadruped robot, we always think about the questions: what
Susanna, can you please
real task
be closer to the microphones? Cannot hear.
Sorry.
Just closer to the microphone.
How about?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think this to go with this philosophy, business philosophy, to let robots do real tasks, to create real value. This is our business philosophy, and I think it's one of the biggest advantage of our company as well.
Okay, thank you. Susanna, we already discussed with Irvin about the application cases and the use cases. I think there is many enterprises and company who would like really to incorporate the robotics into their daily operations. But the challenge that they're facing, again, is the high cost of the robots and this unit economics. And the second one, big challenge for the companies is the lack of talents or the lack of expertise in order to implement this robotics into their, organizations or everyday lives. How do you think, as a business model, does the deep robotics consider robotics as a service business model to help your clients to know better about your product capabilities and help them to build the use cases together with the customers? Because currently, if you sell the robots and the clients just deal with them by themselves, it's quite challenging. And there will be only few of the clients who will be ready to buy. But when you offer them a solid, holistic approach, maybe that will be, increase the application of that. So do you consider, as a deep robotics, to change the business model just from direct selling to offering some more comprehensive services to your clients?
We have to commit that it's still at the early stage of robotics industry. So a lot of people are interested in the motions of robots, but they don't know how to use it, how to operate it, and they cannot see the real value of robot applications. But you need time, and our company are committed to, together with our partners, no matter rate partners or business partners, to explore more and more application scenarios for people, for the society. And regarding the service of robotics, and I think it's really important to have people get familiar with robotics and to get familiar with the application of robotics, to understand what real robots can do, what kind of task for people.
Okay, thank you very much, Susanna. Now I'd like to turn our attention to Yerlan. Yerlan, we know Freedom Holding very well. It's a quite famous company, and for many people, Freedom Holding known as a bank and a brokerage services. But I know that there is an ambition to switch the Freedom Holding from the fintech to the technology company. Can you tell more about the strategy of the Freedom Holding in incorporating the technology angle on the company's development?
Yes, thank you for inviting me. As you mentioned already, Freedom Holding Corporation, the core business is a brokerage, banking and investments, so insurance. So right now, our main stakeholder looking to step into become the technologically tech holding corporation. So right now we are looking forward to make, as you see, beside this stand, we have our stand of the robotics laboratory with the drones, drone ports, drones, and quadruped robots. So what we are looking for right now, it's we are in the beginning of completing autonomous delivering parcels and e-grocery. We are in our holding. We have the companies like Arbus, it's e-grocery company. We have the Freedom Mobile, it's selling the mobile phones, and we are other companies which has things which need to be delivered. That's why we understand that we need to start with the drones, and we already start delivering parcels and foods by drones in Almaty. And right now we are looking, we just bought quadruped robots from Unity and from Deep Robotics also, and we are looking for the environment in which we can use it, but it's really difficult because in that cases, as the hardware is good enough, it's really good one. As you know, China is, I think, more than 50% of the producing every robots in worldwide is producing in China, and use cases of these robots are also in China. So we deeply understood that the Chinese hardware robots is the best one. But right now we have another question is how these hardware robots can use in the urban environment. It's really difficult question, and we are trying to solve it. And we are going to start from delivering by robots in small, I don't know, maybe we will choose our office, because it's really difficult technology. As you know, in this area we need to use physical AI, and this physical AI worldwide hasn't even find any solutions for this problem. And we are looking in this in solving these problems too. And we already had the opportunity to buy the NVIDIA GPUs chipsets, and we are going to run locally models on these GPUs, and thanks to this software we think and we believe that we can deliver by drones and by robots, I don't know, maybe in next year. I will tell you why, because as you see in drones are already delivering. The drones and the robots, they have the quite similar system, but in DJI company and other drones companies, they already developed such kind of system. And in robots, it's quite difficult. I don't know, we already discussed with the Irving about this question, and Irving told me that maybe in 3-5 years we will have this kind of opportunity. But I look in these terms optimistically, and I think maybe in 1 or 2 years we will see the robots on the streets which will deliver it. And maybe the humanoids are not ready to deliver or to work by use cases right now, but the quadruped robots, I think it can. And that's why we are looking in this way, in this technology, because we understand that everything which use the robots, we need to develop our own AI algorithms. And that's why we are looking forward in this technology, and we understand that we need to find, we need to achieve, we need to collaborate our own engineers team here. And with these cases, right now we are working with Astana Hub and Nazarbayev University to find the best guys in their engineering and the robotics. And I think right now we already have such kind of teams who already had the experience worldwide. For example, our main engineer, the AI tech lead, he was working past 2 years in Italy for the USA startups. Right now we are looking for the guy, Kazakh student, PhD professor from the Japan University. And I think with these initiatives, with these collaborations of the hardware from China, smart brains from universities, and our financing and our tools of the GPUs availability, we can find and build some kind of solution and start to developing the parcels.
Okay, thank you for the detailed answer. So regarding the strategy, can you clarify a bit? So the Freedom Holding is a quite big organization. Do you have some exact plans to digitize or incorporate these robots? In what business stream do you want to incorporate within, for example, the next 12 months? Or you consider this logistics is their target for their first year?
Right now, we are looking only in logistics and delivering last mile delivering. But also, maybe next year, we are looking for the solutions of the warehousing, automatization of warehousing. I will tell you why, because right now we already had maybe 5 or 6 warehouses around the Kazakhstan. And by the end of this year, this number will grow to the 10. And in the next year, I think it can be achieved by 20. So we definitely need one automatically warehouses to understand does this kind of solutions will improve our metrics, and maybe we don't know, we still don't know is this the solutions are profitable and they have right now it costs quite a big amount of money, and we want to invest it. And by the end of the next year, we will understand does the solutions works well in the economy.
Yeah. And in terms of the economics, maybe, yeah?
Yes.
Yes, in terms of, okay. So you are actually among the speakers, one of the users of this hardware, yeah? From the servers, for example, chips, or the robodogs that you already acquired in these 2 companies. What kind of challenges do you face in implication of these robots? Do you have some challenges, for example, in terms of the regulation? It shouldn't be necessarily regarding these quadruped robodogs. For example, with the drones, do you have some regulatory roadblocks that you're facing right now?
Actually, in drones, we already have the good one regulation system here in Kazakhstan, and we just in this morning we have the meeting with the aviation administration of Kazakhstan, and they support us. In this case, we haven't any problems. But in quadruped robots, we haven't any kind of regulations. We have only one problem. It's physical AI. It's really difficult to implement and create such kind of software. As you've seen, the dogs right now, they are all of them are remotely controlling by the humans remotely, and this is a problem, because if we will talk about the drones, one operator of the drones can use and can drive about 20 of drones, but in the robots, one man can operate only one dog, and it's really this is a really big challenge for us to understand and develop our own solution by which we can use, by which one operator can use maybe 4 or 5 quadruped robots. And this is a big challenge for us, and we will work on this. We already started.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Yelam. So coming back to the question that we started before, so I would like to ask our free hardware producers, what kind of new features or what kind of new product you expect to release within the next 1-year period? What should we expect from your companies? What's new? Irvin, you can start. You had more time to think about it.
Sorry, for me?
Yes, it's for you, for Suzanne, and for Hawk.
Thank you. That's always my pleasure. First of all, I think it's still from the developers, but from the top developers going down for the educations and for the researches, and we see a great potential from the families, from the office. So one simple sample is right now all of the electronics devices that we have been today still not equipped with LLM, even with online server or with end-to-end server. So in our expectations, in the next, let's say decade, not decades, so all the electronics products can be renewed. And it should be come with the LLM or small language models. This is one of the directions that we are thinking and we strongly believe because we already see something happening right now. And another point is, I think if we see the blue label color business is a tower business, from the top store of the tower, again, is a 4D environment, is dangerous with personal. So for such kind of environments, the robot can replace the people from such kind of place. But if we see the foundation of the tower actually is many of the labor job, it with a safety, comfortable environment, like the cooking the food delivery, and some kind of, even the housekeeping. So such kind of scenarios, we see a great potential in the next 5 years will be coming very soon. And to answer the question about which kind of products that Unitree will be produced is, we will be keep state as the angel of the robotic supplier for the whole worldwide. Of course, we are trying to explore the applications, but mostly from the top of the tower, which is the 4D environments for the applications. And the next is we are trying to exploring the data and the robotics model by ourselves. Maybe the news will be coming very soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Susanna?
We have to admit that although in recent years, embodied AI robots have been majorly used in different kinds of applications, but most of them are limited in industry applications like the inspections, public securities, and academic research use. There's still a lot, but there's still a lot of limitations for daily life applications. And the purpose of and the future of robotics, we think, is to let robots take part in our daily life. We want that robots can help to, in our daily life, like the children kill or elderly kill, children campaign, and so on, and the smart home as well as. And also, actually, we have achieved some achievements, got some achievement. For example, we have deployed FSD technology on our robots. And also, recently we have released deep robotics BOA technologies as well, which will get will get more convenient for people to use robots in our daily life.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So from our observation, the digitalization or maybe AI industry still rely on I think the key capabilities for information, system. So maybe the first step from our side, we hope to really provide the best hardware embedded with the solutions to help the companies building their IT system, faster and better, to provide the data and also provide the algorithm, environment. At the meantime, our company is really developing a couple of the agent and also the data collection platform, trying to help the both for the SMB and also large enterprise to build their, fundamental AI infrastructure, not only for the manufacturing, for the energy, or maybe for the transportation. So I believe the challenge is how we can use a cost-effective and iterative way to help the company build their, the first step of the AI world.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, dear speakers. I think today we received a little bit more information for our understanding what the hardware is and how the robotics is moving. And we hope that within 1 year we will move forward in terms of the application and other stuff in the hardware that will help the real business to improve their day-to-day solutions. And we really hope that the hardware, especially the robotics, will be cheaper because of the economies of scale. Because right now the price and the value that they can bring is still challenging. and still why their robotics is not very well implemented in everyday life because of the cost and this unit economics. So we hope that once our companies will grow further, more clients will be there, the cost of each of your products will be cheaper and more affordable for us to test. Thank you very much for your insightful discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We didn't arrive here by accident. Our brand builds on heritage. Knowing where we came from and where we headed. For us, influencing is not enough. We need the whole world.
Welcome to Silkwo Accelerator.
This is where the best startups of the region come together. When you put a bunch of passionate people in the same room, it's amazing things that can happen.
Business with pleasure.
Enjoy another workshop by Google for Startups.
We offer a variety of practice-oriented workshops for founders and their team, with the goal of acquiring new skills and expanding their capabilities. Get your product promoted and having access to the strongest network community.
Do you think that's coffee? It's networking.
Under the watchful guidance of our trackers, startups were pushed to their limit and showed remarkable progress that they themselves did not expect as a result.
My journey to Silkwo Accelerator was definitely worth it.
The world is moving fast, and we help you move faster. Silkwo Accelerator, your unicorn story starts here. Yo, you wanna see something cool? No? Well, I'm gonna do it anyway.
No, nobody can do it like me. Zoom house plate with the kick cuisine. I was the black top king. 360s in my green machine. I was a kid and I was breaking down doors. Listening to Tribe, now we on a world tour. We gave them hell. Yeah.
ханымдар мен мырзалар, денсаулық сақтау жүйесі 2030 көкжиегі, импортқа тәуелділіктен жаһандық экспортқа көшу барысында бүгінгі міндеттеріміз қандай атты панельдік талқылау өте жақын басталады. Өтінеміз, орындарыңызға өтіңіздер. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion Healthcare 2030 from import dependency to global export, what was we built today, will begin in a minute. Please, take your seats. Дамы и господа, панельная дискуссия от здравоохранения 2030, переход от импортозависимости к глобальному экспорту, что мы должны построить уже сегодня, начнется уже очень скоро. Просим занять свои места.
Всем привет, меня зовут Дужан Жусупов.
Hello, my name is Dejan Shusupov, Cerebra AI project. I will be moderating this panel session today. Well, the topic of this session is about healthcare by 2030 or healthcare 2030. What shall be done now, not to depend on the import tomorrow. We are import dependent today. I would like to ask my guests to introduce themselves, just to tell about themselves, introduce themselves, to make a joke or to share a funny fact about you. Thank you very much, Doshan. Good afternoon, everybody. Yerbol Ospanov. I'm Vice Minister of Health of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Sanjay De Silva. I'm the VP of Clinical Informatics at M42. Just a quick overview of M42. We are one of the leading global healthcare organizations providing and standardizing clinical services, both in terms of the hospitals and facilities that we run, but also in terms of the digital health products, which are AI-powered and enable the more optimal delivery of healthcare.
Добрый день, меня Алексей.
Good afternoon, my name is Alexei Tsoy. I am a PhD in Business Administration, a Minister of Healthcare from the COVID times now. I am head of the Medical Center of the Administration of the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. We are creating our own ecosystem in health. Thank you. Good afternoon, Anna Lemякina. I am a National Strategic Projects Director from Yandex. For more than 10 years, I'm working in applied projects, both on health, and I will try to make a joke as moderator. Asked for my grandma. She's 94 years old. She lives in Kazakhstan, and she is my personal assistant in health. She can even remotely diagnose when I need to wear a hat or actually sleep or get additional snack, and she is the best in terms of knowing me. Well, good afternoon. My name is Bulat Sultankulov. I am founder of Arlan Biotech. It's a startup, deep tech startup, which helps companies to find antibodies in just very short time, in hours, days and weeks. PhD in biomedicine. Thank you very much. Thank you for participation. The first question will go to Vice Minister, to Yerbol Ospanov. Well, before we go to and discuss the future, we need to assess the current situation. And the question, a little bit tricky question to the Vice Minister from the Ministry of Health. Where are we in terms of balance of import and export, in terms of the health services, equipment, pharmaceuticals, and everything we need for health? What are the priorities in terms of the budget? Where the major budgets go and with the biggest allocations? Thank you very much for your question, Dojan. In terms of development of the medtech, if we look at that as a separate sector of digitalization and new tech, we have different positions from the perspective of the government and the private sector. Government versus private sector. The basic infrastructure, basic policy, it is controlled by the government, and that gives some challenges with development, and that is a bottleneck, unfortunately, today. And we are trying to attract private sector, and what are the bottlenecks? Sometimes they are not in focus because perspectives are different. And in this regard, we are trying to support our development plans of using private initiatives. And from this perspective, if we look from that angle, it is that the state solutions, state startups or state projects, they are a little bit, well, to be very open, they are delaying a little bit. Private solutions, they are more flexible, and that is a good speed. And in the upcoming year, this will give a positive dynamics for the health sector in Kazakhstan, at least. As for the second question about the financial part of the question, and this is a cornerstone of today's healthcare system, and this is about financing, about tariffs. There are a lot of willingness to revise and reconsider that, since it has an impact on the development of the industry. And Dojan, we had multiple discussions about that, and the tariff is one of the key issues, which is reflecting overall the financial status of the health and medtech solutions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay.
We is Abu Dhabi. So you're from Abu Dhabi, M42, right? And how Abu Dhabi currently spends budget on healthcare? That's the first question. And the second question is, what's the current state of government support for local startups and local biotech technology and everything? How do you support local startups and technology?
Right, thanks, Dojan, for the question. So I think the first question was the import-export balance. I think if we look at the healthcare sector in Abu Dhabi or even the UAE, there is still very much a reliance on import. Especially if you look at the digital health sector, most of the electronic medical record systems come from the large US players like Oracle, Cerner, Epic, InterSystems. Even a lot of the medical laboratory equipment, instruments, and so on, they're still imported. But I think in terms of how Abu Dhabi especially is supporting local innovation, especially in the areas of digital health and AI, we have gone through what I would say a digital transformation in the last 5 to 6 years. And that started with the Department of Health in Abu Dhabi investing in a health information exchange platform to combine information from the public and private sector under a unified health record. And this was the first health information exchange in the Middle East region. And we have now developed, it's become one of the fastest rolled out and implemented health information exchange solutions in the world. It's been recognized as such. We've built on top of that, we've implemented a AI imaging solution on top of that. Again, significant investment from the government into this. And now what's happening is we're seeing a lot of investment in AI and digital health and biotech in the UAE, right? So specifically, we've developed platforms to support the public and population health department to give them public health insights, utilizing the health information exchange. We have a patient app that's now the digital front door for patients. Again, owned, the IP for this is owned and can be exported. We have also in addition to disease registry platforms, we also have quality metrics platform that is now automating the reporting to the Department of Health so they can understand how their healthcare facilities are performing in terms of the quality of care. All of this is built in Abu Dhabi, owned by Abu Dhabi, and can be exported. In addition to that, there's also been a huge investment by the government in increasing the skill set of the workforce. We have recently opened a global AI healthcare academy in partnership with one of the universities, Mohammed bin Zayed University for AI, which is looking to upskill around 3,000 or 4,000 healthcare professionals in terms of upping their AI knowledge and how to apply AI in healthcare. So these are some of the key initiatives. We've also got, and M42 is running and operating the Emirati Genome Program, which is one of the largest in the world. We have collected genome samples of approximately 1 million citizens, and the output of that genome program is also being realized. We are now using pharmacogenomic reports via the Health Information Exchange to give our physicians more access to precision medicine. So I can now, when I'm prescribing, I can see if my patient is a high or low metabolizer of a certain drug. And that helps, obviously, not only improve the efficiency in which you're prescribing, but also reduces the likelihood of adverse events and the consequent costs associated with that. So these are some of the key areas where we're investing in digital health and digital health solutions. We've recently signed an agreement with Stanford Research Institute to act as an innovation hub. This is one of the first agreements with Stanford outside of the US, where we're trying to build effectively a sandbox type environment where innovation can be developed and supported, incubated, accelerated, and supported in terms of bringing products to the market. So definitely a significant focus on building in-house with a view to exporting through our GCC partners in Africa and so on in terms of trade.
Thank you very much. Следующий вопрос. Алексей.
Now the question to Alexey Vladimirovich, to you, Alexey Tsoy. Looking at the strategies for the future, you personally, as a leader, as the head of a hospital, do you think it's realistic to become independent in terms of in-house med tech supply? Is it realistic? Is it realistic to become an exporter of med tech? Do you believe in that, and what your group of hospitals doing in order to support this? Thank you very much for your question. I personally believe that in Kazakhstan it's possible to launch technologies that can be exported later. We already have a couple of cases. When we talk about healthcare, we see at least a certain degree of medical tourism. We see technologies that are being implemented in Kazakhstan, and they are taking over international markets. I'm talking about medical startups. I'm talking about the technologies that are now going to be potentially successful for Kazakhstan. You may know that Kazakhstan is a key source of uranium, and the head of state set a target to develop radio pharmacy. So Kazakhstan can export high-quality radioactive medications. So Kazakhstan can become an excellent basis, an excellent foundation for clinical fundamental studies that can reduce the costs for the development of new pharmaceuticals. It's a great opportunity for many countries to cooperate with Kazakhstan. We have excellent technological base, GCI accredited. We follow ISO standards, other standards that allow to verify the quality of the research conducted on our platforms. So by giving access to such platforms for fundamental clinical studies and research in partnership with large biotech companies, that's the direction we move in. And in general, Kazakhstan positions itself as a country with advanced digitalization, and healthcare system allows startups from all over the world to come to Kazakhstan and do this type of research. We practically are very much digitalized all over the country, and we have the foundation to train machines to do the machine learning. So we can use that to develop new products. It's very important for us to create the regulatory sandboxes that would allow businesses to come, especially in the government segment, because 80% of the inpatient and outpatient services are focused in the government-controlled sector. We need to create a data lake that would allow potential developers to come and develop new diagnostics and treatment protocols together with clinicians. We have a huge potential here, and we work on this. We right now plan to launch a 4-node server of our own, where we plan to have a sandbox. We would like to invite the colleagues to this work. We will provide access to databases. We will be able to process images from computer tomography and up to all PACS imaging and patient data. We are working on several startups with Nazarbayev University. Our project Smart Souls took the 5th place in the international competition in Japan. So we have a lot of products that we could position in the international market. Kazakhstan is open for many developers and for many investors. Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Now the question to Anna and Bulat. It's a question for two of you. They say that in any system, before you start talking about innovations, you need to perform modernization. Healthcare is also a system. Do you agree with this statement? If yes, why? And if not, also why? It's a non-binary question. Thank you for this very good question. You can't just answer yes or no, because no doubt it's critically important to have some basic digitalized infrastructure, since you to have the standardized data, automated processes, at least to the minimum extent, that will become the foundation for further innovation. You can't build anything foundational on a liquid base or foundation. So a certain degree of modernization is a necessity, is essential for strong AI, for strong innovations. On the other hand, we also see quite a lot of examples when these processes do not have to go one after another. They can go in parallel. They can go hand in hand when AI introduction pushes you for modernization. In parallel, I can cite an example from our practice. One of the latest projects that we have implemented is about automation of the work of local ethical committees. I don't know if many of you are aware of what the local ethics committees are. It's an important organization. It's important work that allows to give a permit for clinical studies so that new medications and drugs to come to the market for the users. And there is statistics. Unfortunately, we are not showing slides today, but I will share some data with you. On average, how much time it takes in different countries for the case to be processed by the local ethical committee, for the committee to make a decision whether you can go for clinical studies or not. On average, it's 30 to 90 days. In some cases, in some countries, it's even longer. Imagine that this process can and should be automated for the doctors not to be taken from their day-to-day work, so that they could read all of the documentation very quickly. On average, it's about 2 War and Peace type books. Imagine how many materials you have to read. For example, the oncological center after Petrov, we managed to reduce the amount of time needed for review of the case and the decision by the committee. We reduced the process 12-fold. But what is behind it? Collection of data, flagging of the data. I think those processes could go hand in hand, parallel at the same time. Thank you very much for your question. I think you answered all of it. I don't even need to add anything. Indeed, it's a very good question, and there is an answer to that. In the history, during the industrialization of the United States, any innovation comes hand in hand with modernization, and modernization of legislation in particular, because any innovation relies on legal framework, because the legal framework either allows to introduce innovation, to regulate, govern them, and use them, or not. Does Kazakhstan need it? Absolutely yes, because there's a huge number of underdeveloped regulations. A simple example, healthcare, farm industry, it's deep tech. There is, for example, a good tissue practice, GTP standard, that allows to inject genetically engineered materials. We have GMP, but we do not have GOP. So, and building a lab under different regulations can be more costly, so there are laws under FDA. Do we need some other modernization? Well, in general, the development of farm industry in healthcare, I can divide it into two stages. First, support and development, and second is innovative and technological leap. We need to differentiate between the two, because the medical healthcare sector is very important. It's about people's health. You need to differentiate support from innovative leap. Kazakhstan has done a lot to support healthcare sector. I saw and I'm familiar with the healthcare systems in various countries, and I know in Kazakhstan healthcare and healthcare services are very good. Our society is receiving good quality healthcare services faster compared to Western countries, where people have to wait for 6 months to see a therapist, a general practitioner. Speaking about the innovative leap, I think we need to still work in this area. And what is needed, not the modernization or upgrading of the infrastructure. Modernization and upgrading of the infrastructure is a part of development and support of the healthcare system. It's not a part of the innovative leap. As for the innovative breakthrough, is about is always human-centric. It's about supporting people. Here, I think we need modernization, so that many talented people could have a platform. Thank goodness we have Astana Hub these days, but I think for deep tech talents, for young people ready to take risks, who are ready to test non-standardized solutions, they shouldn't follow the standardized academia pathway and standardized thinking, because any success has a different mindset behind it. It's mentality that is outside of the box. For that we need upgrading. For that we need modernization. I don't even know how to say what the sandboxes we need, but for deep tech, for deep tech products and for healthcare, we need that. Thank you. I will support. If I may, I would like to add a bit that besides this, we also need dialogue between science, businesses, government, and only together those formats could truly efficiently be developed. Not to create sandboxes in parallel, but so here is our shared sandbox and we will have our own sandbox, but no, the process have to be worked on jointly. Next question to you again, Bulat. Together in Stanford, we participated in one acceleration program. I know of one representative of Stanford-based accelerator, AI scientist, who goes to South Korea to represent Stanford startups at a scientific conference, and he included our startup and your startup into his presentation. It's an incredible fact for Kazakhstan. And I know Arlan Biotech. I would say that this is a hope of biotech and entire healthcare sector of our country in general. So, and is it realistic to build true biotech manufacturing here in Kazakhstan? Is it feasible to achieve world-class quality in deep production? Thank you very much for your question. It's possible, but the approach should be different, I think. The approach shouldn't be that we should modernize or copy something. No, if we are building farm production, we shouldn't produce paracetamol, acetaminophen. 80% of the world receive paracetamol from China. Makes no sense to compete with China, but we can compete in creating something new. We shouldn't try to catch up and reproduce something old. We need to create something new, new products, new niches, new markets. It's the best time now, today, with the help of AI, with the development of genetic engineering. The way we treat patients will change completely. It will be turned upside down. So, for example, from the lab to the point of care, when all of the tests are done on the bed, by the bedside. We don't need plants and factories today to treat certain diseases. It's enough to have a lab inside the clinic that would package a virus to do genetic engineering. So we don't need huge factories and big infrastructure. We can do that. But what is important is to understand the vision. We need to have the vision. We shouldn't copy anything. We shouldn't try to improve what's all there. All the markets are under the conditions of a perfect storm for the development of new technologies. Bulat, answer specifically to the audience, to the Vice Minister, to our former Minister, to our guests, and to Yandex. What exactly do you need to build this kind of labs of point of care in Kazakhstan? What exactly do you need? Be specific. There is one global problem for any deep tech startup: access to funds, access to money. That's absolutely normal. For deep tech startup to develop, we need to have investments. We need to have venture capital available. Venture capital, non-government funds. Maybe through the funds of funds, the government could influence the financing of deep tech startups, because any biotech deep tech startup at stage T to zero will require $10 to $20 million. And it's normal. Many biotech startups, not only in Kazakhstan, but all over the world, they have to look for money in the US. Why? Because there is access to funds there. That's two things. We have innovations, but those innovations have to be supported by venture funds. We are not talking about grants here. I'm against grants. I'm against government grants, because if the government becomes a venture capitalist, it will own a share, and tomorrow when the company grows 10x, 100x, the government will require the funds. So, or the government loses the money, because the money goes into salaries and the supporting people. So in any case, one way or another, the government loses money. But if the government follows the pathway of venture capital, especially about deep tech industry, that's the pathway for South Korea, for Israel. If you look at them through funds of funds, deep tech startups used, and the government earned a lot of money, huge amounts of money. So that's what we need. We have a lot of talent, and I can say that many people half a year ago said that there will be no unicorns in Kazakhstan. Now we have them. My experience, I was told multiple times, you will never enter Stanford to be accepted there. We entered StartX, and I was a guest lecturer in Stanford University. I always say, it's impossible until it's done. And any startup, any idea is human-driven. It's a founder-driven thing. not only a business, the idea. So we can do that. We have great examples. We have a unicorn. We have Cerebro that promotes, works with FDA, Arlan Biotech. There is Miramtech, deep tech startup. We have talents. We have talents, and they develop despite everything. But there is a big problem for deep tech startups. We need capital. We need a lot of money. And we are forced to look for funds abroad. That's the current reality. Thank you. Very briefly, let's brag a bit with Bolat. We are two deep tech startups that were accepted at Stanford, and we never took any government grant funding. Now, the question, next question, I understand. I understand there are resources, there are talents, but anyway, we have a great degree of government involvement in the economy, and the social support system is very generous. That's what I knew. That's what I got to know when I was in the US. Our healthcare system is very good. My question is to you and Alexei. Are you ready to provide specific support to Bolat startup in terms of access to the sandbox or to real clinical medical institutions using his specific method that he developed? Thank you, Doshan, for your question. Speaking about Arlan Biotech, quite recently we took that project with the view of supporting it. It's one of the projects that has a good potential. It's innovative. When we made a presentation of all medtech solutions that are supported and that are implemented by our talent, we divided projects into 9 groups by maturity, functionality, and Arlan Biotech was made it to the projects that have high maturity. So we accepted it into the tech pool that will be supported. Of course.
State support is a very serious question, but in terms of providing a platform, research platforms, providing data required for studies, we are ready, and now we are working on some kind of a, like Nurjan, I believe, also faced regulatory peculiarities of Kazakhstan. We are trying to revise these regulations, and first of all, to give, to provide simplification to young people who are engaged in this sector, and to make all the resources available. And all these resources which might be provided by the state, we are revising all the approaches, trying to transform ourselves. And Bolat's company in particular is in the pool of projects we will be working on, and we will try to provide as much support as possible. Thank you very much, Alexey Vladimirovich. Well, it's a very important moment here. Such companies as yours, as Bolat, as Cerebra, and all the other new projects which are planning to go to external markets, first and foremost face different challenges. But we believe that majority of the startups which are currently implemented in Kazakhstan, those are mostly IT groups which have experts from the healthcare systems on board, but the key challenge is that there is a model, there are some algorithms. But first, we need to prove that clinically. Here you require collaboration with clinics which might provide access to their database for this product to go through clinical probation and testing, because any investor would like to see that the legend is proven. And the task of the state is to ensure access to such platforms to make it safe for citizens, for the personal data to be protected, but at the same time for this material to work for creation. And in order to have the technology as a first time ever, we need to go into this technology. We should make leapfrog. We need to go beyond the existing system in healthcare and to obtain a possibility with new, unique products. For that, we need to create opportunities to have platforms like this one for potential venture investors to come, funds of funds, to bring them here, to show them new products, upcoming opportunities, to create such B2B platforms. Market should have specific places and locations to further improve their agreements. As for the priority grant financing, very narrow, very targeted state procurement orders, but this will not bring a disruption in the country or some breakthrough. If we need, it's really difficult to come outside of the gray zone. There are ideas, there are some developments, but to make the next step with fundraising, this is a challenge. Our task is to create such platforms to make this market attractive for investors to start believing that we have good experts in Kazakhstan, proven technology, which went through the good clinical testing. Well, thank you very much.
UAE's healthcare system in 2030, how it's going to look like? What's the strategy? Do you have strategy?
Yeah, great question. I mean, what it's going to look like in 5 years' time. Look, I think there's a huge amount of investment in improving operational efficiency in the way care is being delivered, using AI tools to, enhance the clinician decision-making. There's also an emphasis really now on preventative care, looking at how we can improve and enhance our screening programs with the use of genomic data to make it more targeted. Will we have things like gene replacement therapy? Most likely, yes. I don't know when or how the legislation will support that. But really the target now is really to look at how we can focus on disease prevention, reduce the cost on the acute care services, looking at things like telemedicine, increasingly adopting that as a mechanism of caring for people, improving patients' access to their own healthcare through things like our digital front door, giving them more empowerment to look after their health. We're now launching a new program in the coming months around improving patients' biomarkers and tracking their biomarkers to help empower their own personalized health and providing a view of that to our physicians. So really more focus on primary care rather than the secondary care services, looking at preventative care, utilizing our genomic programs and so on, and also really looking to build trust in the homegrown solutions. And I think both Alexei and Anna talked about certification, data quality, data standardization. These are big pieces of what we're trying to do to enable an environment where we can train and deploy AI products at scale. So really looking at operational efficiencies through the use of AI, this is where we're going. And 2030, ideally, we'd like to be in a position where, we're identifying disease conditions early, stopping them from getting to the point where they're being diagnosed when it's too late. That's really the end.
Thank you. Got it. Yerbol, следующий вопрос.
Yerbol, next question is for you. The same question: by 2030, what is the Kazakhstani strategy? How our healthcare system will look like? What will be the access? And what is the current focus of the state to ensure that by 2030 the system is at least not worse than now, and ideally would become better? Well, thank you very much for your question. Looking at innovations and technology, it's very difficult to say what is going to happen by 2030. It requires some kind of a crystal ball, but being just a citizen myself, I would love to see that it would be a high level of accessibility and quality of the medical services. We are working on enabling all the necessary conditions. Technology is developing. But I believe that the nearest 3-4 years, in our country, we will see emerging healthcare everywhere with the use of AI. This is my optimistic opinion. Even the first attempt to provide healthcare services by AI exclusively without the support from healthcare worker, from people not involving people. Yeah, AI will not replace a physician, but I am optimistic. Why not? It is possible. We are already using some chatbots, and while we ask questions, we can receive qualified consultations in healthcare, and that's very promising. Comparing results of AI-generated response and actual opinion of a doctor, it's not only in terms of time for processing, but the quality of consultation is at already another level, and that makes it possible to forecast that in upcoming 3-4 years we will have first AI run physicians without healthcare workers' involvement, just in a pure shape of AI. But as a ministry, we need to create necessary political conditions, enablers, and data. Data is a king. It's a very integral part of the process. And in the upcoming year, I believe for all these attributes and all these conditions, they will be emerging. Thank you very much. Question to all the participants of the panel session, simulation of the future 2030. You have an angina, it's a bacteria associated, and you need an antibiotic. And you have 3 options. Option 1, you can book a meeting for a visit to physician, and he will prescribe you an antibiotic. That is 1,000 USD. Another option, to pay 200 USD. It will be an online telemedicine consultation, and there will be a prescriber with the automatic delivery of antibiotics to your home. Option 3, as Yerbal said, it will cost 10 USD. It's done in a couple of minutes, and it's an AI physician. 3 options. You being a patient by 2030, what will be the option you choose? Let's start with you. Well, I think I already answered this question. I would go for option 3, considering, and I'm sure that it will happen, and it will be, let's put it this way, it will have a positive impact, and I will be pro option 3. Dr. Sanjay?
Yeah, I think I'm with the Vice Minister on this. It would definitely be option 3. I mean, already within our patient app, we have an AI-enabled symptom checker. So to imagine in 5 years' time that this would be actually a physician, an AI-enabled physician or physician assistant that has been trained on actually identifying and being able to treat common conditions where, you can train the AI model based on volumes of data. Definitely, I would be going for option 3 as well.
Thank you.
And please, well, it's very important to understand the level of maturity and the level of trust to the system. If the system is approved and if it goes via the specific control, well, the fastest option will be priority one, especially for the price category. The AI will be, when AI is cheaper. If it's verified system as a minimum, if it's 98, 99% trustworthy, then it's not even a question. It will be the cheapest and the fastest way. Well, despite that I consider myself a techno-optimist, I believe that the task for AI and technology is not to replace human being and not replacing physician. I would go for hybrid option where there is a physician with critical thinking and expertise, with this human contact, which is very important. But then it can be consultation. In this simple case, it can be online. But I would still prefer for human and technology working together without replacing each other. Well, it's a very good question. Well, I would go for option 4, AI guided service. Not just AI will be prescribing me antibiotics or anything. And the question is, okay, in this lab, you need to go through this, you need to have this test, this is the address of the polyclinic, you will see the doctor. By 2030, if such service is available, at the end of the day, there will be some kind of replacement. But if we look at the nearest future, I see more like a guidance, AI-guided decisions. When AI guides a person, what are the necessary steps to the patient, and at the same time to know what doctor needs, and hence the physician. It's a combo. It's not that patients come to the physician for a consultation, but comes with the lab results for the test necessary to have a checkup. Well, I would like to ask all the participants, I believe in the audience we have startuppers or people who are planning startups in biotech, medtech, high tech. What do you recommend? Where to look, where to go from your individual perspectives? Well, the key thing is not to be afraid. Unfortunately, a lot of startups, they die, they are born dead. They close down without even opening. There are different processes, factors, and without daring, they just got afraid, and then they terminate the operations. Don't be afraid. Go to the end. Yeah, if it's even like attempt 10 or attempt 20, you might come up with such. And not to be afraid, and to go ahead.
The key message I would have to startups is to have a plan in place, but also be able to clearly explain and articulate your ideas. This is one of the common problems I face. You see a lot of startups wanting to come and do business with government, wanting to do business with companies like M42, but they aren't really able to explain their idea, articulate it clearly, show that they've put in the effort to develop a product that can be trusted, that has transparency, especially when you start talking about AI. It's important that physicians and clinicians can trust the AI output, that there is transparency in that. And I think this is probably my key message is if you're coming into the healthcare space, especially where people's lives are at stake, if you want clinicians to utilize it, you have to be able to show transparency and have that level of investment in developing a product which you can easily explain.
Well, I would probably recommend, first of all, to have a very clear task of the startup. what are the needs of the clinicists, what are the experience of other developers, and to choose topic correctly. Number two is, of course, success depends on the team and their experience. There should be one team member at least with the experience of implementing such technology, not to actually get demotivated in the process. And finding partners, healthcare workers, able to help with initiatives, with the developments, to actually contribute to the idea, to understand where the niche is, and overall not to be afraid, because the world is open and we can show our developments everywhere. The global net helps us to do so. If there are developers, ideologists, we have our ecosystem. We work with students, we work with other startups, with the companies, we create access to information systems, we provide enabling conditions, we provide assistance and help, and sometimes implementation is lagging behind. As you probably know, for AI, the solutions are very broad, starting from the clinical solutions to doctors and physicians, patient support and assistance, separate. There are digital twins of people, of their organs, in order to simulate disease correctly, and in order to work on different hypotheses, development of new molecules with the use of AI, robotics in healthcare, personalized medicine. If you have any ideas, we are ready to collaborate. Please do come to us. We will be ready to hear you out and to work together if feasible. Thank you. I will try to be brief. Well, I believe first and foremost, we need to develop our experiences, how much we see, because very often it comes at the crossing points. Those are the cross-cutting issues. It's very important. Another important thing is to involve strong partners. Don't be afraid. Don't close down. Look at collaborations and partnerships. It will strengthen you. And another very important fact, when we discuss startups, we very often say money, equity, and very often we forget about idea and the product, desire to create something which has never been developed before, to improve quality in the process. For any startup, it's very important to have this internal drive and desire to buy in others, what we are creating. This is a key idea. It's not only about money, it's also about generating something new, creating something new. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, startups, if you have good enough expertise, if you like what you do, if you are passionate about what you do, if you know it well, if you are open enough, those are the prerequisites. Expertise, passion, and keep pushing. Never give up. I keep telling myself, something is impossible until it's done. You will always hear from investors, from colleagues, you will hear this message from your relatives and family, but it should never stop you. Keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. Always reiterate and look for solutions. Keep looking. At the end of the day, it's your responsibility, not your colleagues, not your acquaintances, not believers or non-believers. You will be proud. Just keep pushing. Do not pay attention to anything. Keep going. Go ahead. Thank you very much to all the participants for this very interesting panel session. Thank you for coming and for supporting. And to everyone in this room, I apologize. This is my first panel session. Maybe I'm not doing it very well, but I try to do it the best I could. Thank you.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, корпорациялардың цифрлық трансформациясы атты панельдік талқылау 7 минуттан кейін басталады. Өтінеміз, орындарыңызға өте беріңіз. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion Digital Transformation of Corporations will begin in 7 minutes. Please, take your seats. Дамы и господа, панельная дискуссия «Цифровая трансформация корпораций» начнется через 7 минут. Просим занять свои места.
Of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology, no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business. We strengthen partnerships. We shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Осында ғашық болып шабыттанады. Жаңа дәуір бастайды. Осы жерде өз түкпірің, жақын адамың бар, алғашқы қадам басқан жер. Осындай жерлер көп болғанын қалаймыз. Сондықтан біз үйлер, мектептер, ауруханалар, көпірлер, саябақ пен стадиондар саламыз. Бірге өсіп өркендеу үшін адам әлеуеті дамитын орта құрамыз. BI Group, жайлы өмір сүріп, дамуға арналған ортаңыз.
Машина сатып алатын уақыт келді ме? Eurasian Drive. Барлығы онлайн болатын жаңа буынның алғашқы автокредиті. Бастапқы есепке қоюды бастаймыз. Мемлекеттік нөмірлер мен техникалық паспорт жасалуда. Қызмет Қазақстан Республикасының бүкіл аумағындағы Allure ресми дилерлерінде қолжетімді.
So, hi everybody. I think we could start. So today, as the main session is the digital transformation of the big corporations. It's kind of going to be public our work.
So, this CEO Cascode, Alexei and Alfredo, the director of Plug and Play.
Tisho's data center team, Mira, and now we will speak about the session that the main is the strategic, human, and the technology dimension of the digital transformation in the large organizations, right? So speakers will address the corporate strategy, data, infrastructures, the product delivery, and the corporate startup collaborations. So with focus in the role of AI transformation journey, drawing on the real operation and the advisor experience, the session of the highlights. In the case studies, how they work, why they work, and the real world, the big tech companies. So let's start from the simple question. Please tell me about yourself and your company.
Thank you, Ildan. Hi, everyone. So I try to speak in English. My name is Mirbek. Actually, I many years worked in public service. I've been working in the Ministry of Digital Development. Now I am at the Public Council of Astana. So maybe some of you are asking yourself what I'm doing here with these tech guys. But I'm always at tech. In a public council, I'm doing also a collaboration, good projects for the country, and especially for Astana. If you see the emergencies at Navigator, at Yandex, maybe, yeah, you see the traffic lights, and we talked about today. So I myself will be talking about the cases, maybe anti-cases, how big corporations work in Astana and how they transform our lives. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. It's like the GovTech is how the technologies is the providing and applicable for the government. Okay, go ahead, and Alexei.
Yeah, hello guys. My name is Alexei, CEO of Cascode. Cascode is a spin-off from Beeline Kazakhstan IT team, where over the 8 years doing software development and AI development, we was the creator of KazLLM, the first national language, large language model. And we have a booth here. I will want to spend more time, about the products. You can just see it. It's a small commercial part of it. You can see our booth and familiar about products, what we're doing, and solutions, what we're providing for Kazakhstan. And the more beauty of the company is that we have one of the largest software development team, and it's fully Kazakh people developing product what we're selling worldwide. Yes, thank you a lot.
It's really cool, and it's a big shout out for the KazLLM because it's our first national, the Kazakh language, large language model that works as a ChatGPT, all the stuff, and the Cascode is who is providing the services. And it's really good for our country to work on this, the race of the AI. Thank you for that. And the next one is the Alfredo, please.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and to share a bit of the insights that we have. So I'm working with Plug and Play. Some of you might know us, some of you might not, but for those that don't know us, so we're the most active pre-seed investor worldwide. We're investing kind of in a startup every day, so around 350 investments every year. We currently have a portfolio of more than 2,500 companies that we have invested, 36 unicorns, and we're willing to invest more. We see the strong momentum, we believe, with AI, this is a game changer. So this is one of the businesses that we do, venture capital, and the second business that we do, and that's why we're in this panel, is corporate innovation. So globally, we're working with more than 600 corporations, some of the largest ones. Think of, Mercedes-Benz, think of Walmart, think of Sony, in order to help them work with startups, implement innovation, and actually be able to have a tangible ROI, right? Sometimes innovation comes across as a little innovation theater, where it's more of a marketing or a CSR activity, but we really focus on bringing that kind of ROI, tangible metrics that the partners can then use to work with startups and implement startups. So excited to share more today, and thanks for having us.
Yeah, gracias, Alfredo.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mira. I'm from TCO, Tingish Royal. So I've been working for TCO for 14 years. So I started as a full stack engineer and then became a data scientist. And starting this year, I'm a data engineering team lead. Yeah, thanks for having us today and hope to have insightful conversations. Thank you.
So I think we could start for our journey from the...
I think some of them wanted to clap, so let's kick it off with a strong clap. Let's get that energy in the room.
Yeah.
That's a bit better.
So I think we could start from the questions, the main for the public council, that how does it work, and what's the, okay, the question is, what frameworks or regulation do you believe you're needed to ensure responsible of AI or data or technology in the large corporation that you can applicable for the GovTech in nowadays? And what's your, the best case and the worst case?
Well, thank you for the question. I think the most best cases, we have Kaspi, we have eGov, and we have NITEC, yeah, right? They all doing everything on the basis of, everyone knows this concept is open API. So, and my view is to be, and the president yesterday told about that, to be a big, a big digital country, digital Kazakhstan or AI Kazakhstan, we should, I think, have I think it's Chinese style, open API state. So you can do everything by, by integrating with big platforms. We have many platforms here. I mean, Google, DoubleGeese, Yandex, I don't know. Beeline is doing good things, and he talked about the LLM with, I think, Nazarbayev University, right? If I'm right. So everything should be available for the people. But what is the worst case? The worst case is that in many cases we see that some kind of agencies, maybe under Akimats or under the public organizations, government agencies, they might have data, and they are not open with this data. They have access to this data. They have regulated that according to their own convenience now. So it's comfortable for them to be there. But what is needed is opening. So if, say, CTS, for example, the Astana's, the validation company, if it opens with the data with other, or say there's ONI in Almaty, am I right? So I think everyone should be open, and only the populations should start choosing. I think this is the basis for, moving forward.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, thank you. I think it's right that the government and also the entrepreneurs and the tech companies should work together, as a hybrid. And there is always the pros and cons, but there is always the way of the innovation, right? And I think it's a turn of the most taxpayer, the best taxpayer in our country is the Tengiz Chevrolet, and it's your turn, Mira. And if you have the words of the sharing your point, the presentation. Okay, you can go ahead and explain how the data transformation works at Tengiz Chevrolet and what do you do at your company. Yeah. Please, can you share the presentation? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, how you want, yeah. If you prefer. Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me well? Okay, good. Thank you. Hello again. My name is Mira. So today I will briefly talk about data analytics in AI and TCO. So let's start. Okay. So our vision is TCO is committed to leverage data analytics and AI to develop Kazakhstani oil and gas industry. So in our approach, human is a central point, is a key role, plays a key role in this approach. So we want to empower our people to make the right decisions using the AI tools. So, and then this approach will help us to increase our profitability, because we, company which is creating value. So we want to increase our profitability safely. We want to improve the conditions of our working conditions and experience of our employees, and of course setting the pace for the energy development in AI and data science in Kazakhstan. So today I will quickly go through the AI in TCO, the current position and future plans, priority areas, and then some data science initiatives in AI our company has, and then we'll conclude with the principles of the responsible use of AI. Thank you. So our current position, applications of data science in AI in TCO has already brought significant value to our company's production areas. So we have a team of data scientists who are actively implementing, developing different analytical solutions. So now our strategy is being developed for the large-scale implementation of analytical solutions and incorporate it into everyday life of our employees. So our future plans, of course, we're not alone in this journey, and we need partners to collaborate on our AI journey. So we constantly monitor different trends and what's going on with technology, and then we collaborate with different business partners, because alone we cannot do such a massive amount of work which this entails. So, and of course, we have to create a framework for the safe and ethical use of AI, right? Because we have to use AI responsibly, not just to use AI for the sake of AI, right? For using it. And currently, we're training our employees, not just data scientists or AI engineers, but also we're training our employees in the business to use AI tools, to use analytic tools, and integrating that into business, and then they can find different business use cases. Okay, so the priority areas for application of data analytics in AI in TCO is optimization of operations, because we have a huge organization producing the oil. It's a dangerous production, and so we have to optimize the operations. So we do it, like some use cases here we mentioned about maintenance forecasting, right? And then we're improving our production using the data analytics tools, algorithms, improve production and planning efficiencies. And the next one is, of course, we're transforming our environment, transforming our culture with AI. So we're improving people's health and safety, of course, because safety is a priority in our company. We want everyone to go home after every day. So safety is a priority of our company. So, and then of course, automation of processes and workflows, because we want our people, our best talent to spend their time effectively. And because we have a large organization who has also the supply chain operations, we try to optimize our supply chain management, because there is a lot of transportation, a lot of logistics happening in our organization. So we want to use AI and data analytics to optimize these processes. So here I want to mention that data science initiatives, it's not just a collection of tools, but also in-depth research, right? In-depth analytics. So we use advanced analytics algorithms to help our production forecasting, to monitor the pipelines, to optimize the different the production metrics. So And also we use optimization algorithms. Like, I mean, it's a big chunk, right? I mean, it's another big topic in analytics. It's optimization. So we use optimization algorithms to optimize like the drilling performance, for example. Also, like for the supply chain operations, for logistics, for transportation. This all like some of the cases I'm mentioning. We use optimization algorithms for, and of course the image recognition, like the custom vision, the computer vision. We also use in our company. To analyze like images of pipelines, to monitor their conditions, also drone images to understand, to monitor how some things are going, right? The state of the different projects, and of course the AI chatbots. So like in our everyday life we use AI chatbots, but of course in a corporate like us we also use AI chatbots actively. So for example, we have HR chatbot, which has information about all our HR procedures, processes and procedures, and every employee can just ask a chatbot instead of asking our HR personnel. So, and that's already in production. And also we have engineering chatbot, which helps our engineers to get information around like 300 procedures of different engineering documents and processes. And also for the other teams, there are also other chatbots for contracts department and others. So almost in every department we're helping to organize this chatbot, so it would help their employees, help our company to speed up these processes. And of course, we want to use AI responsibly, not just because it's trendy, but we want to use it and want to understand where it has the most of the value, where it will bring us the most of the value. So currently, like the basic principles for us is we have to establish rules, of course, and processes for the development and also procurement some of the AI-based solutions. We have to be ensured that we have available guides for our people to use AI, right? So they know how to use AI for their best. And of course, we're collaborating with global AI institutions and also the government to use the AI responsibly. So currently, our guideline, the guardrails in TCO currently, we're ensuring that we're protecting our information, so we're protecting the confidentiality of our information, and also we're encrypting our data not only on the storage but also in the transmission state. So we try to be transparent by creating our processes and procedures, what and how we're doing it. And of course, we are regularly auditing our systems and processes if we're doing it correctly. Of course, we are authenticating and protecting against unauthorized use. Yeah, we have to be sure like the information is used by the people who should have access to that information, not just like everyone, right? So, and of course, the validating and cleaning information is another major thing in our organization. So we want to have like a clean, best quality in our data. And of course, event logging. So we're logging and filtering our data. So logging is important to capture anything, irregular happening in our data. So thank you. Thank you for the attention. So thank you for the attention. In AI, human is plays a key role in this. And we are helping the people to empowering him to use these AI tools. But the decision is on the person. People making the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mira. Thank you for detailed. We have questions later on. But now it's turn for Cascode. It's the regional enterprises who is working on our CAS LLM. Could you please explain what is the role, the local regulation, and the languages and the cultural play? What does it mean, in the CAS LLM and the Cascode, we have a multilingual, multimodal, and the multinational models. What does it mean, and how do you work with them? Please explain it, Alexei.
Yeah. Thanks a lot it's a good question. So, usually, large corporation things that they are doing, in-house, or just to buy things. And I think we invented really good example we can partner with. So, for example, we have one of the largest data science team in the country, and ISAI and Nazarbayev University, Consortium University, has a large access to data. It's not the data from Reddit or Facebook. It's really cool data that can be used for educational, for healthcare, because it's like a unique Kazakhstani authors' data. It's a lot of books. It's digitalized, and we have a digital ministry in Astana Hub who can provide access to and a lot of other information what we need. And we combined like a unique cooperation between us. And it was the first case if everyone contribute what they can to build really great. And the beauty of it, that the product is now in a Hugging phase, and it's open source. Everyone can use it, of course, for non-commercial reason, but it's free for everyone. It's the contribution for the country, for a lot of startups, developers, institutions, educational agents. And this example, we started with it in regional, here in Kazakhstan, but we only have 6 markets to operate. Our mother company. And the second is Ukrainian come to us and said, guys, you did it, and it's exactly what we need to build, like a sovereign AI product inside the country. And they decided, we just copy your experience. And then Pakistan come. Okay. And now we're talking with the Bangladesh and Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan guys. So what it's exactly multinational, because we are trying to copy the best practice to achieve, the really large model, because it's 70 model of Kazakh language. There is nothing which is anyone, did before, because even in Hugging Face, it's thousands of different models, but with a low Kazakh, language data set. And finally, we get something which can be usable in a country for different reasons. So what it's multilingual. And I think even in November, we will partner with Pakistan, to promote. And it's a huge country with a 21 million population. Yeah. Shares best practice with country 10 times more, because Pakistan population is 10 times more than Kazakhstan. And we share our knowledge and practice, what we did in Kazakhstan, for other countries, and I think it's really, really inspiring for them too. I have a follow-up question. It's also related. Like, what is the current, the harder, corporative days? Is like the problem with the scale, or like some technical stuff, or changing operating models, or the languages, or difficulties. Like, what are the main challenges that you are facing nowadays as a tech company? I think the only 2 reasons, because we're a country of really talented people, and I think in any countries, yes, you can say, okay, we have data science team, starting from United States, in Kazakhstan, Haskell AI guys really doing incredible things. So we're a talented country of talented people. So I think the people is not an issue. Just give them some freedom, and they can do a great product. But what you need, the 2 things: regulation, so access to data, and the data by itself. No one, separately, no any company or government institution can build it alone. Yeah. So you need, partner it. So the first is, contribution of government is really important here, because it's, based. It never happened if it's not digital ministry and Astana Hub was not involved. So they provided data. And it was a lot of, like a fast track in regulation for us. So I think it's crucial core components to build such a great products. Yeah.
If I might just interrupt here, thank you, Alexei. I think it's the best case, and Alexei has told the things that I wanted to say, but he did it more fluently than me. And the case is that I think the big companies like Beeline and telco companies, they actually have, by cooperating with the government and taking their access to the data, they do the projects, and not only that they help it to this LLM or making an LLM, but they're also helping the startups. The spillover effect that many startups and people working with that, everyone contributes, and not only contributes, they also get something that can be a product or idea for working further. I think this is the best case, and I think if each, not only like a countrywide, but only if I say each city, regions will be able to have access to this data. Like, Kostana is doing good, like, they having also giving access to everybody. Just take your data and do something for people. That's what they're doing, and I think it's the best case. So I hope that we can, and people can use that, not only for like a museum, but for large scale use.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, it's the turn, it's our plug and play. Yeah.
I think, just to add a few things that were mentioned, and I'm going to refer back to one of the first questions you asked when you asked for the positive and the negative example that he had. I think the negative is actually a positive, which is failure. We have to set a culture that allows for people to fail. Until we don't have that failure in corporates, I'm sure they struggle to work with startups because every time they work with one, it comes with risks. Like you said, right? Build, buy, borrow. Do we do it in-house and don't rely on anyone? So we have to create that culture that failure is seen as success. So for us, every time a pilot doesn't go into commercialization with a corporation, we see that somewhat as a success because the corporate is also being able to adopt more and more new innovative technologies. So the more we are capable of supporting failure, the better it will be, right? Whether we access the data and we fail, it's normal. We're going to fail. We're humans. It's in our nature to fail. Maybe AI won't fail at one point, but we are predestined to fail, right? So it is important that we keep encouraging a culture in a corporate environment that allows for employees to thrive, with engineers to thrive, with teams to thrive, as well as for people, right? So in every ecosystem, we always say we need the 5 key stakeholders. What are the 5 key stakeholders? We have universities with the human capital. We have startups with the products. We have corporates that can actually buy the products. We have the infrastructure with the cities, with the regions, with everything that happens around. So it is important that we have all of those stakeholders together.
Yeah.
And most importantly, government, right? Government is the one that sets the policy, that sets the direction. It is impressive what is happening in the country. I don't know many countries with a Ministry of AI. So that is already part of the vision that wants to be portrayed, and that's something admirable. But we have to make sure that all the stakeholders interact together. So for us, the message is, let's fail together, right? The sooner we fail, the sooner we're going to be able to be successful.
Well, I'm sorry. You can't say to the government we can fail. I think this is the most challenge, and maybe Alexei will agree with me that when you come to the government and say, "Can I do something?" they will only think about risks. So, and if I say like you, they say you are a great fantasy person. So this is the kind of challenge we are facing today because at the politically, president, everyone is telling about this. They have a vision, but at the bureaucracy level, we have this kind of like a wall of misunderstanding. Yeah.
I come from Europe, so I can tell you everything about bureaucracy. We live for bureaucracy, so.
And I also, thank you. That was good discussion. I also wanted to comment on this. So the data science in AI is about experiments, right? So when we say about software engineering, it's you have the business requirements, what you have to build, right? And it's going to work. But with the data science in AI, it's experience. That's why there is a science in data science, right? Because these are experiments. I wouldn't merely call it like a fail, but it's experiments. So out of like 100 experiments, how many is going to be, the right ones, right? So. Yeah, I want to tell that, the data science AI is about experiments. So don't be demotivated if some projects don't work as you wanted initially. So it's just experiment. Thank you.
Yeah, it's true. That is the data science behind is like R&D. You need to research and development and try to experience like fast fail, but fast iterate. And the question is like for plug and play. Alfredo, how does plug and play help to the bridge the gap between the startups and the large corporations? And what's your role and became to Kazakhstan? And what's your plan for the future?
Yep, no, very good question. Thank you so much. I think, in general, if you are working at a corporate, for example, like the case on my left, you're probably approached by hundreds of startups every day, right? The question is, how do you filter out everything between the noise? Because you can't believe the amount of times someone tells us, no, we have AI, and then you look a tiny bit inside and you realize that AI is just a, OpenAI API that is there, right? So you actually have to be able to filter through the noise and to actually see where the value lies and who is capable of providing that tangible value, right? So I think, from our corporates and from our experience, it all goes back to a starting point. It's not just about, okay, we want to work with startups, where do we start? It's about, do we have the right innovation strategy? Do we have the right processes internally? Do we have the right governance to be able to drive innovation? Do we have the right toolkit, right? Do we have a sandbox where we can test startups, pilot startups, and be able to then take them into a proof of concept? And then once we have that, it's more about, we stand at a point now, like I said before, do we buy it, do we build it, or do we borrow it? And you just said it, right? There's the 3 E's, which is exploration, experimentation, and execution. So that's kind of the motto that we follow. For us, with the corporates and our corporate partners, it is all about sharing expertise and sharing experience. Plug and Play, if you open our website right now, the first thing you say is open innovation. So open is about sharing experience, it's about sharing culture. And if there's one thing that works successfully for us globally, but also in the US, it's sharing. Our partners come together, we are capable of bringing to the same table McDonald's and Burger King, PepsiCo and Coca-Cola, Mercedes and Porsche. And this is all about sharing innovation, right? Sharing challenges and how they overcame those challenges. For us, what's important and what we've seen in the country, and this is, our vision, we want to make sure, or we are seeing, there's much more regional integration. We're seeing Central Asia is coming together as one, starting to speak with one voice, starting to connect the markets and have that synergy between the markets. And that's kind of the vision that we're pursuing as we plan to, expand into Kazakhstan, right? We want to make sure that the corporations in the country are ready to experiment, explore, and execute. So for us, it is critical that we can support them at every stage, right? Whether this is just by helping them with the scouting, whether this is by helping them with their processes, whether this is by helping them operate their corporate venture capital arm, right? So it is important for us, and our message is, we encourage everyone to run some kind of innovation. Even if you start with a simple, hackathon, or even if you start with some internal entrepreneurship competition or whatever, it is important to encourage everyone to run innovation. Whether you're a large corporation in the country or whether you're a smaller corporation, right? Yeah. Everyone should be driving innovation if we want to actually advance on a global agenda. So for us, I'd say, as Plug and Play, our priority is to be there to support our partners, but also to share the learnings from our partners, right? It's about, where did others fail in their journey and how can you learn from those, right? So yeah, we're very keen on working with the companies in the country, supporting them, and helping bring that international element of startups into the country.
Okay, I have a follow-up. Do you have any the case that you already built up in Central Asia or in Kazakhstan?
Yes. So we currently have our operations in Uzbekistan, in Tashkent, where we have been supporting some of the corporates there. And they share the same challenges, right? At the end of the day, corporations tend to be old school, tend to be close-minded. They don't have, like we said before, that culture of embracing innovation. So for us, the challenges that we see across the region are similar, but with one point. The human capital that we see in the startups, we're not seeing in other regions. So the talent that is coming out of Central Asia and the talent that is coming out of Kazakhstan is something that actually makes us want to be here. It's actually that makes us want to actually invest in the country, right? So that's a deciding point where we're currently at. And we've been having some great conversations with many of the players, and we see there is more room for innovation in different industries, right? What about innovation in the energy space? What about innovation in critical materials and raw materials? What about innovation in biotech and life sciences? So we want to be able to support other industries which are not getting that much attention.
Cool. Yeah, sounds good, because it's like really like all the way of like entrepreneurship and also like the factories. Like, it's really good. And let me tell me about like myself a little. My name is Seldan, and I'm ex-senior engineer at Apple and Microsoft. Currently, I'm back to working on the Alosta. Alosta AI is our B2B working. We are working with the enterprises and the factories. That is from the real physical world AI. And trying to optimize their process. It's the same, like for example, TCO, it's like Tinker they're making the oils and the fuel, but we're also trying to optimize their like the jobs that could avoid some like distractions, some automatization, and all of those, like all this around the businesses, like the physical businesses. Because yeah, and now the turn is the question for TCO exactly. It's what is the step is TCO is taking for modernize is data like infrastructures, data and tech infrastructures in the company. There is a real-time processing or edge computing for field operations in the fuel business, in the oil business, because you are like one of the biggest like taxpayer and the companies in Central Asia. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. So we monitor all trends in technology, and we try to use it. And of course, the cloud computing, the cloud. We of course, as all companies, we use the cloud computing, the cloud resources. And what was the next question? So we try to stay with the trends. We monitor the trends, and of course we use all the technologies which are currently producing the values. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're making more like in-house solutions, right? Like it's the. I mean that it's the solutions for in-house, like it's in-house solution. In-house solutions, yeah. Because as you mentioned, we like big corporate company, right? And we have a lot of data, and of course we have to have one of the modest infrastructures to handle this data, right? To cleansing the data, right? To work with this data and work with our customers who are like drilling engineers, geophysicists. Like we have to make value out of this data, right? To help them go in depth into this data and get some insights, so it will help them to work. So of course we have like the modest infrastructure, and we're using different, AI and data science tools. Yeah. Okay, it's like sounds like you're making the data decision driven, like data decision.
Yes. For the better decisions faster, we need the infrastructure that we have, and of course the data quality is one of the one of the processes in our creating the values through the data.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. And the question for our public council, the Mirbek, it's from the public perspective, how you should, like you see a corporation between the balanced digital transformation with the transparency, because like that the government technology could be like the secure, right? And what is like there is some barriers, how the data privacy and the ethical responsibilities should looks like what is the process on around the GovTech and also the public transformation.
Well, yes, thank you. I think, as Alexei also told, this about the regulation issue when, many of us know, and we definitely know that government actually is more risk-based, so they consider first risks and they are trying to bureaucratize everything, and this is understandable because they cannot do things that may harm, and like in a medicine, the first thing not to harming. And what can we do actually? And when working with Astana and Akimats and the ministries, I always tell them, capsulate your pilot. Let's pilot and make a capsulate and try to avoid the risk by doing in a pilot. So as they do also, there was with this LLM, they find out the way how to do it without the risks. And the regulation now is a little bit tricky because there is no definitely written procedure how to get data, who can get data, is it possible to every company get the data. But the most thing, and what I recommend is that big companies can change this because they have authority, they have investments, they have money, they have people actually, and what they can do is that by their example changing these ministries, the government officials, and when they do something by piloting like these best cases, they can actually influence the other sectors, other the government agencies, because say digital ministry is open, it's good, they help them, but you have healthcare ministry, it's more closed. You go to the transport ministry, they say, oh no, we cannot do that, and this is okay for us, we understand that. But when you go to regions, they're also closed, and except they're like Kostanay, and somewhere he is a Kostanay region's digital officer, and he said he's there, and he said that we are opening like API, and they're trying to capsulate, like if you do something with navigator, with the cards, and implementing AI there. So to avoid risk, he said, let's do it in some kind of street only. Let's try and see. So I think like this should be like scaling to all our country.
Yeah. Okay. I think we could exactly follow up the Cascode, who is our the process. Like, could you please share a case where a small engineering pilot, exactly that the case of the pilot, into a business critical capabilities that it's from some pilot project we scale up into the world. Is in the case of, for example, the Kazilem or some other cases maybe you have.
Yeah, thanks. It's a really good question. So before that, I want to it's just the beginnings. It's like a foundational model. Now we're working to extend it because you're absolutely right that the risk tolerance, from government side that can open a window to create, the best doctors, best teachers, and GI, generative AI can help in it. So what it was, the story behind the Kaz LLM for our side, it's really interesting because there's a small team of guys who just want to contribute in the country. And we didn't create a data set because a telco company, we had a lot of data. I mean, open data. Of course, we can share it. And we created the first data set. We call it Kaz Roberta or BBERT. And it was just 2 billion tokens.
Yeah.
It was not enough for a language model. It's better because you worked for this field. And we published on a Hugging Face. And after 6 months, it was downloaded 3,000 times. And then we understand, okay, this is a problem. Someone needed, and we start, looking how to increase the data set.
Yeah.
And we come to GSMA. It was an MWC large exhibition, and they, say, okay, we know the one company, Barcelona Supercomputer Center, and they create Catalonian LLM.
Okay.
And we understand that the key element of creating Catalonian LLM, Catalonia is a small region inside Spain. It's only 2 million people in the world speaking Catalonian. It's like a part of, the Spain.
Alfredo, it's right?
Yeah, it was large language model in Catalonian. It is powered by Catalonian government.
Yeah.
And this guy said, the crucial element is the government give access to all data. And it was exactly an example of risk tolerance. So, okay, they understand it might be some, things that, but they can, okay, we rely on you and we will, start this project. And then they share their knowledge, and we understand and come with this cookbook knowledge to a digital ministry and create. So the beginning was of the small group of people who just want to contribute in data set in LLM world, because it's huge boost of LLM anywhere, but not in Kazakhstan for that time. It was almost a year and a half ago. And it was the beginning of, the big journey of the first large national language model.
Yeah, sounds good. I think it's really good case for our country. And also, I would like to share, follow up with the plug and play, because there is many of the startups came out, and how do you share examples of the successful transformation from small startups to the big games, the big world? How do you digest them, how you recognize them, and what's your the key point of like selecting in your the plug and play infrastructure? Because you, in the one side you have entrepreneurs, in the other side you have the partners, and there is like you can make the play and the plug into the one thing, right? And what's your like the story behind of this the process?
So that's a very good question. I mean, we are, when we talk of plug and play as a venture capitalist, right, we are not a traditional venture capitalist. And many people ask themselves, so, you know, what makes you different? The reason what makes us different is that when we do our due diligence, when a startup comes to us and say, hey, do you want to invest in us? We take that startup and we put the startup in front of 5 corporations. And then we ask the corporations, do you think this startup, you could work with this startup? Do you see the startup as, you know, enterprise ready? When 3 of them say yes, then we actually consider it for an investment, because we see that they're going to be able to have that go-to-market with corporates. When the 5 of them say no, then we understand that it's going to be a challenge, right? Because there is something either in the technology or they're in the IP that doesn't really fit the needs of the corporation. So for us as a venture capitalist, the key when doing our due diligence, beyond looking at the team, the founders, you know, all that kind of stuff, we actually do that level of enterprise ready with corporates. So it is key for us that most of our investments, yes, they are in a B2B space, yes, they are in a software space, now more and more also in deep tech space, but we use that capacity through our corporate network to actually understand if a startup is go-to-market ready, right? Or if a startup is enterprise ready to be able to work with them. So that's a bit of a, you know, little secret USP of what we do it. But then on the other side as well, right, we see startups globally. So for us, a lot of the people ask us, oh, Alfredo, why don't you invest more in the region, right? We get every startup and we benchmark it on a global level. So you might have a startup which is very good here, that is doing some kind of, you know, supply chain and logistics, et cetera, but when we put it with a, you know, German startup from Berlin or from a California startup, then we benchmark everything at, you know, same market potential. So for us, it's also important as well to transform a bit of the mindset, right? We are looking for those unicorn founders. That's always what we want to invest in, right? Because it's where we see the best returns as a VC. But we want to make sure that people here dream big. And this is one thing that sometimes we miss, and this is sometimes is the message that we want to encourage. If you're a startup, there's nothing stopping you dreaming big, right? You can, of course, you have to validate your product in the market, you then have to scale by the region, et cetera, but there is nothing limiting you, right? Yep. So sometimes this is just a mindset, and we want to support that change in mindset.
Cool. And am I right that you're selecting not only like tech companies, but also enterprises? Oh, okay.
Yes. So it's the same, right? At the end of the day, we want to make sure that when we connect the startups with the enterprise, there is tangible ROI. You look at the corporates, most of the cases, innovation is looking at, you know, cutting back office costs, right? We're spending so much, how can we optimize that? It's looking at new revenue streams, right? We already have this new business unit. Can it help us generate additional value for our organization? Or it's looking at streamlining operations, right? Can we help with those silos that most of the times corporates have, right? Where the innovation team is, you know, in innovation can be centralized, decentralized, or federalized. And sometimes you have a lot of this, you know, very federalized, siloed organizations which not speak with each other. And we see it more and more on any kind of corporate. Doesn't matter if you have 10,000 employees, 1,000 employees, or 100,000 employees. So that's kind of the message that we try to unify between the entrepreneurs and the corporations.
Cool. Yeah, thank you so much. And it's like the turn of the show. The question was about exactly the collaboration. Can you share how do you collaborate your the data, like the tech engineering team with the domain experts? For example, you know that you have a lot of the geoscientists and the process engineers, and that transform with the really domain expertise. And how do you collaborate your data and with your expertise and to make the innovation in TSHO? I think it's a really great example.
Thank you. So in each department, we have the digital champions, what we call, and these digital champions are this bridge between the department, let's say drilling, and the IT digital team. So all the initiatives, all new ideas, new projects, they come to discuss with this digital champion, and then they will bring it to IT, and there is regular meetings, and where then they tell IT, and they make priorities on these different initiatives. And then we work closely with we call it customers because they're customer inside of our organization. So with the drilling engineers, I mean, after the priorities were done, like okay, if its project is priority, and then it goes into like the proof of concept phase. But there are other steps on that. I'm just skipping it just to answer your question. So when it's time for me to sit with a drilling engineer, we work collaboratively. So we work together because I don't, for example, 100% understand his role, right? What he wants to accomplish with like data, with data science or AI, and we work collaboratively. We work together. It could be like sometimes even if it's not a big initiative, like team of 2 people, right, where we're just working with, let's say, drilling engineer and trying to understand their processes, what they're trying to achieve, what value they're trying to bring, and that's how we improve our business accumulation for our engineers, and also helping them to
get some insights.
Get some insights. We were working collaboratively, yes, together, because that's
follow-up question that in your case, sorry. And do you buy some like external solution if you see that it's also applicable for your case?
Okay, the steps I skipped, so I'm going back to them to answer. Okay. So when there's initiatives, okay, like if there's new project or initiative, it goes through the phase analyzing, like if there is already on the market, if we already have the ready solution. So, I mean, we don't develop in-house straight away, like we do search the market. If there's, we do search the market to see what's available on the market. You know, we try to, buy the solution, I mean, if that suits what we need, right? I mean, instead of just going in-house, I mean, it's going to be a lot of capital we need for in-house. Of course, that's why we constantly monitoring, the trends. We're monitoring the trends, I mean, technology, monitoring what solutions they are already ready we can use for our use cases.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a good case for all the startups that who is building some like really closely related issue. You can go ahead and talk to, like, for example, like big corporation like a Tesho. Yeah, like for example, like Cascode or the plug and play. And
I know there's a collaboration with Astana Hub for the TCO. Where they are looking into different like startups which are ready for the enterprises.
It sounds good. I think we are done. If you have some question, please go ahead. But in our main session is done. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Thanks a lot for our Friday evening speaking club, for audience, and stay with us. Have a nice weekend.
Didn't arrive here by accident. Our brand builds on heritage. Knowing where we came from and where we headed. For us, influencing is not enough. We need the whole world.
Welcome to Silkway Accelerator.
This is where the best startups of the region come together. When you put a bunch of passionate people in the same room, it's amazing things that can happen.
Business with pleasure.
Enjoy another workshop by Google for Startups.
We offer a variety of practice-oriented workshops for founders and their team, with the goal of acquiring new skills and expanding their capabilities. Get your product promoted and having access to the strongest network community.
Do you think that's coffee? It's networking.
Under the watchful guidance of our trackers, startups were pushed to their limit and showed remarkable progress that they themselves did not expect as a result.
My journey to Silkway Accelerator was definitely worth it.
The world is moving fast, and we help you move faster. Silkway Accelerator, your unicorn story starts here.
Kazakhstan has so many incredibly beautiful places to spend your holidays. To find them before, you had to search the internet or ask friends. Now there's a new section in Kaspi Travel, Kazakhstan, where you can choose a place for your vacation at great prices. Choose your holiday destination in Kazakhstan with the Kaspi KZ Super App. Kaspi KZ, made in Kazakhstan.
Қазақстанда демалуға болатын көптеген керемет орын бар. Бұрын ол үшін интернеттен ақпарат іздеп, таныстардан сұрау керек болатын. Енді Kaspi Travel'де Қазақстан деп аталатын жаңа бөлім пайда болды. Бұл жерден демалыс орнын тиімді бағаға тез әрі оңай таңдай аласыз. Kaspi KZ қосымшасында Қазақстандағы демалысты таңдаңыз. Kaspi KZ Қазақстанда жасалған.
В Казахстане так много невероятно красивых мест, где можно отдохнуть. Раньше для этого нужно было искать информацию в интернете, спрашивать у знакомых. Теперь в Kaspi Travel появился новый раздел «Казахстан», где можно быстро и просто выбрать место для отдыха по выгодным ценам. Выбирайте отдых в Казахстане в приложении Kaspi KZ. Kaspi KZ сделано в Казахстане.
Сіз айналаңыздағы әлемді қазір өзгерте аласыз. Мысалы, көлікті бір күнде сатып алу, және оны жақын адамыңызға беру. Немесе жаңа пәтерге көшу. Мұнда әркімнің өз бөлмесі болады. Немесе өз ісіңізді ашу, және басқа адамдардың өмірін өзгерту. Freedom Bank. Өзгеретін уақыт келді. Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
You can change the world around you starting now. For example, buy a car in a day. Close one. Or move into a new apartment where everyone will have their own room. Or start your own business and change other people's lives. Freedom Bank. Time to change.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology, no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places innovation. We empower business. We strengthen partnerships. We shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Осында ғашық болып шабыттанады. Жаңа дәуір бастайды. Осы жерде өз түкпірің, жақын адамың бар, алғашқы қадам басқан жер. Осындай жерлер көп болғанын қалаймыз. Сондықтан біз үйлер, мектептер, ауруханалар, көпірлер, саябақ пен стадиондар саламыз. Бірге өсіп өркендеу үшін адам әлеуеті дамитын орта құрамыз. BI Group. Жайлы өмір сүріп, дамуға арналған ортаңыз.
Машина сатып алатын уақыт келді ме? Eurasian Drive. Барлығы онлайн болатын жаңа буынның алғашқы автокредиті. Бастапқы есепке қоюды бастаймыз. Мемлекеттік нөмірлер мен техникалық паспорт жасалуда. Қызмет Қазақстан Республикасының бүкіл аумағындағы Allure ресми дилерлерінде қолжетімді.
Managed Connectivity by IEC Telecom. Whether at sea or in remote areas, for first response or long-term deployment, to empower enterprises and SMEs, to manage welfare programs and offer advanced hospitality. Get the most out of your satellite experience. Intuitive, agile, future-ready. Explore OptiView, your ultimate gateway to network management. Full visibility of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and path tracking. comprehensive bandwidth insights. Gain a deeper understanding of bandwidth usage with advanced analytics. Advanced filtration management. Adjust access in real time. With OptiView, you can control filters remotely, applying restrictive or open profiles as the situation demands. Segregating operating environments. Differentiate between corporate and welfare consumption for precise resource management. Detailed usage reports. Access in-depth data about visited websites and applications. Dynamic alert system. Stay alert with in-depth insight into vulnerabilities, including threat monitoring and malware identification. Flexible credit limit management. Set usage thresholds to optimize cost efficiency. Once the limit is reached, OptiView triggers an email alert notifying you of the automated service suspension. Real-time voucher monitoring. Keep track of voucher consumption and validity. OptiView makes it easy to forecast usage and manage provisioning for comprehensive welfare programs. Dependable 24/7 support. We've got you covered via multiple channels. For regular inquiries, please submit your requests via the ticketing system or send an email. In case of emergency, please contact us via hotline or WhatsApp. Go even further with our value-added services. Open the Value Add store from the side menu, browse through multiple options, and activate a new service in few clicks. And more.